It started, but it's unclear where it will all conclude. Which state will win the right to host the 5th Test and bring the Ashes to its conclusion? Cricket Australia Chief Executive Nick Hockley joins us. This is SEN Test Cricket.
The Ashes on SEN. The Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
England won the toss, selected to bat. It will be recounted for generations to come. All out for 147. And as if the cricketing god said, well, how much more could we give you on the opening day? The rain and the lights took toll. And that was it from tee onwards. So all eyes to the skies in Brisbane today. They're sunny to start with. There are more storms in the afternoon. Australia will bat and see what it's all worth. There's a certain path here for Australia that's well trod. Is that to be, or can England's seamers fight back? SEN Test Cricket Day 2 at the Gabba. Gerard Whateley with you. Anthony Hudson is with me. Huddo, our cup is full after 2 sessions of cricket.
We needed the extra time, Gerard. Good morning, everyone. We needed that time just to contemplate what had happened in those first 2 sessions. Going back to England's decision to leave Broad out, I think there's still plenty of Englishmen and women thinking about that, their decision to bat, not bowl. Stark getting that first wicket. Warney still saying the ball didn't swing. Pat Cummins as the captain. Has he got a pimple? Has he got something wrong with him, Pat Cummins? Because it doesn't seem like it. And then the response. My biggest question coming here today was whether Atherton would actually still be in Australia or not. But I've had a look down the line. I've seen him in his hotel in Bondi, so I think we're going to talk to him shortly.
So the most prophetic words for openers yesterday was when Atherton said it's that historical thread. That's what makes the Ashes special. And Mike Atherton, the historical thread ran so richly through yesterday. And I suspect for as long as we have our collective memories, we will think back to the events right at the start. Welcome.
Yeah, what a day. St Patrick's Day, wasn't it? Perfect day for Australia's new captain, a 5 on his first outing, and contrast that with Joe Root, who stood at the toss and must have hesitated before saying he'd bat. Then a 9-ball duck for him, so couldn't have gone any worse for Joe Root, couldn't have gone any better for Pat Cummins. A pretty depressing view of things from England overnight. We're probably a glass half full nation anyway, or half empty, whichever way you want to look at it. But I think most English people probably stuck around for about 5 minutes, watched Rory Burns trudge off and then went to bed.
It was a bit early for you to go to bed, wasn't it, at this stage?
Simon Katich, the national mood in Australia and from the team itself, it couldn't be more contrasting with that, could it? Hello.
Good morning to everyone. I mean, we're on a high at the moment, obviously winning the T20 World Cup for the first time. A number of those players are involved in this Ashes series, and then to start the way they did yesterday, particularly under a new captain, and for him to lead the charge with 5 wickets and marshal the troops beautifully as a leader, it couldn't have gone any better. And I think the challenge now is to be able to back that up, because we saw last summer, I think everyone thought Australia would steamroll India after they nailed them for 30-odd in Adelaide in that test match, and then India go on to win the series without their skipper, Virat Kohli. So England have got to make sure they back up today and keep believing. But what we saw yesterday from their batting lineup, they've got a lot of work to do because they didn't adjust to the conditions. There is inexperience there in Australian conditions, and they didn't handle what was presented to them at the Gabba.
Is there a singular image or a singular moment that will live with you from that opening day of play?
Oh, look, I think obviously, Mitchell Stark getting that wicket first ball stands out. But I think the other thing was I just think the composure for Pat Cummins to rip him off after a couple of overs and to say, no, I'm coming on to bowl to Joe Root, and to send a message to the England camp. They know who Joe Root least likes facing, and that's Pat Cummins. Hazelwood might have knocked him over, but I think that sent a message to the England skipper that I think Australia are going to target him. He's got a target on his back for the rest of the summer now. They know that when he fires, England win. His record suggests that. I think when he's got his 23 test tons, 17 of them have resulted in victories. 5 have been draws. And the only time they've lost when he's got a test 100 was in Lords this year, 2021, against India. So they know how big a wicket that is, and they cut him down yesterday, and that'll go a long way to Australia being able to win this test match.
Athers, the biggest question that sits over the series today is, is that it? Does that set a tone which is irreversible, inescapable, or does the fight back happen immediately? Or even if it doesn't happen at the Gabba, is this team made of enough, is this travelling team made of enough that they might be able to claw their way back in elsewhere, or are we going to look back and go, day one at the Gabba set a tone which ran the course?
Well, they've got some characters in there who you cannot discount. When you look at what Ben Stokes has done before, for example, not just in Ashes Test matches, but in general. Joe Root, who has been in fabulous form. I mean, he's approaching the end of this calendar year with a chance to overtake Mohammed Yusuf as the top run scorer ever in a calendar year. So you can't just discount him after one 9-ball duck. And then Broad and Anderson, two champion cricketers, albeit coming to the back end of their days. But it was a day that would have worried England's coaching staff watching on, because this is a pretty vulnerable batting lineup. It's been held together this year by Joe Root. A couple of double hundreds in Sri Lanka at the start of the year, a couple of hundreds against India, fabulous hundreds in the summer. But really, he's been carrying the batting. There was some ridiculous statistic at the start of the year in Sri Lanka and India where Root had scored like 60 or 70% of England's runs, something ridiculous. And, there are vulnerabilities there. They've been searching for an opening pairing. This was the first time that Burns and Hamid walked out together. They'd gone with Sibley. They'd backed Sibley for a long time. Milan is only really a recent recall to the England team. So they've been searching around for a top-order stability. And there are lots of vulnerabilities in that batting lineup. And the way that Australia unlocked the batting yesterday, I think will have really worried England's coaching staff looking on. So it wasn't a good sign for what's to come.
The early correspondence, Athers is 100% correct. My England mates on the WhatsApp group signed off early and went to bed. 0433 98 11 16. Is the Australian mood is interesting. So the first two calls we took in the rain break yesterday, Adrian lamented the lack of a contest and no appetite for the summer if England is going to wilt. And Janine countered that by going, when did we become so miserable that the success of the national cricket team wasn't the source of celebration, Kat? So they're an interesting team. That I feel like it's the only national team who gets penalised for winning. There's somehow a craving for a contest that's not there in a Bledisloe Cup. Australia would crave the Wallabies whacking New Zealand, but it just can't happen. But the cricket team, it has to be a contest for it to be interesting.
Yeah, it's absolutely spot on, and it happened a lot. I guess, I know during my playing days with the Australian team, when we were so dominant through that period, there was a period there where people got bored with the results because we were winning comfortably and there wasn't a contest. So I think I get where that comes from. But at the same time, when we have lost recent series, they've been up in arms about us not being as good as we used to be. And that's where it's that double-edged sword. But I think it's only one day, as Mike rightly said. England have got too many characters in this squad who have played some fantastic Test cricket and are legends of England cricket in a way. He pointed out 4 of them yesterday, and there might be a couple that emerge on this tour. I was really impressed with young Hamid yesterday. He applied himself really well, just didn't start again after the break, and that's something you see from young players at times. They don't reassess and have to start again. Sparted a ball and nicked it. Young Pope looked good. And then Butler's innings was great for him because he hasn't had a great record against Australia, averaging about 20. But the way he went about it yesterday showed that he's going to take the game on much like Adam Gilchrist used to. And if he does transfer that to Test cricket, what he does in white ball cricket, he could change the game for England because he's a wonderful ball striker. So there were glimpses. They just didn't do the basics for long enough yesterday, which is partnerships. And when they did get a partnership, they didn't make it a big one. So it's only one day of Test cricket. It can change quickly. We saw that last summer with the Indian series. So I think there's still a lot to be played out.
We'll look forward to day 2 shortly because England's seamers against Australia's batsmen. There's a lot of forecasting and assuming going on at the moment. We'll find out, I suppose, over the first 4 hours of the day's play how that looks. The toss and just the history that's linked into it, Athers, as you spoke about it leading up and in real time and now in retrospect. And it is, I guess it's the glory of cricket. It is unique. It's almost the confines sometimes of history. Is Was it the ghosts of Hutton and Hussein that meant Joe Root couldn't do what must have been in his heart to win the toss and bowl?
Absolutely. I don't think you can avoid that conclusion. I mean, Hutton's a long, long time ago, of course. You're talking almost, 60 years ago when he put Australia in, and Australia got 600 won by an innings, and famously he said at the end of that game that he wanted to throw himself in the Brisbane River. But Hussein, although it was 20 years ago, it's very much in the consciousness, because Nasser is a big figure in English cricket, and he's on the Sky broadcast with me every summer, and we're constantly taking the mickey out of him for that day at the Gabba. So it's there. People know about it. Joe Root will know about it. He will have known that Nasser put Australia in, albeit very different circumstances. It was a bright, sunny day. I was there that day at the Gabba, and I remember sitting on the boundary edge. I was with Mark Nicholas, actually, who was fronting Nine's coverage then. And the toss, the coin went up, and we saw Joe Root had won it, Nasser had won it, and we looked at each other and said, thank God for that. And then he put them in. We couldn't quite believe it. It was a bright, sunny day and a good-looking pitch. And, of course, 360 for two at the end of that day. So that will have definitely been in Joe Root's mind. I mean, the Gabba does funny things to England's English captains. I reckon in any other circumstances, a non-Ashes test match on a morning like that, with a green tinge pitch and dark, gloomy clouds overhead, with the bowlers at his disposal, he would have certainly bowled. But because of what's happened in the past, and it's that psychology that I touched on yesterday. If a captain puts a side in and it goes badly, you get hammered for it. But if you bat and you get rolled over, people focus on the batting frailties, not the decision of the captain at the toss. So it's a curious psychology, really, and all that would have weighed on Joe Root yesterday. And I have no doubt that those historical precedents were the reason why he chose to bat first. Now, you have to withhold judgment a bit. I mean, he said at the toss, this pitch will quicken up, it'll dent, it'll quicken up, it'll become tricky to bat on, and that has to play out yet. I think it was Kat who said yesterday, the Gabba pitch quickens up, and if it dents, it can be tricky. So we'll wait and see. But all you can say is on yesterday's evidence, there was certainly enough movement to suggest that it would have been a good day to bowl.
And English captains who make ducks first up, Athers, your mind was drawn to this in the recent examples in your piece in the Times today.
Yeah, Flintoff 06-07. Strauss 2010-11, although he got runs in the second innings. And, of course, those two captains then went on very divergent paths. Flintoff whitewashed in 06-07, and Strauss, one of the great English victories, really, winning 3 test matches by an innings in Australia, unprecedented. So whichever of those paths Joe will go on remains to be seen.
It makes it high stakes, Kat, doesn't it, for the figurehead, the captain, the touring captain of England?
Well, it felt like he couldn't win either way yesterday, because the other side of it with the young batting lineup is that, we talk about the psyche as a captain. You're there to back your players up and to give them belief that they're good enough at this level. And if he had said, we're going to bowl, it sort of sends a message to the batting group that he doesn't think they're capable of handling those conditions. And we've seen that a lot from the West Indian teams recently. They always bowl first because they know that if it's tricky, they're going to get bowled out. So I think he sent a strong message to his group that we've got to get through this. The thing is, there's a difference between getting 270 on day one at the Gabba and getting 147. If England had been able to eke out 270, they're in the contest. Because we know when we watch Shield games here, if you get that in the first innings when it's slower and then it quickens up day 2 and you bowl well, you can knock teams over for well under that. And that'll be the interesting thing about how today plays out. The challenge for Root and his bowlers today is to not go chasing the test, to get back into it quickly. Because if that happens, then what will happen is David Warner or Labuschagne or Smith, the danger men for Australia, will start and get going, and then they'll be unstoppable, and Australia will get a good lead. And then by the time England come back out again there, it'll be a different wicket and they'll be under pressure.
And the first day of Pat Cummins as captain, so there were images. You chose a good one, which was when he brought himself onto bowl, and then his joy, or the joy of his teammates actually, when he took the 5-for. And then I loved the image during the rain delay, sitting there with Steve Smith, and they're doing the cryptic crossword and the like. He described it as a dream start, and it was every inch of that.
I love how relaxed these guys are these days. I can't imagine that being the case back in the day, because I just think, the way they are, it seems like they've got that good balance. And Pat Cummins strikes me as that person, with the way his career's unfolded, that he's got really good balance to his life, and he's not just consumed by the game. And I think that's going to be really important for him as a leader, to be able to have that, that break from the captaincy and be able to go home and just switch off from it all, because it is an all-consuming job from those that you speak to and have been in it for a number of years. So I think that was a great reflection, or a great indication that both he and Smith can sit there and do a Sudoku or whatever they were doing, crossword, and just enjoy the moment and move on to the next challenge.
As I hadn't thought to look back at your first day as captain, so forgive me if I'm stirring anything, but could you contrast your first day in the job to Pat's?
I'm trying to remember now. Edgbaston, 1993, long time ago. I'll tell you how long ago it was. Feels such a different time. I remember walking out with AB. AB was Australia's captain. And we went out for the toss, and there was just the two of us. There was no cameras around. And you look at the numbers of people around now at the toss. There's like an army of people out there. Radio, TV, cameras everywhere. And I remember it was just me and AB, and I think I won the toss. I got 70, I think, before getting bowled by Pistol. I got a grubber from Pistol that bowled me at Edgbaston. But the game didn't end well. We lost the match, and then won the next one, which was good. But, tricky start.
Pat Cummins will be feeling pretty good about it all today. As he mentioned, there'll be harder days, and who's to say what happens this morning. But, yeah, he described it as the dream start.
I'll be really looking forward to, the way Root handles things today, thinking about 4 years ago. If you remember at the start of that series, he was very defensive with David Warner. They almost put a deep point back right at the start of the innings. And, of course, England's tactics to Steve Smith just haven't worked for the last couple of Ashes series, when Smith is averaging 100 and God knows how many. England generally have just tried to shove the ball wide of off stump to Smith. And that hasn't worked. So there are lots of areas of interest to look for today for Joe Root in the field as well.
We'll delve a little further next. Our pre-game show is for the all-new Isuzu MU-X for openers, with Mike Atherton and Simon Katich to set us up for day 2 at the Gabba. The weather forecasts for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water, heading for a top of 31, so it'll be muggy. It's 26 already. Fine conditions through at the moment to 2 o'clock, when there's the chance of storms intermittently throughout the afternoon. Not quite as threatening as yesterday's forecast, but let's wait to see how it unfolds. Certainly the first session of play will be uninterrupted, and that's in store for you on SEN Test Cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Ready to play your way on cricket with Betfair? Well, this summer you can, across a huge range of cricket featuring the Big Bash and the Ashes. If you want to find better value than the bookies, look no further than Betfair. You'll be bowled over by Betfair's odds. Reckon England will get grilled, or think they'll rise from the Ashes? Back, lay or trade your selections on Betfair. Play your way with Betfair on cricket this summer. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
Hi, Craig Lowndes here. I may be an expert at wrestling a supercar around a racetrack, but I'm not an expert on tyres. That's why when it comes to my family's safety, I rely on the expert advice I get from the team at Tyre Power. I know that the tyres Tyre Power recommend for my family's car will not only be the right size, they'll be right for local conditions and right for my budget. That's just another reason why I get the power at Tyre Power. Seriously, why would you buy your tyres anywhere else?
'Tis the season for sharing. Switch your household energy to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today for a guaranteed share of 2 million Qantas points. That's on top of earning up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points just for making the switch, and 2 Qantas points per dollar spent on your energy bills when you pay on time. Call 131806 or visit redenergy.com.au for details. Energy fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 16 December 2021.
Adelaide Tools is your Christmas gift destination. Whether it's a stocking filler under $50 or a gift for that special someone, Adelaide Tools has you covered. We've got brushless combo kits from just $299. Or surprise your little helper with a range of tool toys from $49. Get the tradie or serious DIYer in your life a gift they really want. Check out our range of great gift ideas in-store and online. Can't choose? Get them a gift card. Hurry into Adelaide Tools, your Christmas gift destination. Adelaide Tools. Trusted brands, trusted service.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift back, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the two-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
A few minutes is the time it takes to pick a birthday card for your easily offended aunt. And the time it takes to give Keno a go. With a draw every few minutes, there's always time for a spot of Keno. Ready, set, Keno! From SA Lotteries. Gamble responsibly.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The SEN Ashes pre-match for the all-new 7-seat Isuzu MUX Extraordinary.
Australia's turn to bat today, having rolled England for 147. Ryan in Caulfield has text through. Gents, great day by Australia yesterday, but I'm nervous. Had a dream of 6 for 90 at lunch. Lucky I'm not superstitious. Our experts are here for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Katich, how confident should Australia be in its batting lineup?
Well, when you look at the numbers, in particular Warner, Labuschagne and Smith and what they average at the Gabba, you should feel confident. But this is a different test match, so they have to start again. And I think the important thing will be how they weather that new ball. There will be some movement. There will be some extra pace and bounce today. I think yesterday showed it was quite a slow, easy pace wicket, but today it generally quickens up once it's lost that little bit of moisture on the top of it. So it'll be interesting to see whether the sun's out today compared to yesterday where it was probably a little bit cloudier. But I think those 3 wickets are the crucial ones for England if they want to get back into this test match. If they can keep all those 3 under sort of 20 or 30 runs each, then there's a chance they can. But if they don't, and 1 or 2 of those guys get in and dig in and get a big score, which they are. I mean, Marcus Labuschagne averages 99.75 at the Gabba. He's had a great start to the Shield summer, averaging about 65. You know, Davey Warner averages 61 at the Gabba, and Steve Smith, you know, he's got an amazing record against England and Australia, averages 65, but at the Gabba he averages just under 61 as well. So they're crucial wickets for England, and it'll be a challenge for them to nullify all 3 of them at once.
Athers, where's the threat? Is it the form of Ollie Robinson and memories of the test at Headingley against India, where he comes away as man of the match and leads the team to an innings victory?
Yeah, he burst onto the scene last summer, really. He's had an exceptional record in the county championship in the last 4 or 5 years, where he's taken his wickets at something ridiculous like 16 or 17 for Sussex. He's been by far the most outstanding bowler in the county championship, so he got his chance last summer. It was an up and down summer for him, must be said, because after his first test. Of course, people went trawling through his social media footprint and found some fairly awful tweets from many years ago. So then he was carpeted and missed the test match, but came back, actually. And the way he came back suggested something of his character, because that was a very difficult time for him when this story broke. And for, you know, a lesser character, it might have really affected them. But he came back, bowled really well against India. He looks a likely bowler to me in Test cricket. He's quite tall. There's a slight similarity to Josh Hazlewood in his action and his delivery. I don't think he's quite as sharp as Hazlewood, but he's tall. He's at the batsman usually. He doesn't leave off stump very readily, and he gets a bit of movement, and he's quite an intelligent fast bowler. And he's one of those fast bowlers who doesn't, if you ask him, as the journalists often do before a test match, how are you going to get, you know, Smith or Kohli out, he's quite happy to talk up his plans. He did that last year with Kohli, and it takes quite a brave bowler to do that. And the journalists were asking him ahead of the Ashes about Steve Smith, and he said he's going to, you know, mess around with his angles on the crease, and it'll be good enough for Smith. We shall wait and see. But, you know, he's going to be a threat, I think. He's a good bowler. Woakes is a very experienced cricketer now. He's ultra reliable, really. He's probably not quite got the versatility and skill that Anderson has, but Joe Root can rely on him. He'll probably throw it to Woakes first up, I would have thought, given the importance of the day and the importance of the start after yesterday's start, because he'll think that Woakes is absolutely reliable. And Wood, when he gets his chance, he's going to be the quickest bowler on either side. He's going to be quicker, I think, than any of Australia's bowlers, albeit a different trajectory. He's quite short and skiddy, so sometimes it might not feel like there's the threat of a Jofra Archer, for example, who's a bit more over the top and gets that nasty bounce where his bouncers nip back at the right-handers. So those three, you know, will carry some threat in the absence of Broad and Anderson, and then you've got Stokes, of course, and Leach, but he'll be hoping that wickets tumble before he has to throw the ball to Jack Leach.
And the figure of Steve Smith, so he's been the man of the series in each of the past two Ashes. Australia holds the urn almost singularly because of his batting deeds that you saw firsthand, Mike. Is how pivotal a figure does he shape as? By the end of your last Ashes season, it felt like there was just gallows humour in trying to figure out how to get him out.
Absolutely. It's felt like that for the last two Ashes series, actually. In the 2019 summer, we did a little segment on Sky where we had David Lloyd, who, you know, is full of good humour, just trawling around London asking random people, how do you get Steve Smith out? Because nobody had a clue, really. The way that England have gone, as I said just before the break, is to try and, because they know he's very strong through the leg side and off his pads, they've tried to hide the ball outside off stump. I'm just not sure about that policy and that strategy, because you're immediately taking so many dismissals out of the equation. I'd like to see England target the stumps a little bit more. I'm not saying bowl on middle and leg or anything, but I'd like to see them hone in on off stump at the start of Smith's innings. And you can have fielders on the leg side. You know, you can counterintuitively say to the bowlers, well, look, I want you bowling off stump, but I'm going to give you protection on the leg side because we know that Smith gets right across to off stump with that back leg and will work the ball through the onside. But if you just bowl a foot, 2 foot wide of off stump, you're taking LB out, you're taking Bold out, and I'm just not, that strategy hasn't worked for sure. Look at Smith's record against England, so I'm hoping that they'll come up with something different this time.
Mike, Simon, enjoy the morning. We'll talk to you both as we go through.
Thanks, Gerard.
Cheers.
Mike Atherton and Simon Katich for openers on SEN Test Cricket on our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MUX. Here's the news updates.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Making SEN news this hour, Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce has tested positive for COVID. He's currently in the United States after arriving from the UK. He says his symptoms are mild. Collingwood's Jordan De Goey has had his assault case adjourned until January 18. And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has activated their COVID Plan B due to the new variant. Proof of vaccination will be needed to enter some indoor venues, and masks are back in public spaces, while the variant has also surfaced in Melbourne. SEN.com.au, sport up next.
SEN SA, now broadcasting live from SEN SA's Studio Lumo, 1 King William Street.
The Melbourne Stars' Marcus Stoinis is pushing for a return to the BBL tomorrow when they take on the Sydney Thunder at the MCG. The all-rounder missed the opening game of the season due to a side strain. It will also be Andre Russell's first game with the Stars after he completes his mandatory 72 hours quarantine. Last night, the Scorchers had a 6-run win over the Heat. Weather's next.
Trackside, your daily fix on all things racing. All the results, all the news, all the form. Live daily on SEN Track.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 736 736.
Partly cloudy in Adelaide today, 22, mostly sunny tomorrow, 24, sunny on Saturday, 29, sunny Sunday, 35. And for the Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes Series.
0433 98 11 16, your correspondent. Steve's in Brisbane, Borsch is on the Gold Coast, both helping us out. Sun's out, blue skies, no clouds. I can see clouds on the horizon down the Gold Coast way, but that's it in Brisbane this morning. And bright blue skies at the moment, but will storm at tea, so perhaps similar to yesterday. Australia will get a clear run under sunny skies at the start, so there might be the sense that events are conspiring against England, partly by their own hand. We'll wait to see. Looking for an exciting Triple A this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Visit mildura.com.au and get planning. Is play starting early today due to yesterday's lost time? Tim's in Montmorency. Yes, indeed. So 9:30 local, 10:30 Eastern for the next few days of the test to make up the time lost. In fact, it will probably be the case for the next 4 days. Half an hour added to the start of play, the extended session. My day 2 tip, Wokes to get England back in the contest today. Chris Wokes is going to join Chris Rogers and Anthony Hudson on our broadcast shortly. Our pre-game show is for the all-new Isuzu MU-X. So a lot of correspondence coming through. Keep it flowing, play along right throughout the summer. How blessed we are to have Mike Atherton as part of our team and to get his insights for openers at the start of each day's play. We'll hear from him again as play unfolds. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, to join us after 10 o'clock. Where will the fifth test be? How important was yesterday for cricket in this country and to settle an organisation that's been in a tumultuous phase for the best part of the calendar year? The back-to-back achievements, first at the T20 World Cup and then day 1 at the Ashes, what that might spin into, and the unanswered questions from the Tim Payne affair that sees the skipper out of international cricket. And I can't imagine that he'll be back. Nick Hockley coming up after 10. Hutto and Buck up next. This is SEN Test Cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
A few minutes is the time it takes to choose between the chicken palmy or calamari. And the time it takes to give Keno a go. With a draw every few minutes, there's always time for a spot of Keno. Ready, set, Keno! From SA Lotteries. Gamble responsibly.
G'day, big fella. It's the Rat from the Safety Hub. We have all your safety gear ready just in time for Christmas. So when you're climbing down chimneys while carrying a stack of prezzies, it'll be no worries, big fella. Visit us at thesafetyhub.com.au.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
More noise.
There it is.
More history.
Brings up a century.
More pressure.
Caught by Stephen Smith, that short leg.
Don't miss the Vodafone Ashes Adelaide Test at Adelaide Oval, December 16 to 20. Search Ashes tickets. Hurry, seats selling fast.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary new XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on the new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Ready to play your way on cricket with Betfair? Well, this summer you can across a huge range of cricket featuring the Big Bash and the Ashes. If you want to find better value than the bookies, look no further than Betfair. You'll be bowled over by Betfair's odds. Think the stars will align for Melbourne or the Sydney Sixers will sizzle this summer? Then back them on Betfair. Play your way with Betfair on cricket this summer. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
It's international racing at its best. Sunday Shartin comes alive for the Longines Turf World Championships. Can Japan conquer again with stars like Danon Smash, Glory Vars and Love's Only You? England has Dubai Honour for trainer William Haggis and the Irish are in town. Plus there's the local sensation Golden 60 in the mile. Every race run at Shartin, wager through tab.com.au. Plus get daily live broadcasts via hkjc.com. Sunday Shartin, Hong Kong. Live for us. Gamble responsibly.
'Tis the season for sharing. Switch your household energy to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today for a guaranteed share of 2 million Qantas points. That's on top of earning up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points just for making the switch and 2 Qantas points per dollar spent on your energy bills when you pay on time. Call 131806 or visit redenergy.com.au for details. Energy fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 16 December 2021.
When painting, tools make a difference. Monarch premium quality brushes and accessories give that professional finish. Get inspired at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Ned's Same Race Multi is available on meetings all over the world. Pump up your odds by selecting 2 to 4 runners to finish inside the top 4. Available across all 3 codes. Take it to the next level. T's and C's apply. Visit the website for details. Gamble responsibly.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune. Empowered with the freedom to move. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Okay. Look forward a bit.
Maybe something in attacking the way India did. I think that they did almost
Welcome back. Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket. We are on the air. Anthony Hudson and Chris Rogers with you. It feels like we're at the Gabba Buck, to be honest. We've got the humidity nice and high here in the studio. We can't wait for play on day 2. Our experts are here for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda, and the 10% price beat guarantee. They're going nuts out the back there. This is our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MU-X. We're going to speak to Chris Wokes very, very shortly. Just find out the mood in the English camp. If you were captain of England, if you were Joe Root, what would you have said last night, and what would your message be going into today, do you think?
Yeah, hello, and hello to our listeners. I think first and foremost, you just almost got to put that to the back of your mind. What's happened has happened. You can't go back and change that. Admittedly, that there's issues that they need to address with their batting, but right at this moment in time, they've got to limit the damage. I think that...
Is there a number in mind for you?
Anything less than 250, I think that they'd be ecstatic. Yep. I think, okay, well, we're still in a game here. We just have to put a couple of partnerships together in our second innings, and then we can put some pressure back on Australia. But if that lead blows out, then traffic's all going to go one way. So 250 is probably the kind of magic mark, I think, for England today. And the way they go about it's going to be really interesting. They don't necessarily have the bowlers to blast Australia out. They saw yesterday But the blueprint is really to just be excellent with the lengths that they bowl at. And if they can do that, and really it should be their strengths. So they're a chance at just whether they have that extra bit of pace to cause Australia trouble, that's going to be an issue.
I want to dig in with you a little on how they'll approach bowling to Smith and Labuschagne, what the mindset of Marcus Harris will be and David Warner. But we can check in now with the English team. And Chris Wokes has been good enough to join us after yesterday. Chris, thanks for joining us. When did you find out you were in the team?
Yeah, I found out day before. We named the team. We named the 12 before the test match started. But Joe did say that I was going to make the 11, so obviously I was delighted with that, and excited to be a part of this series.
Obviously the day didn't go as you would have planned. The fact that there's a little bit of rain probably gave you a bit more time to take stock. So what was the general feeling and message in the camp after yesterday?
I think obviously we were a bit disappointed with putting 147 on the board. Obviously we'd have liked a few more than that. The wicket obviously did offer a little bit, but obviously at the same time we still feel that we should have maybe put a few more runs on the board. Australia bowled well, fair play to them for that. Put us under pressure and obviously took early wickets as well, which always kind of pegs you back. But look, we've got still a long way to go in this test match. We've got an opportunity to go out there and bowl on the same wicket. Hopefully we can do something similar to what Australia have done.
Wokesy, it's Chris Rogers here. How are you, mate?
How are you, mate? You good?
Good. There's 4 of the 11 have played in Australia in Test before. You're one of them.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a new experience for a lot of guys, particularly playing on these bouncy pitches. What were the kind of conversations you had in the change room after about how you're going to cope with this challenge?
Look, I don't think we wanted to dwell too much on yesterday. Obviously we've got to come out here today and do a job with the ball, and we're still going to have a second time to bat in this game. So we do need to put a few things right. I thought Australia bowled a really good length yesterday and challenged our from front foot defence, and like you say, it does bounce generally a lot more, particularly here at the Gabba. The wicket was certainly offered a little bit off the seam as well. But when you've got a world-class bowling lineup coming up against you, you really do have to be on your money. So we obviously didn't play as well as we'd have liked. I thought they generally bowled very well. And as I said, when you get early wickets, it certainly pegs you back a bit. But we'd still certainly feel that we could have gone on and put more on the board than we actually did.
And you, mate, you're probably the senior bowler in this lineup now, which maybe is the first time ever in England colours. And you've got a chance to take new wickets like Australia did. What have you said to the bowling group, and how are you looking to lead them?
Oh, you make me feel old there, Bucky. But it's obviously going in with a slightly different look attack to what obviously this test team's had with obviously Jimmy and Brody not playing this game. But look, I'm excited to get out there and hopefully put the ball in the right areas. I think we all. There's a few of us that have played in Australia, whether that be white ball or red ball cricket. So we kind of know what to expect from conditions. It's a matter about going out there and performing. We understand that if we can try and put Australia under pressure early, get a few early wickets, then hopefully we can do something similar to what they did to us. But, we've still got to be patient. Test cricket's obviously a long game. We all know that, 5 days, and we've got to be really patient today to try and get ourselves back in this game.
Is there a target you're trying to restrict Australia to, that you think that's okay, we can deal with them having that kind of lead?
We thought about numbers, mate, really too much, but obviously 147 is not a great first innings score, so I think we've got to just kind of take it as it comes and take it, I suppose hour by hour. We've obviously got to look to bowl Australia out. There's no doubt about that. We don't want to get them to have too much of a lead. In an ideal world, you keep them below 200, but a lot will depend on how the wicket plays today and moving forward. But as I said, it's hard to put a number on it. But we've got to go out there and be patient and try and play the long game and also look to attack when we can.
Just finally, how did you find bowling to back in the day, Chris? Back in his day, all those years ago.
He got a few runs against me actually. I feel like he scored a double at Edgbaston the one day for Derbyshire, so I don't really remember enjoying it too much. But it's always awkward to bowl at. I remember that, very awkward. But good player and good player.
Probably, yeah.
Hey, really appreciate your time. Good luck today and for the rest of the series.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Chris Wokes joining us here. Sorry, Buck, but you actually asked me to ask that question, didn't you?
Rubbish.
What will Marcus Harris's approach be, do you think? And is he better equipped now than ever before, in your mind, to succeed? He's been given the confidence of the selectors that they're going to pick him for hopefully a number of tests.
I think he's better equipped just because he has experience in international cricket. Now, one of the issues you have when you first go in is just the intensity, the scrutiny. I mean, we only have to look at yesterday and how we've almost ripped apart England's batting. I mean, in domestic level, that doesn't happen. You can miss out a few times. No one really says a thing, and then you get a good score, and you know there's a little bit of media around it. So you only really get the good things at domestic level. So when you play international level, you do get ripped apart, and it can wear you down. So I think that you just have to build up a bit of resilience around that, and no doubt Marcus will have that now. He will be fully eyes open what's coming his way in terms of that, but also in terms of England's strategy, because he'll know that they'll be coming around the wicket trying to nick him off.
He's looked at a test player at times. He really has. He's played beautiful shots, and you thought, wow, he's got. And then he's gone out when he's made a good start and hasn't been able to go on with it. Is that more mental or a shot selection, or more technical, do you think?
I think everything's related. It's not in kind of isolation. You know, sometimes you can get out playing what looks like a poor shot because technically you're not comfortable with your defence. So I think all these things work in tandem. So I dare say he's gone away and he's worked hard at his game. And he's older now. He's a bit wiser. You know, he'll be ready for this challenge. It's just up to him. And the one great thing is he knows, as I said, exactly how England are going to approach it.
Okay, so Smith and Labuschagne, obviously, along with Warner and hopefully Harris, hold the key to Australia's batting. Smith's batting in the last two Ashes series has just been extraordinary, and his numbers are probably second only to Bradman over a period of time. How are they going to attack him? They couldn't get him out in 2019. How are they going to do it this time?
Well, I mean, they've really got to look at India's blueprint and figure out that way, have that kind of attack the stumps, leg side field. I dare say they try and kind of restrict him through that way a little bit as well. They know if they can bowl the stumps, he only really hits to one quadrant. Kind of, he's going to hit to the leg side because of the way he moves across the pitch. So if they can be disciplined enough there and be patient enough and hope they can get a mistake out of Smith. If the ball's moving them, and that changes the dynamic as well. But apart from that, they're probably just going to have to be extremely patient and hope that he makes a mistake before they do.
And Marnus?
I don't think it's too dissimilar. One of the issues, I think, with Marnus, he's been just tinkering a little bit with his batting. He didn't have a great county season. He got out LBW a lot. I wonder if, a couple of things in his batting has just changed a little bit. Sometimes that can happen without you actually knowing it. Whether it's your alignment or your footwork or whatever. So maybe he's just figuring a few things out. He's had some really good moments from Queensland, had a couple of innings where he missed out as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he's figured a few of these kind of issues out.
And just finally, before we break, Travis Head.
Yeah, I mean, that's back to the point. One of the things I think about Travis Head is he in domestic level, and I see it a bit, he is so dominant. I mean, he comes out and he absolutely launches him, he smacks him, that kind of thing. And then he'll play, he'll play an amazing innings, and he'll play a terrible out, but no one will say anything.
Yeah.
Because it's domestic level, and he kind of gets away with it. But maybe the issue has been for him when he's played international level that people have jumped on those dismissals.
They have, really have.
And he hasn't quite figured out, how he's going to be, bold enough to just kind of keep pushing through that and not worry about what people say. So, I do expect him to come out and all guns blazing. That's the way he's been playing in domestic level. I think he'll be trying to put his hands through the ball a lot today.
Chris Rogers joining us as part of SEN Test cricket throughout the day. Day 2 from the Gabba. Australia begins shortly, an earlier start today as they pursue 147 delivered by England, and then some more. SEN Test cricket, we're going to speak to Nick Hockley very soon. Stay with us, all with thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
A few minutes is the time it takes to heat your meat pie. And the time it takes to give Keno a go. With a draw every few minutes, there's always time for a spot of Keno. Ready, set, Keno! From SA Lotteries. Gamble responsibly.
Bred on a cattle station in the Kimberley to withstand the Aussie life, Ringers Western have always stayed true to their roots. And though they're made to tough it out on the land that produced them, Ringers Western clothing looks great in the city. From tees and jackets to boots and denim. Because Ringers Western clothing is durable, adaptable, and the highest quality. Ringers Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com and get free shipping on orders over $150.
Up, down, turn it around. There is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down. Place it here or take it there. Low to the ground or high in the air. Top of the stack, worry now. If you want it off the ground, there is nothing like a crown. For picking it up and putting it down.
Call 131-604 or visit crown.com.
Get a new Nissan Navara STX dual cab 4x4 manual from only $54,790 drive away for ABN buyers and get a genuine Nissan tow bar. Test drive the new Nissan Navara today. T's and C's apply.
This time of year, it's jingle bells all the way to the Summer Scorcher sale on now at Tyre Power. Santa's #1 destination on Google Maps for safety. Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for the festive season. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the Summer Scorcher sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Spinifex Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! More noise.
There it is.
More history.
Brings up a century.
More pressure.
Caught by Stephen Smith, that short leg.
Don't miss the Vodafone Ashes Adelaide Test at Adelaide Oval, December 16 to 20. Search Ashes tickets. Hurry, seats selling fast.
And it's a very intense second innings here. Mackenzie to bowl. He lets rip. Oh, Miller has absolutely smashed this. High and long towards mid-off. Daniels may get there before Edwards. Or is that Williams? I think one of them has long hair and one may have a hat on. And it's a catch, I think. There's people in white running everywhere. And the score is now something for something.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
No forklift is as tough as a cat. While regular forklifts are playing with their dollies, the cat forklift is getting the job done. While regular forklifts are combing each other's hair, the cat forklift is doing both their work. The regular forklift says, I'll split it into 3 or 4 loads. The cat forklift says, load some more on. Have a cry to mummy, regular forklift. The cat has got work to do. Cat forklifts, only from United Forklifts. Call 131-607.
Ready to play your way on cricket with Betfair? It's a huge summer of cricket featuring the Big Bash and the Ashes. So if you want to find better value than the bookies, look no further than Betfair. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
And it's our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MU-X. Nick Hockley to join us shortly. Adam Collins about to say g'day as well as we look ahead to day 2. Time to get the latest odds, so now for Betfair. Play your way with Betfair on cricket this summer and gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858. It's good morning to Tom Haylock from Betfair. G'day, Tom. No, we just don't seem to have Tom there. We'll get back to him shortly. Colo, good morning to you.
Hello, Hutto. How are you?
Oh, good. What was the reaction like around the world to yesterday, and particularly in the mother country?
Yes, that's right. I did a number of interviews back to England last night, and fair to say that it's a brutal response. I mean, we talked a lot on the coverage yesterday about the toss, but with people waking up to that news in England and seeing the highlights, I think that kind of sharpened the focus. Also, the tweet from Queensland Police, I'm not sure if you caught this late yesterday, but it was something to the effect of 11 men masquerading as test batsmen, please report you found. That didn't go over too well in England either. So
they went early, didn't they? Queensland Police really take one.
Yeah, I suppose it's become part of the fray these days. James Anderson has talked in the past in long interviews around coming here for the 6th time, I think it is, if you include the one-day tour of 2002, that he feels like the entire country, it's not about 1 on 11 or 11 against 11, it's 25 million against 11, and I suppose that tweet yesterday feeds right into that.
So have they given up already the general press and the field back home, or they think they can fight their way through this?
You know, when something like that happens, there's that it's like the stages of grief, right? They experience 147 all out. They experience being 3 for 11, 4 for 29, the collapse of 5 for 35, root duck, all that. Then they go, well, I suppose both teams need to bat on it. And we have got that Chris Wokes, the Birmingham Botham. We have got Ollie Robinson, who takes his test wickets at 21. You know, they move on from it, and they're curious about today. However, Bharat Sundaresan, our colleague who's at the Gabba, has posted a photo of it looking absolutely delightful, not a cloud in the sky.
Looking at it now, the sun is shining back, isn't it?
And on that basis, they're like, oh no, everything's against us. Didn't get to bowl in the gloom last night. Australia are going to bat all day. It's going to be a disaster. So they've repositioned again.
Would have been fascinating to see how Australia would have gone if they had to face an awkward session in the dark last night, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. No one likes batting just for a short period under lights. It feels like everyone's bowling about 15 kilometres quicker. So, yeah, probably an opportunity missed there for England, but obviously out of their control. As you say that, Adam, no clouds in the sky, day 2 at the Gabba. I mean, this is the day, particularly if you're batting middle order, 4 or 5, 6, you're thinking if the top order can just do a little bit of work and then I can get myself in, I'm going to go big.
Does it get quicker there? We often hear that it gets quicker on day 2. Is this one of these Brisbane cliches that you hear over the years, or is that the lived experience as a top order player?
No, it does. So the first day is a little bit like it's tennis ball, and scoring doesn't happen very quickly. You've got to defend. It's really hard to score on the front foot, that kind of thing. And then day 2, it's zinging through. But what happens then too is because it's zinging through, you can score 360 degrees around the ground, and it only has to hit the bat and it flies off. So I'd expect that while there might be, if they can put the ball in the right areas and get the ball to move, they might find some edges. But equally, if they don't get it right, the ball's going to fly to the boundary.
And easier to leave on length, I suppose, for someone like Marcus Harris, who'll be looking to get himself into his innings early on.
Oh, look, I don't think... I mean, if anything, it should have been easy to leave on length yesterday because... Right. And that depends on the length that the bowlers are bowling. But if you bowl slightly not on a full length, you know that's with the tennis ball bounce, it's going to go over the stump. So that's probably, if they reflect back to yesterday, I think that they'll think we just played way too many deliveries that we didn't need to.
All right, we'll take a short break. We didn't quite catch up with the team from Betfair, but if you're going to have a bet, find better odds on Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858. Colo and Buck to join us throughout the day. Gerard back in the chair next as we speak to Nick Hockley, the Cricket Australia's CEO. This is our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MU-X.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. Jordan De Goey's United States court case has been adjourned until January after the Collingwood player appeared via video link. The charges come after a night out in New York in October. His lawyer was this morning told a decision on the charges will be handed down on January 18. Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce has tested positive for COVID after arriving in the United States. He had been in London. In a statement, Mr Joyce says he'd been experiencing mild symptoms and chose to get tested. Canada and Britain have joined Australia and the US in their diplomatic boycott of Beijing Winter Games. Australian Olympic Committee CEO Matt Carroll has told Nine He's confident the boycotts won't overshadow the games for the athletes.
The athletes are they're all overseas at the moment preparing for the games. Very focused, and our job is to mainly addressing the remnants and hopefully the remnants of the pandemic, getting them there safely so they can compete well and come home safely.
Queensland has hit 80% fully vaccinated, joining South Australia and Tasmania. A bushfire near the popular tourist destination of Margaret River in Western Australia's southwest has become more intense, and people in the area have been told to evacuate. Emergency WA issued the emergency warning yesterday to residents in the Lalor National Park region. Emergency WA says the fire is escalating due to a heavy fuel load on the national park floor. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
Richmond Premiership player Jacob Townsend spoke to SEN Breakfast about why he decided to retire from the game this week.
As I said, the last sort of 4 years I've been fighting for that spot on the list, and I thought it was a bit of time for me to move on and try and have a bit more certainty in my life.
With us next.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Dwayne's World with Dwayne Russell.
Hi, Dwayne here. Thanks for listening and giving me a call on Dwayne's World's open line in 2021. I can't wait to do it all again in 2022. Have a safe and happy holiday period. I'll be back with Midday Madness, taking your calls, 1300 736 736. Put that number in your phone. You call, you get on. That's the Midday Madness promise. I'll catch you for Dwayne's World next year.
Download the SEN app, pair it to your car and listen live anywhere.
Laurenex Cleaning, official commercial cleaning partner for Port Adelaide Football Club. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Partly cloudy in Adelaide today, 22, mostly sunny tomorrow, 24, sunny on Saturday, 29, sunny Sunday, 35. And for the Toyota Fortuner empowered with the freedom to move, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN. The Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
The sun is out for the start of day 2 at the Gabba. Australia 25 minutes away from beginning its first innings. England all out for 147. Gerard Whateley and Anthony Hudson with you on SEN Test Cricket, our pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MUX. Day 2 of a test match. It's our chance to check in with the top office at Cricket Australia. The chief executive is Nick Hockley. Nick, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Gerard, morning. Thanks for having me.
The captain said it was the dream start. How did the chief executive feel about the way day 1 unfolded?
Oh, it's just magnificent. I mean, I think that first ball, that's going to get a moment that's going to go down in Ashes folklore, and they just continue through the day. So just, absolutely thrilled, and it's going to be a long series. And there were times over the last 6 months we thought it might not happen. So to see a packed Gabba was just absolutely fantastic.
So for a whole lot of reasons, was there, I don't know whether it's relief or satisfaction in watching that day unfold?
I think a whole host of things, and I think I made a phone call just before the coin toss to my equivalent, Tom Harrison at UCB, just really to say a big thank you for everybody's work and effort behind the scenes to make it all happen, and we just cannot wait for a really compelling series, and we're just very, very grateful that it's all able to unfold.
And how significant to have the team play well is? It's been an unsettled calendar year, really, in Australian cricket. Is it significant that under the new regime they had such an outstanding day?
I think it is, and I think it comes off the back of that wonderfully successful T20 World Cup. So, it has been a journey. I remember probably when we last spoke, just coming back from the West Indies and Bangladesh, and a whole host of really, really tough conversations about how we everyone takes accountability, role clarity, and just how we're going to really focus on these two campaigns. And what we saw at the T20 World Cup is we saw our T20 side performing to their potential, and just a fantastic start yesterday at the Gabba, and let's hope we keep the focus and continue that form through the series.
The start was at the Gabba. Where will the end be, Nick? Where will the fifth test be?
Yeah, we're just extremely disappointed. I have to say, I've just gutted that we, through this pandemic, we've done everything we possibly can to play the schedule as planned, and unfortunately, for the cricket fans of WA, we weren't able to play in person. We're just working that through now as an absolute priority, and we'll be making some announcements hopefully in the not too distant future.
The Western Australian Police Minister described Cricket Australia as completely inflexible and a pretty poor organisation. I wonder if you feel the same way toward the government. Is that criticism unfair?
I think that's entirely unfair. I think we've worked really constructively with governments right around the country all throughout the last 18 months, including the Western Australian government. So that's certainly not reflective of the conversations and the spirit of the conversations that I've been having with counterparts over in Western Australia, and everyone's been extremely constructive. And in the end, delivering a test match, it's a massive endeavour, massive logistical endeavour, a major event, 5 days, a huge number of production personnel, and in the end, it became pretty clear in the last 10 days that it was just logistically not feasible. So I actually haven't seen those comments, but they're certainly not reflective of the discussions that I've been part of.
So, good morning, Nick. Were they unreasonable then in the end, the WA government?
I think they've been consistent, that they've got very strict rules. Unfortunately, I think people have made comparisons to the AFL. The AFL were able to put in an additional bye round and get that 2 weeks clear. That wasn't something that was possible. England have got further commitments beyond this, and we only had a short gap between the fourth and the fifth test. So, I think we worked constructively with the stadium, with WA Police to try and find solutions, which effectively created a 14-day, very strict lockdown bubble. But, in the end, that would have prejudiced the broadcast in Sydney and also made it very difficult in Perth. So, I think in the end, it just became unfeasible. And I'm very, very appreciative for all the work over many, many weeks by lots of people at the stadium, WA Health, WA Police, hotels, our broadcasters, but unfortunately it was just not possible. We would have absolutely loved to play. It's an incredible stadium. It's never hosted an Ashes test before, so we certainly share in the disappointment. But we now have to move on, and we're working as a priority to finalise where we're going to play the fifth test.
What is the number one priority in making that decision? Is it money or a bigger picture than that?
We'll take into account a range of considerations, and it'll be a balance of considerations.
Who's in for it, Nick? Who are you weighing up?
We've had lots of interest, and I won't go into specifics because we're just working through the details now. But as I said, we're working to come to a position as quickly as possible, working through all the detail. So hopefully there'll be a decision and an announcement in the not too distant future.
The Prime Minister has stumped up for Hobart. Does that hold any sway?
I think as I said, we've had lots of interest. I think what that shows is just the prestige, the history, how compelling an Ashes test is. So we've tried to be fair to everyone. We've given everyone an opportunity. We'll be taking into account a range of considerations, and ultimately it's my job to put a recommendation to the board.
And the pink ball, so that's essential because the Perth is prime time. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's right. So certainly when we had to come to choose and to look to move the fifth test, that was a prerequisite with our broadcast partners that we maintain that evening time slot on the East Coast. So yes, the plan is for wherever it's played, it will be a day-night test ping ball.
And is that something that could potentially be something that is done again in the future, if in fact you choose Sydney or Melbourne, that we could actually see a day-night test in one of those venues in the future if this goes really well?
Well, I think it's a pretty unique set of circumstances that we're facing now, and I think everyone's had to be really flexible through this time. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes, and as we go forward, I suppose nothing's off the table.
Nick Hockley's the Chief Executive at Cricket Australia. Nick, the 2 weeks leading up to the Ashes was marred by the loss of a captain, and the personal toll that it's taken on him sees him not as part of this series. The previous chairman and Cricket Tasmania in particular were critical, appalling and abandoned, accusing Cricket Australia of its conduct towards its former captain. Did Cricket Australia abandon Tim Payne?
Look, it's obviously just a really, really difficult situation. I think let's not forget that it was Tim's decision to step aside, and I think certainly for that that was a decision that the board felt was appropriate. Certainly I feel Tim deserves a lot of respect. He's been an exemplary captain throughout his three years, done a phenomenal job, and it's just a very, very difficult situation, but certainly really got a level of respect that he has. Whilst he's made a big mistake, he's owned it, and he's stepped aside to really prioritise and look after his family. So just a very difficult situation all round.
Could he have expected a greater level of support from an organisation that he served extremely well in a difficult time as captain?
Look, I think we've really sought to support him. As I said, it was Tim's decision to step aside, and I know certainly the head coach has been down to see him. We've had members of our high performance set up go down to Tassie. The Tasmanian cricket community have put their arms around him. Everyone really wants to support him as best we can.
How did the board and management, Nick, feel that they would reach the opposite outcome with the same information as you articulated in the Saturday press conference, with no change to the integrity report and the investigation of the time?
Yeah, I think it's to make those really clear. What the board is saying is if presented with the same information currently, then maybe they would have made a different decision. But that was, as I say, that was post Tim stepping aside as captain. So it's really the current board, based on current circumstances, would have made a different decision. And that is, what has happened in the intervening period is there's been a huge amount of work done on player education, very clear expectations around use of social media, player behaviour, and ultimately it's in that context that those comments were made.
But isn't, Nick, that a case of classic double jeopardy? He got tried for the same crime twice in different times where attitudes and work had changed, and having been cleared by an integrity report which didn't alter, the opposite verdict was reached, was articulated on him.
Well, as I said, I think we can't forget that it was Tim that made his own decision to step aside. The board felt that was appropriate. There was, I think it was the current board made their position clear that is behaviour that, in current circumstances, with all of the education, is deemed not appropriate. So, but as I said, Tim made the decision to step aside. We're very focused now on supporting him, and I would say full respect for Tim. He made a big mistake. He served Australian cricket as captain supremely well over the last number of years. He's paid an enormously high price, and a lot of respect for him stepping aside to focus on his family. But we're all very, very concerned to make sure that Tim is well supported.
Do you want to see him playing cricket again for Australia or his state?
Absolutely, would love to see him play again for both his state and for Australia. We want to see him back out there playing and performing as quickly as possible.
So broadly, are you comfortable with the way Cricket Australia handled what was a difficult situation?
I think I've made my comments. I think a lot of respect for Tim for owning his mistake, and our job now is to really support him, and we'll continue to educate the players. We really our modern day athletes and cricket players in particular are role models, and a huge amount of work is going on to make sure that everyone's clear and understands their responsibility, and I think ultimately we all need to take the learnings from what has been a very, very difficult situation, particularly for Tim, but for everyone involved.
On the question of leadership, Nick, with the change that was made, is the Dave Warner scenario was reinvigorated. Is there any appetite to review Warner's permanent leadership ban in every level of cricket in Australia?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's at this point it's hypothetical. I know there was some commentary about potentially David. If he were to take a leadership position for a BBL franchise. We haven't been approached yet by any BBL franchises. So at this stage, that's a hypothetical that would need to be discussed if that situation arose. But I think our focus has been on captaincy succession and on the process to appoint Pat and Steve to their leadership positions, and so we'll cross that bridge if and when it comes up.
If he had the desire, could he expect a hearing, or the default position was the finding of the time, the verdict of the time? Would you give him a fresh hearing if he asked?
Again, I think that's something we need to discuss as and when it comes up, and it's not something we've considered deeply at this stage.
Nick, we'll look forward to seeing you in Adelaide.
Brilliant. Look forward to it. Thanks, Gerard.
Good on you. Nick Hockley is the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. He joins us on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The sun is shining at the Gabba. We'll touch base with the commentary box and set up for the first ball next.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
The team at Parafield Airport Liquor Store know their stuff. So much so, they've become pals with boardrooms and bars all across Adelaide. Sure, they can provide the favourites for your next function or event, but it's their unique range of beers, wines and liquor that'll make everyone ask, where'd you get this great drop that sets them apart? And there's so much more than just a liquor store. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch,
a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless multifunction powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
G'day landscape gurus. Want something to make you look even better than you already do? Install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. They're designed to improve water efficiency, throwing the right amount of water effectively and getting the best results from your lawns. You can have a green lawn in no time. Don't believe me? Just look at the MCG's outfield. Smooth and pristine green. They installed Rainbird, so install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
G'day, it's Merv Hughes here. In my day, I loved battling the ponds, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. But she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP Direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Plenty to digest and discuss through an extended opening session of play, which is 5 minutes away. So we'll shortly see Australia bat in the commentary box at the Gabba. Bharat Sundaresan and Ian Healy. Welcome to you both, gents.
Thanks very much, Gerard. Lovely to be with you. It's a nice day here.
And that's, beautiful. Yes, sun out.
Sun's very much out. The sky is blue. I'm not sure whether there's expected build-up for a late afternoon thunderstorm. We'll look at that soon, because right now it needs a lot of patience by the England quicks. They can't be too aggressive this morning, which is going to be hard. The natural instinct is to come out and try and get Australia out for less than 150. Well, they won't do that by trying too hard. They've got to be extremely patient, Bharat.
Yeah, very much so. And I had the pleasure of doing the pitch inspection alongside Joe Root. And he had that look on his face saying, I still think it was the right decision to bat on it, because the pitch does seem to have settled down a lot more. There are a couple of dry spots developing, which you would expect, and a very minor crack, but still early days for that. And I saw later on, Heels and I did, Justin Langer walked out there, and he was observing those spots as well. But I still think there are runs to be made here. Like Heels said, the sun is out, it's a warm day. They just have to stick to their lens. And basically, there are a lot of those ball marks on the pitch. Yeah. And England can just look at those and just use that as a blueprint to know where they want to pitch the ball, to the seamers in particular.
Is there a way back for England, Heels?
Yes, there is, Gerard, and you can never not think that at this early stage of a match. As I said, they've got to be really patient. A bit like Australia yesterday, they didn't blast England out. They put the ball in the right spots and England got out. So England have got to really put the ball in the right spot. Now, do they know what the right spot is? Playing here just once every 4 years with different teams, they might know the wicket as much as the Australians do, and so if they're too short, they're in trouble, right? So it's 5.5 metres from the batsman's stumps is the length they need to pitch the ball, and then do one thing that the Australians weren't good at yesterday, and get your bouncer right. Yeah. the Australia's bouncer went down leg, went too high, all that sort of stuff. They didn't even need to spend any time getting that right. But England, every couple of overs need a good bumper, high over off stump, over the right shoulder of a right-handed batsman, and see what they want to do to it. Then follow it up with good length, good patient length, and make it really hard for the first hour.
So there's a lot to discuss as this day unfolds, not the least of which, Bharat, were you seen signing autographs on the way out of the Gabba last night?
Well, it goes back a long way. I would have posed for selfies as well if they asked me. I'm just a matter of time before, one of these cricketers who I keep observing in the nets walks up to me and asks for my autograph on something. Like Kane Williamson does still want to know whether he's twirling his bat or not in the net every time he's in the net. In fact, New Zealand batting coach was worried that I might take his job 2 years ago.
They thought he was the Indian Bon Jovi. Stanley Street yesterday.
He's the net whisperer. It's great to have you as part of it. We'll touch base right throughout the day. Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan there in the box at the Gabba. The pitch inspection for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And this has been the pre-game show for the all-new Isuzu MU-X.
The first session for Raydell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy.
The Australian batsmen are out and on their way to the middle at the Gabba. This session is for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Bright, sunny skies at the Gabba. It does look rather perfect for batting. The weather for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Damien, Fleming, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gerard and listeners. It's almost like we've skipped a day because this is what we normally expect from day one at the Gabba with the conditions. It is blue skies. It looks very hot. The pitch looks good. Dave Warner's walking out the bat with Marcus Harris. So great opportunity here, particularly for Marcus Harris, who averages low 20s. Only averages 18 at the Gabba overall. So, he's got to get over a barrier that he hasn't got over consistently for Australia. He's always, when he has been dropped, gone back and dominated Victoria. But he's talked about adjusting his game. Went over to England, averaged 54 for Leicester. So English conditions seaming and swinging. Hopefully that new technique or new setup will produce some good results and plenty of runs for him today.
What has he sorted out in his game, and what can Dave Warner do? Is he loves nothing more than being able to seize the initiative for Australia. So what will his approach be? Chris Wokes, you've heard from in the pre-match. They turn to him with 3 slips and a gully in place. What are we going to see, Flem?
Dave Warner, don't walk across your crease if it's full, please. Just, you know what I'd love to see? A confident forward defence or a confident leave.
Brace yourselves, because a lot can happen in the first ball, as it turns out. Dave Warner has the strike for Australia. England all out for 147. Chris Wokes with the new Kookaburra in hand. As England look to fight back. Wokes right arm over, bowls to Warner, who tips and runs, drops it to cover, takes off, a shy at the non-strikers, hits Warner, ricochets out into the deep. They won't go for any extra runs and it won't reach the boundary. Stokes, the fielder, heaved it in, so Stokes and Warner engaged right at the start, and Australia immediately. The sign with Warner is the call. You know when he's confident.
Yeah.
When he drops it, shouts yes, hairs off. Good signs.
Yep, very good. I mean, there was some signs last year I was concerned that he's been such a power athlete with his running between the wickets and his fielding in the outfield, the bull. But picking up a few soft tissue issues last year wasn't the sign of an ageing athlete, but the T20 World Cup and his man of the series efforts throughout that whole tournament suggested that, no, his body's fine. And he's ready to go, and he was happy to face the first ball because Marcus Harris certainly likes facing the first ball, but he's facing the second one.
Is this to be Marcus Harris's time? Wokes bowls to him. He's on the back foot defending a rising delivery. Up off the stickers. Got it safely to turf. Might have been an interesting moment if there'd been a bat pad.
Have a bat pad. If the wickets are slow and they're seaming, always have a bat pad. You're always a chance, aren't they? Because also I reckon it forces you to bowl fuller. Because that is a genuine wicket-taking option at the Gabba.
in these conditions. 2 short balls from Wokes. He's actually picked to swing the ball around. He's going to have to pitch it up another couple of metres.
Wokes strides in and bowls. Again, a rising delivery that Harris is in behind, and it's up near the handle and the gloves. Drops at his toes.
It's rising, but he could have a little nap by the time it pitched and actually hit the bat. It's too short. The one thing England can learn from the Australians is the blueprint yesterday. And Cummins and Hazelwood, who normally, bash that 8 metre short of a length, that they bowled a lot more fuller, more that 5-6 metre mark that Ian Healy was talking about.
Yep.
And Wokes doesn't have their pace. He has to get it up there.
3 slips ready themselves. Wokes bowls and Harris drives through cover. His first runs. There's at least a couple. Stokes goes back with Hamid. And 2 to the total. Harris underway. Australia none for 3.
Yep, better length though. Wasn't in the middle of the bat, but, you've got to maximise the swing and the seam. Particularly if it is going to be a hot day there. It's going to bait the pitch, so, it's going to dry it out. That means that there'll be less movement off the seam, potentially in the air as well.
Harris's course through his Test career resumes as he's tucked up on leg stump, a ball into the body.
So even though the line was middle and leg, it was just an uncomfortable length there for Marcus Harris, and he just didn't look like he was going to hit the middle of the bat. Also, you brought it up already, they could go to bat pad.
Yep.
That ball.
He's had 3 and 3 in the over, could have gone to bat pad.
Oof.
It takes away Harris's margin for error if someone's in under the helmet.
And it's uncomfortable when you're batting.
Wokes to complete the first over of the Australian innings. It's a full ball. It's jagged away through cover. Hamid again on the job to do the fielding.
Good fielding.
Yep, a single take, and Warner sends Harris back, who had a mind for a couple. It's none for 4. Harris is 3, Warner is 1. So Harris came into the Australian side when Warner was suspended. He played the full summer, 4 tests against India, where he was impressive. He was arguably Australia's best batsman in that series.
Didn't get on to score 100.
Didn't go on to score 100. Then was frivolous with his wicket against Sri Lanka, which told against him. He lost his place to Bancroft in the Hunger Games battle ahead of the Winter Ashes. Bancroft failed. He replaced him and did nothing special. 8-19, 13-6, 3 and 9. And then he was on the back burner at the start of last summer. He played the final test when Pukovsky was injured. He wasn't in the frame when they went for a makeshift opening pair at the top. Burns, who was hopelessly out of form, and Wade, who was sacrificed going up to open. So that told you how far back in the pecking order he had dropped. But Pukovsky gets injured in Brisbane, and it was Sydney. Harris gets a look in Brisbane. Again, 5 and 38, nothing special, but has fought his way to the front of the queue with Pukovsky out of business now.
Also, I really like that George Bailey just anointed early that he was opening and gave him clear space. And I think that's a decision from a recently retired player.
Ollie Robinson, first ball on Australian soil, bowls to Harris. It's past the outside edge. Nice shape. The bowlologist approves.
So we know the speed clock isn't always correct, but that ball was 14 kilometres slower than Wokes, but looks more dangerous because it actually kissed a beautiful length. That's a cracker. I mean, this is what Robinson did against New Zealand and India, and that's why he's averaging close to 6 wickets a test. He doesn't need to leave that length too much. Beautiful delivery.
Good first impressions from Ollie Robinson. He's got 3 slips and a gully in place as support. He's bowling to Marcus Harris, who plays off an outside edge to gully on the bump. It's fielded by Pope, no run.
Yeah, Robinson will be nowhere near as quick as Wokes or Wood on display today, but did take 28 wickets at 20 during the home summer, led all comers against India with 21 at 21. Goes just 2.7 runs and over as well. His last 2 seasons of domestic cricket, he's averaged 12.5 and 17.9.
Yeah. Bowled long spells. Yep. Got big Indian wickets. Really liked it. I mean, on the flatter Australian pitches, we'll see how we go, but this is all set up for Robinson today.
Tall figure on approach, bowls, and Harris plays the ball to point. No run as Hamid does the fielding.
When the captain says don't waste the new ball, Robinson's doing exactly what his captain wants. He's making them play. They're not half volley length. The first one really moved away. The other two haven't. So there's a little bit of natural variation in the pitch. Fantastic start.
So he's clocking at 123, 125 and 127.
That's slow.
As he warms to his work. And the cordon's up a fraction. Robinson bowls and Harris is beaten past the outside edge. So twice.
Beautiful.
In 4 balls.
Beautiful. I'll be very interested to see Robinson's pitch map. You can see just high release too. So there's less pace, but he's coming right over the top. So he's maximising the bounce that he can with his height and his action. But he's not getting into that trap of bowling too short. You don't want to get played comfortably on the back foot in the first session. You want to get them caught between front foot and back foot, pushing away from the ball.
It's a searching test for Harris. Robinson's at him again. This time he leaves on the line that he's been beaten twice in the over.
Yep, and that one jagged back in. So I don't think he'd be controlling this, but good natural variation, excellent length. Getting a slow-mo of his action on the TV. So it's quite an athletic run-up, the load-up. He's a side-on bowler. Release is 12 o'clock, and you can see the stable seam from release. Excellent.
It's an impressive start from Ollie Robinson. He bowls to Harris, who plays with bat and pad tightly together back down the pitch. A maiden to start from Robinson. Australia none for 4 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
No forklift is as tough as a cat. While regular forklifts are playing with their dollies, the cat forklift is getting the job done. While regular forklifts are combing each other's hair, the cat forklift is doing both their work. The regular forklift says, I'll split it into 3 or 4 loads. The cat forklift says, load some more on. Have a cry to mummy, regular forklift. The cat has got work to do. Cat forklifts, only from United Forklifts. Call 131 607.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Chris Rokes, ball in hand, begins the fresh over to Warner, who's beaten on a ball that left him a much better length, Flem, than you saw in that opening over from Wokes.
And I think with Wokes, that was a legitimate away swinger that we see from James Anderson. Have a look at the release. Yes, it was. Seam was angled towards first slip, and just before it landed, it just hooped a little bit. Excellent skills. So Wokes likes it. So what's your bowling plan? Continue with that and then set them up for the in-swinger.
Wokes on the follow-up. Warner's in behind it, tucks it back. Wokes fields in the follow-through, shies. Warner scrambles back to his crease. It's all action in the middle. None for 4.
Beautiful bowling from Wokes, so it's taken an over, but he's adjusted. Robinson, a lot of dot balls. Definitely in that avenue of apprehension. You can see that Warner and Harris, when it hits that length, they can't get forward. They're not going to go back on the back foot.
There is the hint of an early nick here.
Yeah.
Challenging fast bowling at the start of day 2 at the Gabba. Warner faces up. Wokes bowls to him. He tucks it off his pads. Wide of mid-on. Takes the quick single as Wood scrambles around to Fields. Warner is 2, Australia none for 5.
And you think England need to get that early wicket. They've got to get to Marnus and Smithy
with the new ball.
They look the 2 dominant players. England dominated our left-handers in 2019, and they've got a plethora of them here. So I think they'll bowl well to our lefties. But Marnus and Smithy are the outliers. They're the guys that average 60 in Test match cricket, right-handers. You don't want them coming in where Australia are well set from an opening partnership.
Point and square leg, mid-off and mid-on. And the conventional 3 slips a gully and fine leg. From the Vulture Street ends, Chris Wokes on approach. Marcus Harris is on 3, and he leaves tight to the off stump.
That's good Test match cricket. Good Test match cricket. Excellent bowling, good leave. And I think That's probably where Marcus Harris has been working in his setup and being able to play in the V better, not collapsing that back leg and trying to hit the ball too square. And then as an opening batsman, knowing where your off stump is and leaving the ball. We saw yesterday, it virtually has to be a half volley length to hit the stumps.
Wokes in, bowls and left again on the same line from Harris.
Very good. So Harris now leaving. What does Wokes do? Does he adjust? Does he try and go the in-swinger early? Does he come around the wicket? It's very good.
Challenging stuff. England have got to do a lot right with only 147 on the board. Wokes to tidy out his second over, a shorter ball, and Harris's inside it allows it to pass through to Butler. None for 5 after 3 overs. On the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
G'day, it's Merv Hughes here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry's super fun for all Australians. The Barmies have the trumpet out early. No sign of the Stormtroopers, who are usually day 2. I wonder if they're Saturday, though, day 4 with this test, as we've had sort of different starts. They're hard to miss. They come in after the first over, so they're not here on the Thursday. Robinson to Warner, well outside the off stump and left enough alone.
Maybe in another universe at this stage.
Colo, the fascination with Warner is home versus away. And it never played out more dramatically than 2019 in England, and then what happened on return in the Australian summer. A figure who might have been humiliated and instead just made runs for fun, and Adelaide will live long in the memory for that.
Yes, 95 runs at 9.5 against England in 2019.
Wow.
Broad getting him 7 times.
Robinson right arm over bowls, and Warner's in behind it defending.
Which set any number of historical marks for a player that went throughout a series without being dropped. In Australia, Warner averages 63 with 18 centuries. Away from home, he has 5 centuries and averages 33. At the Gabba, though, he loves it. 9 test matches, averages 62, 4 tons, including 124 against England to start the 2013 Ashes series. All up against England, averages 39, but all of his Ashes hundreds are in Australia.
So they've seen plenty of him in these conditions. Bright sunshine in Brisbane, Warner's 2, and he's leaving a rising delivery outside the off stump.
And it's not foreign, Colo, is it, to have home and away stats like that? I think it was someone like Alan Border and maybe Steve Waugh who were pretty equal everywhere, or slightly better away. But the general trend is more dominant at home. And that's why I thought they might go Usman Khawaja, just because of his dominance at home, averaging 53.
Yeah, it's a big disparity. 63 at home and 33 away.
Yeah.
The left-handed Warner readies himself. Robinson on approach to him, and he defends from the line of the off stump.
It's watchful cricket, they have to be. Robinson has not bowled one bad ball in the 10. You can see why he's had such a... Well, he burst onto the scene, last summer in England. Big wicket taker.
7 wickets in his first test match. He's 28 years of age as well. They've been preparing him for this for a couple of years.
Man of the match in the Headingley test against India is the one that sort of lives in the mind. England won by an innings, and he was the wrecker in the second innings of that. He bowls, and Warner plays the 4 ball straight to mid-off, takes off. Harris was a fraction hesitant, but it was safe enough as Stokes had a little bit of ground to make to his left. None for 6. Warner's 3.
Yeah, he's nowhere near as fast, but when you say that age group in the first-class career, it reminds me a bit of Stuart Clark from Australia. No one was pumping up Saaf to get picked and all that sort of stuff. When he went to South Africa, perfect for bowling there, as would Robinson. And then the 06-07 Ashes, he was probably the dominant bowler, Stuart Clark. around all those other legends. But at 30 years of age, I reckon Stuart Clark was. You know, he was match hardened from years of Shield cricket. You know, being dropped, being injured. By the time he played, he knew his game really well.
Harris has changed his bat after seeing 14 balls. Did he not like the feel of it, or did he do a little bit of damage? The new cue in hand. Harris beaten past the outside edge, squared up by Robinson. It's a good challenge that Robinson is offering him. Did he get one with thinner edges? End of the over. None for 6. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Merry Christmas. Be adventure ready this Christmas with Dometic. The 10 days of Christmas sale is now on. Stock up and save with Dometic drinkware. Thermo bottles, thermo tumblers. There's a Dometic drinkware solution to quench every thirst. Purchase any drinkware and get 50% off a second. Give the gift of adventure this festive season and spend it outdoors with Dometic. Dometic 10 days of Christmas sale now on. T's and C's apply. Exclusively available at Dometic.com.
The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin. None for 6 Australia. 3 each for the openers. Warner to see the first ball of the fresh over from Wokes. He's got a lovely stride in. He bowls and he's driven through mid-off for 4. The first incursion made by Dave Warner. A lovely, fluent bat stroke. None for 10. Foxtel's 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's an inviting length, so, you know, I don't mind Wokes bowling fuller than shorter, but that was a beautiful check drive. He didn't try to overhit it. He made sure he was balanced, provided a full face of the bat.
Wokes in the follow-up, left alone by Warner, who swivels with the ball wider outside the off stump.
Wokes is seen as a banker for England in modern times. He always plays when he's fit, but he only played one test match this summer due to a heel injury. Picked up 7 wickets against India, including 4 for 55 at the Oval to bowl him out for 191. However, in Australia, last time around, 10 wickets at 50.
What about his away record, full stop? I don't think he's a banker. I think he's a very good player in English conditions. I was surprised he got picked for this test match.
He's bowling to Warner, who leaves a wider one still outside the off stump.
Yeah, sort of, you know, and I rate his batting, which beeps their batting, but I thought the Stuart Broad right now would be bowling around the wicket to these 2 left-hand Australian batsmen.
Away from home, 25 wickets at 52.
Yeah, so that's not a banker. He can't play away from home unless maybe South Africa, New Zealand, and on certain pitches here. I can't see him playing 5 test matches unless they're bowler friendly, which they could be with the weather. 2 date nighters.
Wokes past the umpire bowls and Warner shies out of the way of a well-placed shorter delivery. Goes through past his chest over the top of the stumps.
So I wonder in selection who Broad, it was Broad or, you know, there was the slash with Leach, the spinner. I think the spinner had to play. You need to be at least... and his left arm orthodox for Smith and Marnus. But, yeah, I wonder who it was out of.
Yes, the last question that was posed was the spinner or Broad. So the quicks were all favoured.
Yeah, the 3 were ahead of Broad.
Yeah, so Wokes outside the off stump, left again by Warner.
It's funny when you have a record like that, you know, it does continue. And he was just all over our left hand. It wasn't just Warner, was it? It was Harris, it was Head, it was Khawaja.
Wokes' last ball of his 3rd over. He delivers it to Warner, who's tucked up in defence. Got a little tangled. Ball falls to his feet. He leans down, picks it up, tosses it to the field. End of 5 overs, none for 10. Australia on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
It's cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. In our conversation there, just the thought that England have been overthinking this, having neither Anderson nor Broad there and winning the toss and batting yesterday. Harris sees Robinson. He keeps the bat well out of the way. Ball outside the off stump. Damien Fleming's in the experts chair for the start of play. Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. So running bowlology over what we're seeing from the English quicks, and Simon Katich is in to run the eye over the Australian openers. Kat, welcome back.
Good morning, Gerard, and good morning to all our listeners.
Simon.
Clem, how are you, mate?
Yeah, just didn't acknowledge me there.
Sorry, mate, we
I'm
walked
right
down
next
together,
to you,
didn't
but
we?
yeah.
Sorry, mate. Morning, Colo.
Morning, Cat.
Warner is 7, Harris is 3. Australia none for 10. As Harris is edging the third slip. Has he been picked up low down? He has. Harris nicks off and Ollie Robinson gets the first wickets. It's textbook stuff from the English quick. And Harris, who has worked tirelessly over the past 12 months, meets a grim and familiar fate. He's gone for 3, Australia 1 for 10.
He's bowled beautifully, Robinson. He hasn't bowled one bad ball, and he's got the wicket. He deserved it. And on some grounds in Australia, it wouldn't have carried Caddo. We know at the Wacker and Perth Stadium. But because it's not a drop-in pitch, it does actually, you actually run up to bowl, so that a lot of those slips catches, we saw a couple yesterday, they just go that extra metre or two. Good catch. Marcus Harris probably hasn't answered the questions about his technique at test match level, but Robinson, this is what we saw over in England, the England-like conditions, and he hasn't let him down.
Yeah, he's an impressive bowler. I think what stood out is that the pace has gone up in this second and third over of his. He started in the mid-120s, probably a little bit down on what he normally is, but what was noticeable early was the bounce and obviously the consistency in his length. And on that occasion, just lured Harris to just poke at one outside off stump. He'll be disappointed to nick that. It was a comfortable catch for Milan, and Australia now 1 for 10.
And we were talking earlier, the importance of getting Smith and Marnus in on these conditions, because I think they'll bowl well to our lefties, but the two men who average 60, they're the two stumbling blocks that are ahead of England getting back into this test series.
Well, these two here and Smith are the biggest questions for England. They have to saw them all off for probably 20 or 30 each, and if they do that, they're back in the test match. But Marnus averaging just under 100 here at the Gabba. He loves it. He's had a good start to the season for Queensland. We know that he's going to be up for it, but this is going to be a good challenge because Robinson gets the ball to move both ways. He's into the 130s now. Wokes has had a pretty good start, so they've just got to chip away here, England, and if they can have Australia 3 for 20, they're right back in the test match.
It was so important to get the early breakthrough. So that the Harris question just remains open, and it will do for a few tests, is George Bailey's made that clear. They want him to have a sustained run at it, feeling like maybe he hasn't had that since he first came into the side, but it does rely on him having cured a few technical issues, and he was threatening to nick one right through Robinson's spell, and he eventually did. Labuschagne to see his first ball. Robinson is with him and he leaves the ball close to the off stump. It's a nice angle to that.
There was. I think that's the thing about Robinson is that he's going to mix up. He's talked about it pre-series. He will mix up his release point on the crease. And that's something that can play on the batsman's vision and obviously with their eye line. And on that occasion, we look at the replay of Marcus Harris, just got lured into poking at a ball outside off stump. He didn't quite cover the line of the ball on the move, and Milan took a decent catch at third.
Robinson bowls to Labuschagne, who plays out of the stumps. He turned the wrists, opened the face, ran it out near point, no run.
Well, the release points that in consecutive balls were different. They're not actual swingers. He seamed the ball away from Harris, and then he's bowling wide of the crease to the right-handed Marnus, angling in and getting it to seam away. So he knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, the challenge here for Marnus Labuschagne is he's got a leg gully in and a catching square leg just in front of the umpire. So he knows he's going to probably try and nip the ball back in, but he's also got to be mindful of the one that he stands up and moves to the slips and to Joss Butler.
Robinson bowls and Labuschagne leaves. That's very tight to the off stump. Maybe it's not as close in the middle as it looks from afar, but Robinson's got a good look at the off bail.
Well, that was the in-swinger. That actually went on and bowled fuller. I like that field setting. I've been a bit bemused by not having bat pads on a slow-seaming Gabba wicket. But for Marnus, that ball, the previous ball he blocked, generally he likes whipping that through the leg side. But as you said, Simon Katich, there's risk, there's 2 catches.
And look, they've had to sacrifice a gully man, so they've still got the 3 slips in, but it just allows him to attack the stumps early, which is attacking.
Robinson comes at him and Labuschagne leaves. Well, it's hold your breath stuff past the edge of the off stump. That's an outstanding over from Ollie Robinson. It's a wicket maiden. Australia 1 for 10 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
We all have times where stress gets on top of us. So how do we get the balance back?
I always tend to just pick up the phone for some reason. For me, communicating with someone else, either it's my mum or just a friend, and I know it's going to be a new day the next day.
Talking to someone can help put stress into perspective. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about coping with stress, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Harris caught Milan, bowled Robinson for 3. Australia 1 for 10. With Wokes in operation from the Belcher Street end. Warner has 7, Labuschagne 0. In fact, Wokes has been replaced by Wood, so proactive captaincy from Joe Root as well. The quick change is the express pace of Wood we'll see for the first time.
Yeah, he's got a bit of toe, Mark Wood. Different trajectory to the others. He's a lot skiddier, so he won't get the same sort of bounce, apart from obviously when he bangs it in.
Wood comes right arm around the wicket. He bowls a short ball to Warner, who limbos out of the way.
Almost the quickest ball of the game already in the warm. 145 kilometres. Interesting, Cato, he's lengthened his run up. When he first come on the scene, it was really just a few steps and then bang. He's such an explosive side-on action bowler, but for longevity, it was actually Chris Silverwood, the current coach, who was fast bowling coach at the time, suggested maybe lengthen it and lessen the impact through the bowling action. It seems to be working okay.
And noticeable here, he's coming round the wicket straight away to Warner.
Mark Wood in bowls, and Warner plays from outside the off stump, drops it away through point, takes a single and moves to 8. Australia 1 for 11. SEN Test cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
I heard you mention, just going back to Marcus Harris, I heard you mention before that you liked the fact that they locked him in early.
Yep.
I was quite intrigued by that decision because I felt that, yes, it probably relaxed him and allowed him, but he only had 4 innings for Victoria, and 3 of them were under 10, I think, and he got the 100 in the second innings at Drummoyne, if my memory serves me right. But I thought it was a little bit premature because, given Khawaja's form, I think the thing that counted against Khawaja was he was batting at 4 for Queensland, and had he been opening, then he would have had, pressed his case a lot stronger. But I think that's probably the thing that held him back in a way.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would have selected Marcus Harris, but I liked, and I think George Bailey as chairman, because he's recently retired and knows the emotional roller coaster of waiting to be selected or you're not selected.
Short leg in Wood over the wicket, bowls Labuschagne on the back foot defending.
So if they were going to go Harris, I liked how early he got told, but no, I wasn't so. I had Khawaja in the team in either position. I just think his record at home, 53. I think he's a banker. I think he'll get runs in this, and I just want to win this Ashes. I'm not trying to look to the future too much, but they're the things we debate, don't we?
Yeah, because I think if you compare the two players, there's no doubt that Usman Khawaja is a better player. His record suggests that. Test cricket, first-class cricket.
Wood bowls, Labuschagne leads.
Then the other matter is at the Gabba. This is where the test is at. Usman Khawaja's record here, that's his home ground at the moment. He obviously grew up in Sydney, but he plays there Harris's record at the Gabba is poor.
18.
Hasn't got 100 there. And that's the interesting around that decision. But I agree with what you said in terms of, you can understand why George Bailey did it the way he did. You've got to respect that. But it was a big call to make so far out.
Yeah.
That was plus 150 clicks, that previous delivery.
All right,
Flew
keep going,
through.
Mark.
So Wood warming to his work as he bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves a wider one that left him outside. That's 151.6.
And he's a good selection to the two right-handers because as Kato was just shaping there, he can bowl wide of the crease but actually get the ball shape away from right-handers. And when they deliver it from wide of the crease, there's a tendency to play at balls that aren't going to hit the stumps. You don't need to, but because of the angle, the perception is that you need to play at it.
And the challenge for the England bowlers here is to maximise this new ball. You've got to be prepared to get driven.
Yep.
And it'll bring the slips into the game, but there's going to be the odd four. They can't afford to bowl wide of the stumps and let everything go through to the keeper.
Labuschagne sees the last ball of the over and he lets it pass again at 150. So the heat is coming from Mark Wood. It's 1 for 11 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Hutto in next.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Intriguing start. Morning to you, Kat and Clyde.
Morning, Hutto.
G'day, Hutto.
Warner waits for Robinson, ever accurate, has him pinned down at the moment. He lets it pass outside the off stump. 132, that delivery. His first over was in the mid-high 120s, Cat, but he's just up to the fraction and he's been superbly accurate, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. That's one of his strengths. He's tall, gets good movement both ways, and he's asking good questions at the moment. Just trying to probe for that outside edge of David Warner. Just hovering around the off-stump mark. Won't surprise if he starts to get in more to that middle and leg line, just to make him play into the ball that moves away to the slips.
Sun shining as Warner gets one full and takes it away just wide of Wokes at mid-wicket. He fires away at the stumps, but he'll get himself a single well-judged run. Gets to the other end. He looks determined, David Warner, at the moment. Australia 1 for 12 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
Yeah, he looks sharp, David Warner. There was a good sign early. I think it was Wokes bowled him a bouncer. And it was on the money line-wise. He swayed out of the way beautifully. You could just see that look in his eye. He was sharp. He knows this is a big innings. Particularly the first innings of an Ashes series, you want to set the tone and get the wood on the other team's bowlers and make it hard for them. Not to give them any signs of areas of weakness. And he certainly started strongly.
Labuschagne yet to score through 8 deliveries. Robinson targets that off stump. It was a little edgy. He gets runs through the cordon and went into the ground, so never a danger of being caught. It races away to the boundary at third. And Australia go to 1 for 16. Labuschagne is off the mark.
That takes Labuschagne's average at the Gabba beyond 100. Before today, 399 runs at 99.75. He's made 2 centuries there, including 108 against India in January. And his first century at Test level was against Pakistan there a couple of summers ago when he made 185. His other match there, he made 81 against Sri Lanka. So loves his home ground.
He played very well in the 2019 Ashes, given the chance, but still hadn't gone to that big score, had he? And so that came at the Gabba.
Yeah, 353 runs at 50 in that Ashes series in 2019.
He gets a fuller, wider one, which he doesn't need to offer. Still that extravagant swing to let it go through to the keeper. And it's 1 for 16 at the Gabba. SEN Test Cricket. Our boundaries are for Foxtel's 4Ks. 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Brilliant 4K. It will be really interesting to see what sort of the summer that Marnus produces. Does he go on and continue and even build an incredible record, averaging 60, just one behind his great mate Steve Smith? Didn't have a
Robinson bowls again, and a softer hands this time as he drives towards Stokes and the covers. He didn't dominate in county cricket, Kat?
No, he ran into Darren Stevens, who in those conditions is a wily customer. I think he's still 45 years of age now, Steve-O. And he had the wood on him. There was even talk of Steve-O coming out here for the Ashes to play just because he kept getting him out.
Ultimate matchup, that would be, wouldn't it?
He blew his front pad off twice in the space of 2 days in that game out at Glamorgan. Stevens, who made over 1,000 runs this year at age 45.
Last ball of the 8th over. Fuller, and he can drive a flourishing off drive. Marnus Labuschagne, consecutive boundaries in the over. And despite the dive from Ben Stokes, and that was maybe for the crowd or maybe to his teammates to show that they are going to keep fighting. That's a beautiful 4. Another Foxtel 4, 4K 4 for Marnus Labuschagne. That was much more confident. Over bowled, it's 1 for 20.
Good to go, mate. Changed the oil and filters and rotated the tyres.
You guys take card?
No need. Scheduled maintenance servicing is free on every new Hyundai for the first 3 years or 45,000 Ks, whichever comes first.
Free? Cash it is then?
No, it's actually free.
Free, eh? Wink, wink.
Sir, please.
Every new petrol and diesel Hyundai now comes with free 3-year scheduled maintenance servicing. Hurry, offer ends December 31st. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Offer valid at Adelaide Metro Hyundai dealers only. See website for details.
Warner on 9, ready to face the new over from Wood. The man out, Marcus Harris, for just 3. The first wicket falling at 10. England just had to get an early wicket, didn't they? They just had to.
Well, they need a couple more because these two, if they get set... I mean, Labuschagne, we were just talking about before, he's had a fantastic season so far for Queensland. Already got 455 runs at about 65 with a couple of hundreds. So... you know, he loves playing here. We heard his average before.
Around the wicket goes Wood, in the air, and almost carried to Stokes, or did it? In the covers. Hard to tell exactly from the immediate reaction. Wood going around the wicket. Warner stood up and punched it. No, it's pitched a foot or so in front of Ben Stokes. It was a near miss, though.
Yeah, interesting shot from Davey Warner because it was sort of just a back foot punch, but it's almost like it stopped in the wicket a bit on him. It got bounced and nearly spooned it straight to mid-off, which is an unusual dismissal in a test match.
Wood again targets the off stump, short enough for him to stand up to. That time it played square, squirted out to Milan, who's now at point. He was the catcher in the dismissal with Harris. Root and Burns at first and second slip, and Pope in the gully. Short leg, Hamid. A man on the 45, that leg side for David Warner.
They're just trying to push Warner back here. Wood's got the pace to do it. It's just when he's going to decide to pitch up and potentially try and get that nick.
Wood again, and Warner hits it firmly square of the wicket, but straight to Milan as he square drove Wood.
I think the difference with this plan of attack from Wood around the wicket compared to, say, what Stuart Broad did to him in England is the line. Broad was relentless in trying to hit the stumps, whereas at the moment, Mark Wood's coming around the wicket, but as soon as you give David Warner any sort of width, and on that occasion it was probably at about 5th stump, maybe 6th stump, and he just wants that cover point region. Maybe they don't mind him playing that shot at the moment with a new ball. They're hoping that he might just feather one through to Josh Butler or bring the slips in the game, but it's also scoring for him.
It's in motion again. Round the wicket, and he has Warner ducking. Good short delivery. Warner's reaction was excellent. 148.9, Colo.
So he's been into the 150s 3 times now, Wood. Remember, this was plan A for England. They meant to bring out Archer injured, Stone injured. Well, Wood's the last man standing who can hit 150. Indeed, his fastest delivery in Test cricket is 156.1 kilometres an hour. So that's actually quicker than Jofra Archer. He was clocked at 96 mile an hour at Lord's in 2019 when bowling to Smith, but Wood's got yet a little bit more than Archer in terms of pace, and we've already seen it in the space of 2 overs.
Two to come in this here second over. Warner head perfectly still, gets the full ball, opens the face of the bat. Again, it squirts out on the offside. Milan, cat-like, gets across to his left. When I say cat-like, I don't necessarily mean Katich-like, although there are some similarities.
And I like that line there from Mark Wood. He's followed up the bouncer. The bouncer was on the money. It was a great straight line going over the stumps, forcing David Warner to make the decision to sway out of the way. But in terms of the follow-up, he's got the line right, attacking the stumps. David Warner having to play.
That was 150k, so sheer pace here from Wood. Can he force another wicket for England to give them real hope on this second morning? Sun beating down early on day 2. Wood around the wicket. Warner slashes and misses outside the off stump. Not the most disciplined shot. We know if Warner had got hold of it, it would have gone. But he played and missed with a horizontal bat, and he castigates himself as the over is complete. For Host Plus, that's a plus. It's 1 for 20.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
First session for Ray Dell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Warner 9, Labuschagne on strike on 8. And out Harris for 3. It's a beautiful day at the moment. Not a cloud to be seen above.
England won't be happy with that.
They'll be very unhappy.
They'll want to bring the remote control clouds in because it's not ideal for them after what they had to enjoy yesterday. But this goes to show how quickly things can change. Saying that, the wicket quickens up day 2. It certainly helps. The extra carry, a little bit of extra pace off the wicket. So if the ball does anything off the seam, it just rushes the batsman to making sure they're getting in the right positions.
Change of bowler here straight away, so the rotation continues with Wokes, who bowled just 3 overs, replacing Robinson, who bowled 4 overs, 1 for 10. And this is just outside the off-stump. Labuschagne showing a one shot to leave when he can. The ball's in that area.
Yeah, he's leaving, but he's still exposing his off-stump, which is interesting because he normally gets across and covers. So whether there's been a little bit of a change after what we talked about. You know, he did have a tough time of it in England this year in county cricket for Glamorgan, getting LB a fair bit. We know that he likes to get across, much like Steve Smith, and cover his off-stump. But at the moment, you can see that he's exposing that off-stump to Chris Wokes.
Wokes, again, very similar delivery. Once again allowed to pass by Labuschagne on that 4th stump line.
And that was one of his strengths, or the biggest strength, I think, in the last couple of years playing here in Australia while he was, I guess, making a name for himself, is that control of leaving balls around the 4th stump or just outside off stump. He was so disciplined, and that's what brought him a lot of test runs. And we see here again today, he's sticking to that same game plan, trying to be...
Wokes closer to the stumps, in fact, middle and leg-ish, angling further down as it did wrap him on the pad. Stifled appeal as Labuschagne walks away muttering.
A little bit of chirp out there. I don't know if he's talking to himself or he's a little bit of an eccentric character, is Marnus Labuschagne. I love the way he goes about it, though. He just loves it. You can tell he just loves playing the game, loves scoring runs.
He only gets himself in trouble when he's a bit too... loves it a bit too much. Wokes again there to drive, but he decides to play the dead bat at it as he defends on the offside. Restraining himself for now. It's a big day for Wokes, isn't it? A big opportunity for him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's certainly well suited to English conditions, and I think that's where he's done a lot of his best work. His numbers, Colo, you'll be able to back this up, in England are phenomenal with the ball. Chris Wokes.
Oh, absolutely. Chris Wokes at home is a completely different kettle of fish. I mean, Wokes at home, 94 wickets at 22 and a half. And even in recent summers, he's been going around at low 20s. He returned to the team, mentioned before, against India for that fourth and what became the final test match of the summer, and immediately was England's most damaging bowler.
Well, he just presents the seam beautifully and it allows it to swing, but also when it does, and not particularly in those conditions where the ball just kisses the wicket, it seams and causes problems.
Bowls to Labuschagne, and again he wants to run, but there was no way there was a run, so that's a sign of a little bit of apprehension for Marnus Labuschagne. He just played it. It was a push and run type scenario, but just couldn't possibly think of running where he pushed it on the offside.
Which, as a bowler, you don't mind seeing that. Obviously an indication that he's not comfortable at the moment against Wokes. There was no run there. David Warner rightly sent him back.
So that's the end of the over. But yeah, David Warner there looking at our replay for Drummond Golf and the Drummond Golf Christmas savings. Emphatic that there was no run, so maybe Labuschagne just a little unsettled at the moment. New over begins. Wood bowling around the wicket, charges in at the off, just outside the off stump, and he waved the wand there, David Warner, and just missed.
Well, Mark Wood's forcing a few false shots out of David Warner here. Just wonder whether that couple of those bounces have unsettled him a little bit. He's unsure what's coming next. Is he going to get targeted? And on that occasion, it's almost like he premeditated to try and run him down to third man. And he was fortunate he didn't get a nick on that straight through to Joss Buttler.
Beaten twice in a row, similar line and length, Wood to Warner.
He's digging in again, Wood. Number 33 from wide of the crease. And it was angled in at Warner's middle stump, so he had to play, got in behind it and defended successfully. He is 9, Labuschagne is 8, made up of 2 boundaries. The rest hasn't been quite as convincing. And Australia 1 for 20, trailing by 127 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. And our experts today for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Katich in the chair with Adam Collins at the moment on SEN Test Cricket. Turns on the logo and charges in. Short, and that was quick. It's gone at the body of David Warner. Just for a moment, it looked as if he would have trouble keeping it down. He was able to get it from hip height down into the pitch eventually.
That's the perfect line from Mark Wood. Angled in, speared into leg stump or even heading down. And David Warner just sort of gloved that into his rib cage region. Got big on him. Hamid's waiting there at forward short leg, and then there's a man around the corner. I think it's Jack Leach, just behind square leg, waiting for him to come off the gloves.
Warner, eyes wide open, waits for Wood. It's short. He made a late decision to swing at it outside the off stump. He missed. He's not making any connection there at all. Absorbing stuff from Mark Wood, and Colo made the point off air. He's unlikely to bowl too many overs in each spell here, Mark Wood, but gee, they'd love to keep him going here and see if he could remove David Warner.
Well, he's looking uncomfortable, and I just wonder whether they can put one more fielder on the offside down at like a fly slip, because that's David Warner's only get out of jail at the moment. He's trying to stay leg side of it and slash it down to third man. I just wonder whether they could put their mid on, who's probably out of the game really at the moment. You actually don't mind him trying to on drive at the moment, and they are.
They are. The cat is back.
Must be wide up. Yeah, I like this from Joe Root. It's going to stop him and force him to do something else now.
So there's still that man at short leg, but the leg gully has gone down to third man. Wood, he targets us up. Warner wants to get to the other end, and he does it successfully with a push and run. And there was not much Ben Stokes with 2 caps on his head could do to keep him. But again, a sign that we've seen both batsmen now, that urgency to get to the other end, which is good cricket, but it does show that level of tension out there.
Yeah, it's great cricket from David Warner. You have to do this as an opening batsman. and he just knocked that beautifully, softly into the cover region. Ben Stokes is hovering. He's getting in tight at mid-off, and that's the right thing to be doing. You don't mind David Warner smashing one past you at mid-off early against this new ball, potentially bring the slips into the game. But Ben Stokes is doing the right thing, creeping in, but it was just beautiful placement, good judgment of the run.
All right, what are we going to have here for Marnus? There's quite a bit of discussion about where to deploy the field. There's 3 slips and a gully. Looks a pretty traditional style field at the moment. Wood bowls back over the wicket and played pretty comfortably by Labuschagne on the onside quietly to mid-wicket where Robinson was doing the fielding. That is the end of the over, and Australia and David Warner in particular survived. 1 for 21 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL 65541.
Got an indication that Wood's spell may have come to an end already. He's just headed off the ground, so we haven't often seen pacemen come to this country have that level of speed to challenge Australia's batsmen. So it is exciting as the new over starts. Wokes bowls full and just bunted back past the bowler by David Warner. Minimal backswing, and he's just got a couple of runs. And now here's back for a third. So good controlled cricket from David Warner. Picks up a 3. He goes to 13. And Australia 1 for 24. This first session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision for Wood to have a spell. I think they want to use him in short, sharp bursts. I think Australian fans have loved seeing Jofra Archer here in the Big Bash a few years ago for the Hurricanes.
It's a shame he's not here as well, isn't it?
It's a massive shame because he's different to Wood. He gets the pace, but he's got the bounce. And he would have been a handful, particularly at these venues where there's a bit of bounce in the wicket. And it's a big loss for England.
He's dual with Steve Smith, incredible. Wokes bowls and defended back by Marnus. I mean, that was just compelling cricket, wasn't it, in the 2019 series in England?
It certainly was. And sometimes in England, those conditions where the wickets don't bounce as much as Australian conditions are harder to play those quick bowlers like Archer because the ball doesn't get up as much or not as consistently as it does here in Australia, particularly at the Gabba and Perth and places like that. So it was a huge challenge, and Steve Smith, that duel with him, particularly at Lords, was, you couldn't not watch it. It was unbelievable.
Yes, he enters Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Wokes and Marnus again leaving that one just outside the off stump.
And that's where maybe the decision was made around the balance of their team. They know that, Mark Wood, if he plays, he can't bowl big spells, maybe 3 or 4 over bursts. So that's where you need your spinner to be able to do the bulk of the work when the ball gets to 50 or, 50 overs old. We know Robinson's going to bowl long spells for them, potentially Wokes will. And then maybe they'll use Stokes as an attacking option for 3 or 4 over bursts where he can, because he's got that knack of taking wickets. So potentially that's how Joe Root's going to use them all.
3 slips for Labuschagne again. His persistent 4th stump line from Wokes is not interesting. The gum-chewing Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian number 3, who let it go and then walked away.
And I know, obviously, there's been a lot of conjecture about Broad playing.
Well, listening even to a few of the English voices last night, just trying to catch up on getting the view from Colo's mates, they were as astounded. And I thought maybe they weren't. They wouldn't be, but there's a couple in particular that couldn't believe that Broad didn't play.
Yeah. I'm probably in the other camp. I wasn't as surprised because of what's happened in 2021 and his injuries.
Yep.
And with the pink ball test coming up, maybe they're...
Wokes again. Labuschagne slightly squared up, but able to dab it down in front on the offside and survive.
Maybe the England setup are realistic in thinking that at both of their ages, Jimmy at 39 and Broad at 35 or whatever he is, that they know they probably can't physically play 5 tests. I mean, Broad couldn't even get through the English summer. And the conditions there are obviously a lot more conducive to swing bowling and seam bowling than they are here in Australia. So maybe their decision is based around the 5 tests and the pink ball test, potentially having 2 of them now.
Labuschagne looking to drive this, and he does handsomely through the covers. It may not quite reach the boundary. Again, just within himself to a degree. But he gets himself a couple of runs and looking a little more comfortable. And it's 1 for 26 at the end of the over.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Batsman getting a quick drink. The actual drinks won't be till 11:45 Melbourne time, as we're taking part in the extended session this morning due to the rain and storm last night in Brisbane. So the 1 wicket to fall. Marcus Harris caught Milan, bowled Robinson for 3. I know you chatted about this at the time, Kat, but George Bailey and his support for Harris, I wonder if this test happens to not go Australia's way, or even if they win, and if we get to Adelaide and it's a similar story, how much faith will they have in Marcus Harris?
Well, the problem he's got is he's already played the 9 tests heading in, and his average of 23 doesn't stack up.
That's a luxury not too many higher order batsmen have had in the past.
Yeah, correct. The history of Australian cricket, there's not too many guys that get that many tests averaging in the 20s. So, yeah, there's going to be pressure on him. The big question is, who's there? Unless they think that Usman Khawaja could open, which begs the question, if that was the case, why wasn't that the decision made in the first place? But it's only 1 innings in. He's missed out once. Things can change in the second innings, or potentially doesn't even bat the second innings.
That could be a problem for him, I guess. But Stokes is going to bowl, so he's the man to replace Wood. He bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Warner, and it was a good delivery. Partially got through him there as Warner fell across a little.
I like this move by Joe Root. I think Ben Stokes makes things happen with the ball. He just gets that little bit of movement, and on that occasion there, just came back off the seam, inside edge, bobbed up. Short leg's not there for Ben Stokes. Not sure if short leg would have caught it. It went sort of almost to mid-wicketish sort of region, that sort of angle, but
Warner has an excellent head-to-head record against Ben Stokes. He's at him now. He's got the big hedge, and it's just wide of the diving Milan at third slip. And down to the boundary for 4. Small margins in Test cricket.
Well, just talked about him making things happen. And there it was. David Warner just went at that ball just almost inside out. And fourth slip would have gobbled that up, but it was wide of a diving Darwood Milan at third. So Ben Stokes straight into it. David Warner, quite fortunate there.
Yeah.
Could have gone anywhere.
Marcus Harris thinking, why? Stokes bowls, he went the Yorker, again trying to make something happen, dug out successfully by David Warner. It remains 1 for 30 with Warner 17 and Labuschagne 10. The boundaries for Foxtel. Foxtel's 4K4s for the love of cricket.
And that's what makes Ben Stokes so good. He just bowled him a Yorker. That sort of stuff, you don't see that too often in Test cricket, but he backs himself just to keep the batsman guessing and thinking what's happening. And already, a couple of false shots this over from David Warner.
3 slips expected, and magnificent delivery! Right through David Warner's defence, and Ben Stokes has made the magic happen again. What is it about Ben Stokes? Straight through David Warner's defences. Yorker again, and Australia are 2 for 30.
Well, Ben Stokes, he's a magician. He just makes things happen. That was an absolute beauty from Ben Stokes. David Warner couldn't believe it. Lost his off stick. Just clipped the top of the bails. Oh, and they're checking for the no ball as we speak.
Oh, it's a big no ball. It's not even close. It's a disaster for England. David Warner going to get a reprieve on 17.
Did this happen to him at the MCG a few years ago?
Happened to him in his first Test match at Adelaide back in 2013. His first Test wicket was retrospectively recalled.
Wow. That was a big no from Ben Stokes. What a let-off for David Warner. That was an absolute peach of a delivery. Top of off, just come off his pad.
He has to re-bowl it. It wasn't too dissimilar delivery. Shaping in.
The ICC changed the playing conditions about 18 months ago to take away the front line from the central umpire and give it to the third umpire who toggle, which means that there's every chance he would have got away with that a couple of years ago, given how infrequently no balls were called by the central umpire.
Beautiful delivery, wasn't it? Swinging in to the left-hander.
Twice in the over, the nick, and then bowled off a Noe. You know it's your lucky day.
Stokes again. Warner lets it go. He wasn't going near that one outside the off stump. Happened to Jack Leach too, didn't it, in the Ashes with Steve Smith?
And Smith went on to make 211. It was Tom Curran on Boxing Day against David Warner in 2017 when Warner was on 99.
That's right.
Warner was also reprieved at the Gabba in 2019, Naseem Shah rather on debut.
That's right, yes. With a heavy heart, Stokes comes in, trying to put that out of his mind. He bowls, he goes foolish again. It was a little closer, and Warner was able to get that out with all his might. Eventful over, to say the least, from Ben Stokes. Somehow, Australia survived their 1 for 31.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Well, what a sequence of events that is. Dave Warner, bowled by Ben Stokes, gives them the well bowled and then gets the reprieve of a front foot no ball. 1 for 31. SEN Test cricket for host plus. That's a plus. Warner is 17. Labuschagne is 10. And Wokes has ball in hand as he's in and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends from the stumps. In the experts' chair for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Chris Rogers. Hello, Buck.
Hello, Jerry.
And Peter Lalor. Well, that's a story to write about. Pete, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Whateley. That was an interesting dismissal, wasn't it? Chris, what I don't understand there was David Warner could see what he was trying, couldn't he? I mean, he showed his hand, Stokes, but still got through that gap. It's a brilliant bowling.
Wokes to Labuschagne. Edges drop short of route at first slip. No luck for the English right now.
It has a familiar feeling, doesn't it? With just a few things just not quite going right for England. And that's a genuine outside edge, and it's always one of the traps I think you have at Brisbane, at the Gabba, that the keeper likes to stand really deep and have a nice side of the ball coming through, but that just means the slips are even further back. And really, with the amount of time it takes to get to the slips, you could definitely take, 2 feet to a metre further forward.
Wokes on the follow-up. Bowls. Labuschagne pulls in the air, safely into the deep. It pitches at mid-wicket. Doesn't have enough to reach the rope. It'll be overhauled as they come back for a third. Labuschagne moves to 13. Australia 1 for 34 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
I wonder if the Australian slips were actually set up a little bit closer to the wicket yesterday, because they were certainly sitting up and they were taking them around chest, stomach region, except for that one that Labuschagne caught diving, didn't he? But I can't remember a ball falling short of the Australian slip cordon.
Well, it was a different day as well, and Australian bowlers probably bowling a little bit quicker at times as well. just different conditions that England are used to, and the keeper probably wanting to give himself a little bit more room.
Luke's bowls was in behind it, defending to the offside.
Tell you what, though, it looked like an amazing over from Ben Stokes, didn't it? It's just the way he kind of, the ball comes out of his hand. All the cues are suggesting that it will kind of swing away from the left-hander towards the slips, but somehow, even with that kind of arm that goes back past the vertical, he's still able to swing the ball back into the left-hander. It's quite a skill, and Boomerang is a little bit similar.
Warner's on 17. He faces Wokes. He nudges the ball out to point, no run.
Which makes it hard to line up as a batter, because all the cues are saying it's going away, but then when it comes back in, and you get into a slightly awkward positions.
Warner was so watchful he almost looked trapped. I've really got to watch this closely. His feet weren't moving as well as they could.
So it's a familiar stroke of luck. It's quite a catalogue of being dismissed on no balls, and on home soil it always results in a century. Warner's in behind and defending from the off stump. End of the over, it's 1 for 34. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
Tee off the holidays with Christmas savings at Drummond Golf. Drummond's online catalogue is packed with over 50 pages of savings, including the Target Caddy TC200 rangefinder, Golf Buddy Voice GPS, and more. Shop in-store or at drummondgolf.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Harris caught Milan, bowled Stokes for 3. It was 1 for 10 and then etched into the book to be whited out. Warner bowled Stokes for 17. It might have been 2 for 30. Instead, it's 1 for 34. Once we had the replay for Drummond's golf Christmas savings, and it was a big no ball from Ben Stokes. So an error in a fine over. And now he picks up the chase with the set for Warner on 17 and Labuschagne, who's on 13. So Stokes is a figure in cricket who makes things happen. He's got Labuschagne in his sights at the start of the fresh over. Rocks in. Stokes bowls wide of the off stump and allowed to pass. So, Colo, have we built the catalogue?
We're getting close. Ben Stokes on Test debut had Brad Haddon out for 51, who went on to make 118. As for Warner, a century after being dismissed for 99 by Tom Curran on debut, overstepped Naseem Shah at Brisbane 2 years ago. He was on 56, got to 154. And then at Adelaide, Mohammad Musa Khan, also on debut, got Warner out for 226. But Warner did make 335. There's more as well.
Stokes bowls and Labuschagne plays from the off stump. Tip and run to cover. It's hurried. Oh, would have been interesting if Amit had hits at the non-striker's end. He didn't disturb the stumps. Labuschagne slides in, makes his ground. He's 14, 1 for 35.
I think David would counter your stats, Colo, with there's a number of times when I've been given out and wasn't out, including the first test of the last Ashes series, wasn't it? I think he didn't review an LBW.
Yes, early on, wasn't it? Yeah, broad dismissals.
Yep, and replay showed he wasn't out.
I reckon there's one against the West Indies at the MCG as well, where Warner was out for no ball and made a century. Stokes over the wicket bowls. Warner keeps out of a shorter delivery.
Yeah, it was the year after. It was Pakistan. Wahab Riaz bowled him for 81 in the second dig. He went on to make a century. And also Baron Aaron at 2014 at Adelaide Oval bowled Warner for 66. He made a century there. Twin tons, actually. So that must be the 5th time in his Test career. And 4 of them he's converted into centuries.
It's amazing. That was called a wide, incidentally, that bumper. I'm interested, what does it do to the psyche in the middle? Is Stokes has a tremendous first over against Warner and then it gets cancelled out. He bowls and Warner leaves outside the off stump.
I wonder if in a weird way it almost just takes the pressure off and Warner thinks to himself, well, it's a free hit now. I've got nothing to lose. I was out. I might as well take it on. And actually he wasn't out because if he had to put his foot behind the line, then all sorts of different things might have happened. But maybe in Davey's mind, he just says, well, you know what? It's my day. I'm going to have the luck, so I'm going to take it on.
Stokes trying to dislodge him once more. He bowls and Warner plays from the pads to mid-wicket, no run.
Must be like coming back from the dead, really. Never heard anyone come back from the dead and sort of say, be resuscitated and say, gee, life sucks, doesn't it? You enjoy every moment of it.
It was the Flatliners, wasn't it?
Possibly.
Oh.
These two, interesting contests, isn't it? Because I think there's similarities between Stokes and Warner in what they do for their team, the energy that they bring to the field. But you just love watching David Warner in the field. He must lift those around him.
Stokes over the wicket, bowls, and Warner's back defending, slicing the ball to the offside, no run.
We saw Stokes chase one to the boundary before and almost end up cartwheeling. I mean, he's always entertaining to watch like that. And watching Warner, even on the fifth day, Warner will chase a ball to the boundary like his life depends on it. Do you think there's something about Warner that makes the bowler overextend? They really just want to have a crack at him, get a bit closer.
You mean they'd like to get halfway down the pitch and let him go?
Kind of.
Stokes, last ball of his over. Warner faces up to it. Stokes is with him now, and Warner's wrapped on the pads playing back, but it's leg side. 1 for 36. There's a bounty on best Kiefer Sutherland reference, I think, from the cricket from here on, with Flatliners in the conversation. The host plus, that's a plus.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
And everyone's talking about the Christmas gifts Matt is giving away at Montaigne Kia at Cheltenham. $250 genuine Kia accessories with every new car sold in December. Also, the all-new Sportage, Nero and Sorrento are here to test drive today. Mention this ad and go into the draw to win a $1,000 gift card. Drawn December 24th. And that's why...
Everybody's talking about Montaigne.
Terms and conditions apply. MVD 182170.
The session of play for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. 1 for 36 Australia in reply to England's 147. Warner is 17, Labuschagne is 14. No shortage of action in the past 20 minutes or so. Ollie Robinson picks matters up from the Stanley Street end. Oh, Labuschagne played back, let it hit his pads. It was high, but certainly in line with the stumps. So it was a curious choice to leave. Pete Lalor and Chris Rogers in conversation.
Leaving on length there, Chris?
Yeah, and Marnus is obviously familiar with these conditions, but you can be comfortable with the height of the bounce at the Gabba. It's always going to be consistent, really, well, especially on the first few days.
Ollie Robinson is the wicket taker. Labuschagne leaves close to the off stump. That's how this duel started.
And for those people who have to watch this on television, that foreshortening does make the ball look like it passes closer to the stumps than it actually does, Chris.
I think it does, Pete. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted there, but...
We're just doing our Flatliners research. Julia Roberts, the one we couldn't pick was Kevin Bacon, the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. But back to your point, Pete, it's what England couldn't do yesterday. They just kept probably almost trying to get out of their crease and pushing at balls.
Robinson bowls Labuschagne off his pads, wide of the leg gully that's been put in. Pope meanders around a field, a single taken. 15 for Labuschagne, Australia 1 for 37.
And the other thing that England top order didn't do yesterday was run with that energy. Get those singles, get off the strike. We didn't see that until later in the day, did we?
Ollie Pope came in,
and that's when you went, that's what's been missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But from the first ball, Warner drops it, runs. Must be you must have to be always on alert running with David Warner, Chris.
Even if you look at the field placements that England have, I think they've got them slightly wrong. Their mid-off is way too square.
Warner faces up to Robinson and he leaves outside the off stump.
I think the whacker and the Gabba, as a captain, you want to have mid-off and mid-on quite straight, because actually it's easy just to kind of use the pace of the pitch and just punch it straight back down with the full face of the bat, straight back up the pitch. It's the shot you kind of, as a fielding captain, you want the batter to play is the cover drive with the angled bat, half the face of the blade. So bring mid off straight, and that's where we've seen the Australians score quite a bit today.
Warner on 17. The tall Robinson delivers. He edges through the slips and down to the boundary for 4. Milan off to his left, out of his grasp. And Australia living dangerously, but surviving nonetheless. Warner is 21, as Australia ticks it along to 1 for 41.
When you're defending 147, you just need all those little half chances to go your way. And we've just seen 3 or 4 really now that haven't. The edges that have gone through a vacant fourth slip, the edge off Marnus that fell short to first slip, and of course the bowled off Davey Warner.
And the follow-up beaten past the outside edge. A lovely ball from Robinson. Each of these are Bendix breaks, big moments. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks for the reason that Buck's articulating. And that, in fact, is the end of the over and the drinks break. So an hour and a quarter into the day's play. Australia 1 for 41. Harris, the man dismissed. Caught Milan, bowl Robinson for 3. Living dangerously, but living nonetheless. Warner and Labuschagne in the middle of the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Tee off the holidays with Christmas savings at Drummond Golf. Drummond's online catalogue is packed with over 50 pages of savings, including the Callaway X cart bag, tailor-made V3 distance balls 12-pack and more. Shop in-store or at drummondgolf.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
And everyone's talking about the Christmas gifts Matt is giving away at Montaigne Kia at Cheltenham. $250 genuine Kia accessories with every new car sold in December. Also, the all-new Sportage, Nero and Sorrento are here to test drive today. Mention this ad and go into the draw to win a $1,000 gift card. Drawn December 24th. And that's why
everybody's talking about Montaigne.
Terms and conditions apply. MVD 182170. Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Get into Anaconda for half price Christmas essentials. Spinifex standard gazebo, $99. Ultratroll getaway chair, only $39.99. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda!
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Saracens edging the third slip. Has he been picked up low down? He has. Harris nicks off and Ollie Robinson.
3 slips expected, and magnificent delivery. Right through David Warner's defence.
And they're checking for the no ball as we speak.
Oh, it's a big no ball. It's not even close. It's a disaster for England.
So things rolling Australia's way, and an element of good fortune about it. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The study that's been done in the aftermath is Stokes had repeatedly bowled no balls on the way to that. which I thought had been corrected in the off-tube system, Adam Collins. This has been your international hobby horse, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's right. And 4 deliveries, the 4 immediately bowled deliveries before the wicket-taking one. He overstepped with all of them. I mean, what is going on? This is not meant to happen anymore.
Ben Stokes, after the drinks break, bowls. Bouncer, Labuschagne leaves well enough alone.
So Paul Wilson's responsibility after each delivery as the third umpire is to watch the front line and toggle back and forth. There was a lot of debate around how much money it would cost to implement this technology, but they finally got there after 4 years of trials. And that was meant to avoid a situation just like that, when a fast bowler didn't know they were overstepping, only to find out after a wicket to have it retrospectively taken back. And it's still happening, and I can't quite work out how. I mean, some of them are big no balls.
So it's a straight error in the system, as each one should have been picked up. Stokes bowls and Labuschagne leaves well outside the off stump.
Well, I wonder whether, taking it to its natural extension, whether the third umpire duties, the TV umpire duties, need to be removed from the officials that currently do it, and have a formal system where a group of third umpires interpret the technology day to day, and that's their primary responsibility.
Yes, but just winding it back a step, it's hard. The fault in what's happened today is hard to pinpoint. It just shouldn't have happened.
Well, I mean, the third umpire is meant to be watching the line after the ball's bowled and communicating to the central umpire. How that's not happened in that instance is bizarre.
Stokes bowls, Labuschagne again stays out of the short ball.
How are his teammates not picking that up?
At mid-on and mid-off?
Yeah, mid-on, mid-off.
What do you mean?
I suppose they're a bit further back behind the bowlers.
Well, even the guys in front of the bowlers have a bit of a vision of that. Look, they looked subdued in that celebration, like they knew something was wrong.
Oh, the central umpire clearly was told by the third umpire, hang on a sec, this looks like he's over.
What, you reckon they can't see it, Chris?
I'm a bit blown away here. What are you saying? They should be looking at the front foot of the...
Stokes bowls to Labuschagne, in behind a rising delivery safely to turf. That signalled a no ball out in the middle.
Yeah, there you go. Must be listening.
Well, that's not meant to happen.
No, this is very odd.
That's no longer meant to happen. Central umpires are no longer meant to call front foot no balls. So unless that was for something other than front foot no ball.
No, he's overstepping by a big margin.
He probably saw that quite easily. Whoever the on-field umpire.
But the error from Stokes is very significant in what he's doing. He bowls and Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump.
The reason the central umpire isn't meant to call the front foot no ball anymore is because of the Adam Voges example from Wellington 2016, when a front foot no ball was called incorrectly, he was bowled, and there was nothing they could do about it. There's no way of...
You can't retract it.
You can't retract it. Once it's called, it's called. So that's the other side of this. They don't want the central umpire looking at the front line.
It makes you wonder whether there's a breakdown somewhere in the way that this is all unfolding. Stokes bowls, Labuschagne leaves again outside the off stump.
You mean a breakdown with the technology, or...
And between the umpires?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, there's... I think what Adam is saying is that is absolutely the responsibility of the third umpire, who should be right on that as soon as it happens. It shouldn't be anyone else's. So, yeah, I mean, it can't be the fielding teams. It's not up to them. They're trying to, play the game. That's what the umpires are there for. And the system is there for.
And the consequences could be extreme. Warner was 17 at the time. Labuschagne leaves again. So untroubled by the over from Ben Stokes. The only scoring was the no ball. It's 1 for 42 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry's super fund for all Australians. Warner 21, Labuschagne is 15, Australia 1 for 42. Start of the fresh over. Robinson bowls and it's left by Warner, passing outside the off stump.
One of the interesting things that happens when you play at domestic level, they don't have the level of technology or whatever, and umpires are making poor decisions, but they'll call no balls kind of thing, and then the players will get frustrated thinking the umpires are too worried about calling a no ball and actually not looking what's happening down the other end. And you've got like a fraction of a second, I think it's 0.4 of a second, to kind of, when the ball's let go, to look. So it's really hard to look down and look up to see what happens down the other end.
Robinson to Warner again, bat high in the air, leaves it.
Well, one of the arguments against the umpire calling the front foot no ball was that they did studies, and that they're diminished accuracy if they're watching the front foot.
Right.
In that adjustment, they lose a little bit. But so, Chris, if I'm playing cricket with you and I'm overstepping, and you're not going to tell me because it's not your job?
I want you to explain to me. We've just decided that we've seen the studies that umpires can't do it. So how could a player who's at mid-off and mid-on be looking at the foot, then twist their head and look at what's happening down the other end?
Warner faces up. He's tucked up in his defence in behind the Robinson delivery, which he sees away to mid-off.
It was never a problem in the under-15s. Yes, I guess there is that.
Interestingly enough, I'll never forget, I played in a game at county cricket, against Australia in the 2005 Ashes. And if you remember, Australia at that time, Gillespie and in particular Kasparitz had all these problems with no balls.
Yeah.
And Kasparitz in that warm-up game, it was before the first test, every ball almost was a no ball.
Robinson to Warner, beaten on the outside edge.
And the umpire it was almost like, I can't keep calling them because we'll never finish this game. And so he didn't. He just kind of let it go. And Kasparitz was bowling no balls repeatedly. And they just kind of just let it go. And then he went into the test series and kept bowling. And I think that's what Adam is trying to say. Like, if you call the bowler up straight away, then he's got to fix the problem right there and then. Otherwise, he's just going to think nothing's wrong.
Yeah, well, Stokes is struggling to fix the problem because he's bowled a subsequent no ball, hasn't he? He hasn't learned.
Warner in behind it, has everything in line, and the loud no-run shout.
But he was bowling every ball a no ball, so he has addressed it.
He's getting better. He's only robbed one bank, not 5 this week.
Well,
yeah. It's going to throw you a bit too, isn't it? Adjusting and to be conscious of that. It just takes a little bit of concentration off the delivery of bowling. Takes a little bit of rhythm off you.
The interesting thing is just how little cricket Stokes has played, and then didn't really have a warm-up game as such. You know, he's having to fix it on the fly and in the nets, which is difficult to do.
Robinson looking for a maiden over, and Warner will oblige as he defends to the offside. So they're a curious set of replays for Drummond Golf Christmas savings. It all amounts to Australia being 1 for 42, as Adam Collins will pick up the commentary.
Well, a very odd morning. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins with you, Chris Rogers with me, and Ian Healy at the Gabba. Australia 1 for 42 as Mark Wood prepares to bowl a second spell. He sent down 3 rapid overs earlier, conceding just 2 runs and beating the outside edge of David Warner on 3 occasions at genuine pace. Now they'll give him a second blast. Warner on 21 and Labuschagne, the man, on strike on 15. 2 slips and a gully in position. A short leg 2. Labuschagne, who loves batting at home. Facing up to Wood here, who bowls wide of the crease, and Labuschagne plays into the onside, wants one, doesn't get it. Robinson does the fielding, and the return clips Warner on the way through. I'm still reeling from this, Bucky, this no ball that wasn't. I mean, if you've got a problem and you've solved it, which is clearly what's happened, the ICC have finally listened to what was going on. By way of background, they did a trial in a one-day series in 2016 between England and Pakistan, where they gave the front line to the third umpire. It was a raging success. Jeff Allardyce, who's recently become the boss of the ICC, oversaw that when he was leading cricket ops. They were meant to roll it out then and there, and there were some delays due to cost. Woods to the crease again, bowls to Labuschagne, wide of the crease, and beats him outside the off stump. That is a beauty. Angling in, then shaping away, nearly kissing the outside edge. Butler moving to his right. Very tidy bowling.
Just before we continue that conversation, I don't think we've seen the best of Mark Wood for a while, really. He's always kind of been battling injuries. But at the moment, he looks like he's bowling very fast. I mean, he's been hitting 150 kilometres an hour. But that ball, he's got that ball moving as well off the seam. It doesn't look comfortable to face.
Up again, passes.
Finally worked out.
Umpire rifle. And leaving outside the off stump. Sorry, Ian Healy.
G'day, Colo, and g'day, Buck. The finally convinces the speed gun is okay. I thought yesterday with the Australians, they were all around 140. Thought, gee, the speed gun's a bit light on. And today, no, he's heaving it up, that's for sure.
What did you make of Mitchell Starc pulling his pace back a gear or two yesterday, Heels? He bowled, it was his slowest opening spell that he's ever bowled for Australia.
Righto. All I made of it for the whole day was that they were just being a little cautious with the front crease and not getting total traction with their front shoe. So they just bowled within themselves a bit. That's all I made of it. I'm not sure there could be anything else. I thought their rhythms all looked good, but Wood's now got the speed.
Certainly a point of difference compared to Robinson and Wokes, but here is Wood to Labuschagne, back of the length, defending, knows the call.
I think in those conditions sometimes feels that the kind of slower bowlers who get the ball to move in the air actually can be more of a handful than the fast bowlers, just because the ball's not coming onto the bat and you have to create a lot of the power to score runs. So sometimes I think those kind of wily medium paces on the morning of day one, they're the harder ones to score off. Then you get to day two and then the fast bowlers come into their own.
Yes, and on top of that is the patience that's required to land it where it needs to land it. And, you know, the control was much more important than pace yesterday and patience. And patience is working again today.
Change in field. Deep backward square comes up to not quite a leg gully, but just behind square on the leg side. Wood to the crease, very wide of the crease. Full to Labuschagne, who squeezes it out to point. Doesn't get a single. Chris Wokes doing the fielding there, but really using the width of the crease at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he does that at times. He runs in almost the same angle, and then right at the end, he just jumps to the side of the crease to create that angle. It's interesting when you face it, because it's like, well, what's he doing? And then, but then, yeah, so you can get used to that pretty quickly, but just a little tactic that Mark Wood uses every now and again.
Quite a character as well, Mark.
Pretty careful. Mark, I think here, the first ball was a half volley on leg. He re-entered the attack and it was just blocked. And then that one,
Wood's a finish, full, too full. And Labuschagne doesn't take advantage. Almost Yorker length, really, but it slipped underneath his blade. On the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Australia, after 19 overs, are 1 for 42.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL 65541.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus, with experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We have Chris Rogers and Ian Healy with me as Robinson starts a fresh over. Over the wicket to Warner, who defends out to the offside. No run with Hasiba Mead doing the fielding.
The big difference today is the sunshine. You know, this doesn't seem unsurmountable for the Aussies. You know, whereas yesterday, with the humidity, the cloud cover, the gloom, it just felt a lot harder for England. So these two are fighting so hard. 19.1 overs, 1 for 42. nothing's coming easy. There's plenty happening. There's been some good spells bowled by each bowler, and England have just got to hang in, stay patient, don't make mistakes.
Robinson up towards umpire Tucker, bowls here to Warner, over the wicket. Warner well in behind it, pushing out towards cover, no run.
I think this is a great effort, though, by Warner and Labuschagne, just because they're forcing England bowlers to keep coming back. It's about 30 degrees there at the moment, Hills, isn't it? It feels like it looks like it's probably tough conditions in the field, and that's going to play a part at the back end of the day, especially with the extra hour today to catch up for the play that was missed yesterday because of the rain. So just that long day might pay dividends for Australia in the end.
Robinson, frugal and effective so far. Turns at the top of his mark. Arrives at the crease and bowls to Warner. It's full and he leaves it alone outside the off-stump. Heels.
And this one will be a long session, 2.5 hours. So you just find little moments. It might be the last half an hour of this session that they start to get a half volley or two and the batsmen are ready. They've done the hard yards. They're ready to play some drives. So England have to guard against that. They need to be maybe clever with their rotations. We might not see Leach far out of the attack. They've got to sort of sustain the pressure they've had on. The one mistake that's been made is that no ball. You know, I was really happy for the Dawood Malan to take that good catch to dismiss Marcus Harris. That's a great start, but the no ball cost them.
An extra man into the cordon now. 4 slips stand in wait. Robinson now goes around the wicket to Warner, changes the angle. Warner driving through cover. That's the shot of the morning from David Warner. It kisses the rope. Barely a backswing required. He advances to 25. It's 1 for 46.
Glorious shot. Just pitched up from around the wicket, so angling in, and Warner just punched the ball. Came right out of the middle of the bat. I think Robertson actually looked threatening from over the wicket. Just the angle he was creating. It looked like if he could get the right line, the outside edge was in play. I'm not sure about this round the wicket tactic, but if he can get the ball to move away from Warner, then all those slips are in play naturally.
Warner changes his guard and Robertson goes back over the wicket. The experiment lasts 1 ball, delivers and defends. Ricochets off the inside edge to the thigh pad. Down Haseeb Hameed, who's running in from point, no run. So 1 delivery around the wicket, 4 slips in the cordon. They change tacks back to 2 slips in the gully over the wicket. If you're going to experiment with something, Bucky, at least give it the rest of the over.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Yeah, you probably would have thought more than 1 ball, and especially more than just a half volley. He's actually kept the 4 slips, so over the wicket, it's still... I just think he's more in the play from over the wicket. So maybe he was trying to do something from around the wicket and it didn't work.
Robinson bowls over the wicket and leaving on length is Warner over the top of the off stump. 20 overs gone in Australia's innings. SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. 1 for 46 to score.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Tee off the holidays with Christmas savings at Drummond Golf. Drummond's online catalogue is packed with over 50 pages of savings, including the Target Caddy TC200 rangefinder, Golf Buddy Voice GPS, and more. Shop in-store or at drummondgolf.com.au.
Australia 1 for 46 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin. Adam Collins with you. Chris Rogers, Ian Healy with me. It's an extended first session. Still plenty of time to go for England to make a second breakthrough. Wood charging in. He's got a short leg for Labuschagne, who ducks the short ball through to the gloves of Butler.
Heels, I have a question for you. You said that England have made 1 mistake with that no ball. The outside edge from Wokes, when he was bowling to Labuschagne, that fell short of first slip. What was your theory behind where you were trying to stand when you were keeping? Because that's going to dictate where the slips go.
Yeah, and Joe Root's still too deep. So as a wicketkeeper, I like to see my first slip out of my peripheral vision without looking at him. and that means he's probably up a lot flatter than Joe is at the moment.
It's a Labuschagne who leaves.
So see Joe Root, after that ball was taken by Josh Butler, he took 2 steps up and to get the offload from Josh Butler, which is sort of level. He's 2 steps, so let's say 2 metres behind Josh Butler. He should be 1, no more than 1. Stand nice and flat, and then second slip can spread out and flatten out as well, and you can cover more territory that way too. So Joe is still standing too deep.
Wood turns his athletic approach, charging in like an Olympic sprinter, arrives at the crease, bowls here. Labuschagne leaves with the lightsaber, swung all the way through.
And then where were you trying to? Yeah, where were you trying to take the ball?
Waist high. So just under your waist is where you want your wicketkeeper to be taking the ball. And here in Brisbane, it's extremely consistent. It comes through beautifully with no wobble, very little swing after the bat at all. And so all that slips Gordon can be very confident. So if you just practice it with Colo there sitting next to you, look out to the front and put Colo where you can see him, still in your eye line, in your peripheral vision. And if he gets out of your peripheral vision, he's too deep.
Wood bowls and Labuschagne leaves again on length around that 4th stump line up at 148 kilometres an hour.
And that time Joe took 3 steps up. You know, Josh took the ball and then offloaded it to his right, and it was 3 short steps. They were short steps from Joe Root to get up level with Josh Butler. I'd like to see it no more than 2 little steps, 1 metre behind the keeper.
And then did you just have a theory where you'd speak to the slip and say, along the lines of, let's just get up there, but better to drop it than for it not to carry? Or did you just want to be in the perfect length back?
Yeah, Brisbane's one stadium where you can be in the perfect length.
Wood to Labuschagne, who defends, gets down on it late out towards mid-on, where Robinson does the fielding.
And you don't have to be push, up all the time. It'll come through consistently for the whole match to you as a wicketkeeper and to the slips Gordon. Unless you're too deep, you need to be accurate. You need to be where you need to be. Otherwise, it won't carry at times. Perth is an example, Buck, which you know very well. A lot of catches can die on you. So the keeper standing deep, the slips have to be very aware, more aware in Perth than Brisbane.
So last ball of Woods over. 2 slips in the short leg. Bowls to Labuschagne, who deflects in the direction of Hasiba Mead under the lid, but well in front of where he's positioned. End of the over on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Australia 1 for 46.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Australia lost 1 wicket this morning. Marcus Harris was caught at 3rd slip by David Malan from the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 3 at that stage. So a 1 for 10. Warner, who's on 25, and Labuschagne 15 have subsequently added 36. Warner was controversially dismissed, then not dismissed, bowled by Ben Stokes' beauty, but Stokes was shown to be over the line by the 3rd umpire. A point of controversy, of course, because he was over the line with the 4 previous deliveries as well, which we found out after the fact. That will be a talking point, but Stokes has the ball in his hand again. 45 minutes until the lunch break on day 2. Stokes to Warner, over the wicket to start. Inside edge, not far away from the leg stump. It spits out towards long leg. They get themselves a single. Warner, 26, Australia, 1 for 47. But again, full and straight enough at least from Stokesy and Healy.
Yeah, good change this. Ollie Robinson out of the attack and Mark Wood operating very economically, none for 2 off 5 overs. So they're trying everything. It's nearly double happy time for these Australian batsmen. They've played 21 overs. Around the 31, another 10 overs, the newness goes out of the ball, and this Gabba wicket is a very, very new ball wicket, so they're entering a nice time. And that's a good...
Now a 3rd slip Heels is ahead of us by a couple of seconds.
Yes.
Stokes bowls at Labuschagne in towards the trap and drops. Put down by Ollie Pope at leg gully. Labuschagne went back to pull, didn't get all of it. Pope went to his right. It was fast and low. It'll make for an interesting replay, that's for sure. On the Drummond Golf Christmas Savings replay screen, let's talk us through it, Chris Rogers.
Well, he's in a pretty good position. Just bounced in front of him at a leg gully. I don't think you can say that was an opportunity.
Yeah, just a half volley, wasn't it? Nearly got his fingers underneath. Had his fingers been on the turf, he might have got there, but they were just sitting above the green stuff. Here's Stokes. Bowls again. Labuschagne pulling once more, this time into the gap. Past square leg. Again, doesn't get all of it, so he won't get a boundary. Ollie Robinson wheels around from long leg to keep it to a couple. They might have come back for a third. They did. Labuschagne's 18 Australia. Bring up their 50. They're 1 for 50 halfway through the 22nd, Ian Healy.
There, Colo. So that ball coming on, you know, after the practice shot, which didn't quite come off the bat of Labuschagne the way he would have liked, Stokes gives him another one, and it's come on quite nicely. So they've done a lot of hard work, this partnership, and they'll reap the rewards, especially if they're still in here in 10 overs time.
This pair have been together for 100 deliveries, adding 40 of the 50 that Australia have made today. Warner back on strike to Stokes, his nemesis. Stokes 4 in the cordon, over the wicket, and hits him short of a length. It reared up and whacked him in the right ribs. Good cricket from Stokes, hitting the seam and taking advantage of what lacquer is left on this new ball. Warner, for the second time today, hit in the midriff. That stings, Chris Rogers.
It does. It's just an interesting way that Warner lined that ball up. He was almost in a perfect position to play the pull shot and then somehow try to get out of it. And the only way that ball could go was straight into the ribs of Warner. I don't know if he's getting himself blocked off. There was a little bit of footage before.
Packed cordon, Stokes bowls full. Warner clipping, doesn't beat. Square leg, good diving stop there. Jack Leach, of all people, not known for his fielding, but drags it down and saves a run.
There was a little bit of footage before where, particularly against Mark Wood, where Warner's back foot was sliding back towards almost a leg gully to square leg. So you wonder if he's just closing himself off a couple of times. And like we saw in that previous delivery, the ball swinging back in then kind of traps him.
I don't think I quite did it justice there. Leach might have saved 4 there. That was nicely timed by Warner. Leach moving to his left, parrying it down. Stokes to complete his over to Warner on middle stump, forward, defending out to point. On the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Bitcoin Australia, 1 for 50 after 22.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
For 50, Adam Collins with Ian Healy up at the Gabba in the masseuse massage chair. Move better, sleep better, feel better with masseuse massage chairs. How is it, Heels?
Oh, on the deep shiatsu. That's pretty deep.
Mark Wood, third over of his spell. Probably the last over. He rarely bowls more than 3 in a burst. 2 slips, bowls to Labuschagne, who turns him just wide of the man at leg gully. That's Bairstow in as the sub-fielder right now. Gets himself a single down to fine leg. Was it a leg by? Was it off the bat? Looking for the signal. I think it was called a leg by. So Labuschagne stays on 18. Australia 1 for 51.
Yeah, no weaknesses in the massage chair, Colo. It's firm. If you ask for it to be firm, there's nowhere that it misses. You know, right from your feet. Give your feet a workout. And right through your glutes, up your back, and on your shoulders as well. So, you know, we've had a good fun up here in the commentary box.
The full century experience on SEN Test cricket. Ian Healy at the ground. We're in the studio, but we'll
television well positioned with it. However,
well, you've got 4 days to sort it out. Wood's now going to go around the wicket. Last ball was 150 clicks. Arrives here to Warner, short leg, and that's the way Warner goes, just over short leg. Didn't quite take on the pull shot, tried to work it into the onside, but not close enough for Hasiba Mead to put up a mitt. Warner now 28, Australia 1 for 53, but something to work with there for England.
Yes, and they fancy themselves here to David Warner. It was a very good observation of Buck Rogers just before he left you, Colo, that David Warner is closing himself off, and he has a habit of doing this against England, and that's what Stuart Broad gets him being. A very strong offside dominance and priority for him, and then when they get on his pads at times, he's just played a flip shot, which he top edges. And now they've put a fielder in place. He's having a look around. Just behind the square leg umpire, there's an extra fielder. There's a bit more to come.
Here comes the short stuff. Mark Wood. He's got the skills on this front to the crease and bowls, and Warner defends from the crease. Can he beat point? He can't. They still get through for a single, though. Johnny Bairstow, the sub-fielder. Warner, 29 scratchy runs this morning so far, with the exception of a couple of lavish boundaries through the covers. Australia 1 for 54. But yes, good running, Healy.
Yeah, and he's jumped at that. He needed some energy. He's bowling at good pace, and he's jumped, and he's played that from maybe leg stump, rather than get inside the line, which he's not doing capably at the moment. He still decided to back away and play it through the cover gap for a single. Hard to control.
So we know that Mark Wood can bowl up at mid-150s here at Labuschagne. Will he continue the short-pitched attack? Delivers short of a length, Labuschagne. One hand off the bat, soft hands out to backward point. Well bowled and well played. He stays on 18. Australia 1 for 54. I mentioned earlier, Heels, that Mark Wood's quickest delivery is faster than anything that Jofra Archer's been clocked with before. So it just gives you a sense of why they were desperate to see him play in this first test at the Gabba and take advantage of anything that might still be in the track there after being under covers for a couple of days in the lead-up.
Yes, there's been plenty in the track this morning, and the Australians are working very, very hard at resisting too many risky shots and just...
Wood here, wide of the crease. Well played by Labuschagne through mid-wicket. Nicely timed off the front foot. Just a flick of the wrists. Will it make the rope? Not quite, as Johnny Bairstow, again the sub-fielder in the action. Come back for a third. So Labuschagne joins Warner in the 20s, 21 to be precise. Australia 1 for 57.
That type of delivery is now getting picked off by the Australians. They're set. They're set enough to pick off a leg side half volley. So England have to resist bowling that. This is a long 35 minutes they've got in the lead into lunch. It's a real danger period for them. If Australia, let's say there's 8 overs, Australia can pick off 25 or 30 runs. They're going to be comfortable at lunch. So England have got to maintain quality. Normally they'd be heading into lunch in 3 or 4 minutes' time, 2-hour sessions. But it's not to be today. They're on the wrong side of these conditions for sure.
Last ball of Woods over. Warner comes forward. No run. You can hear that loud, positive call. The end of 23 overs on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Australia 1 for 57.
Tee off the holidays with Christmas savings at Drummond Golf. Drummond's online catalogue is packed with over 50 pages of savings, including the Callaway X Cart Bag, tailor-made V3 Distance Balls 12-pack, and more. Shop in-store or at drummondgolf.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Lauren X Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Lauren X Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Lauren X Cleaning. Google them today.
Between overs on our replay screen for Drummond Golf Christmas savings, we're seeing that Mark Wood has been very consistent outside the line of the off stump to Labuschagne. Hasn't really gone in towards the line of the body as yet. However, he's bowled 3 overs in the spell, and he rarely bowls more than that in a shift before taking a breather. Ben Stokes here starting the 3rd over of his spell as well. In at Labuschagne, 3 slips in position. He delivers here, it's full. Labuschagne on the front foot through cover. Nicely timed and placed. Won't get 4 for it. Chris Wokes in pursuit. They do get 2, and actually they come back for a 3rd as well. That's really good running from Labuschagne, who's 24. Australia 1 for 60, and that brings up the 50 stand. They've added 50 runs across 110 deliveries together.
Both men will be very satisfied with that performance, and they'll be wanting a lot more. Australia last year were quite wasteful with the starts they'd achieved with the bat. got themselves out in 40s, 50s, 60s, and didn't go on with it. So I'm sure that's one of the main, identified weaknesses of last year that they're trying to get right this year. A half volley from Stokes, first ball of the over. They've got to be very careful in this half-an-hour period.
Packed cordon. Stokes bowls to Warner. Off the back foot, cutting well. In front of square, in front of point. To the fat side of the ground. They'll get at least 3. Hamid drags it in about 2 yards before the rope. The big long throw. They consider running a 4th, actually, but Labuschagne's enthusiasm is quelled by Warner, who moves into the 30s. He's 32. 1 for 63 now, the score, Australia. And considering that England only made 147 yesterday, Hughes, and knowing that it does get better to bat at Brisbane, the deeper you are into the test match, this is getting to a very dangerous period for the visitors. They need a second wicket urgently.
Very much so. Your analysis of Mark Wood's last over was good on line, right? The line was consistent, but his length was all over the place. He tried 5 different lengths, and that's not what they need right now. And already in this over, Ben Stokes has gone half volley, short ball. Their length is starting to waver.
So Labuschagne, hometown kid, up against Stokes. Half volley again and gets the treatment. Leaning into it was Labuschagne. Out towards the extra cover rope. Beautifully played. Labuschagne to 28. These two are really ticking over beautifully now. Already 10 runs from this over. Only 3 deliveries in it. 1 for 67, the home side.
Again, just over-pitching. And Australia have earned the right to get their timing perfect. It's exactly that. Cover drive out of the middle of the kookaburra of Marnus Labuschagne. Still 3 slips in place. Maybe they could tighten up the cover field. But you don't want to tighten up the field before you get your bowling right. Right now, England have got to get their bowling and their patience back together.
7 boundaries this morning. Labuschagne has 3 of them. You could see that Stokes was gutted with the previous ball. Threw his head back, delivers again, and beats Labuschagne. That's a beaut. Just short of a length. Labuschagne felt as though he needed to play, but it took off after hitting the seam. And Butler took it with his fingers up towards the sky. There was half an appeal from the cordon, but that was the sound of Labuschagne's boots running across the turf as he adjusted late, just as the ball arrived, squared up a treat.
And another meek appeal. You know, it's appealing in hope. You know, we've beaten about with a great ball rather than worry about getting another one in. They're hopefully appealing.
Stokes again, a fraction wide of the crease to Labuschagne, who pulls. Doesn't quite beat Jack Leach, who does well again, diving to his right. However, they're still able to scamper through for a single. Labuschagne, 29 from 60 deliveries. Australia 1 for 68. 1 ball left in this expensive Stokes over.
The last 4 overs have showed signs that England didn't need to see. You know, normally it's lunch. It's go and have a rest, boys. But today, there's 7 more overs to go. And Australia are just starting to get on a roll. They're finding some comfort, and England are the ones trying too much.
Yeah, the deficit's just 79. That number's going to diminish quickly with Australia going the way they are here. Stokes, last ball of the over to Warner, who's well forward. Compact in defence out towards mid-on. End of the over on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. There'll be a change in commentary. Anthony Hudson replacing me. Australia 1 for 68.
On now at Harvey Norman, just in time for Christmas. Buy selected TV 75-inch and above and receive bonus wall mount installation. Buy a selected soundbar and we'll install that too. Or choose a bonus $300 Harvey Norman gift card. Plus, bonus local delivery on all in-stock 65-inch and above TVs. Delivery within 25 k's of store. Conditions apply. See store for details. Don't miss out. Ends Monday. Local delivery plus bonus wall mount installation on selected TVs and soundbars on now at Harvey Norman.
Afternoon, Heels.
Hello, Hutto. How are you?
I'm well, and Labuschagne and Warner are starting to feel a little more settled now. 58 from 113 balls is their partnership, and Australia 1 for 68. Can't believe how good the weather up there is, Heels, compared to what we saw yesterday in the initial forecast.
Well, this is the light. I thought we were going to finish the game in. I thought that storm would get through and the ground would dry out okay and the sun would come out. It just wasn't to be. But, I mean, they're thinking about a storm that is building once again today. England need it fast because everything is just conspiring against England. This long session in the heat. They've got a second long session later on this afternoon if they can't get off the field and have Australia all out. It's a hard day. And both Warner and Labuschagne are now well set at a time where runs become quite a lot easier than they have been. When the ball's 25 to 30 overs old, the pressure has swung to England for sure.
An interesting phase about to take place with Jack Leach coming on to bowl for the first time. He's 17 test matches, 62 wickets, an average just under 30. And so the left-hander will be bowling for the first time to Labuschagne. He has a slip and a leg slip in place.
I think, well, I'm here to be proven wrong, but I think that's an overrated position. Leg slip. He might be going to really get some swing and a couple might slide on and maybe get a little leg glance catch to Hamid there, but I'm not sure. Could be better used.
Leach is ready. Handful of steps, tosses up an expansive drive from Labuschagne, but straight to the field. Milan doing the fielding at mid-off.
Remember in the day when Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer would be in right now, Hutto, and a spinner comes on, it's all action. They come straight at him. I wonder if these two are now ready to do that themselves.
Labuschagne waits for this one and just twirls it around, flicked it in front of the square leg umpire. Wokes comes around to do the fielding, but not before Labuschagne gets to the other end. And a well-paced partnership this from the Australians. They've had some issues, and obviously David Warner had a lot of luck. Bowled off a no ball by Ben Stokes. If you've just joined us, Australia would have been 2 for 30, and things could well be different now, Heels, but to put that behind them, I guess, England.
Yes, it's could definitely have been a lot different, and they were more energetic at that stage. They got the wicket, then everyone is buoyed. There's pressure on Steve Smith. Then you get into Travis Head, the unknown, then Cameron Green, the rookie. So they accepted it very well. Their heads didn't drop. And I thought, oh, that's okay. They're going to hang in here. But since then, they've tired.
Left-hander to left-hander as Leach comes in over the wicket. There's a leg slip, there's a short leg as well, and he's whacked it back to the bowler. Was he put down?
I don't think so, because Jack Leach is smiling. But it was slammed. I think it might have been a bump ball.
Okay.
Straight to him.
It came with force. And he was in protection mode, Jack Leach. He bowls this one even more. It's a full toss. Hit up to mid-off. Smartly fielded away to his left. And there's no run. So as you said, you suspect Warner will be ready to go after him. It was hit straight into the ground and straight back at Leach. Third ball of the over. Drops onto a good length that time, and a very watchful David Warner plays it carefully to a short wide mid-on. Slight shuffling of the field. Ready to go again. 1 for 69 Australia. Leach comes in, bowls, and again he finds the right length, and Warner prods and defends. And that is the end of the over at 1 for 69.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
1 for 69. Labuschagne back on strike.
What about their partnership details? Just up on a monitor here, Hutto. Labuschagne and Warner. Test partnerships, 953 runs at an average of 95.
It's not bad going, is it?
Time together. Yes, and they've done a lot of hard work today. They deserve to spend a lot more time at this crease. It's such an awkward, uncomfortable position that England find themselves in. They've got to try things without trying too much. And everyone's on edge. No one needs to make a mistake, a drop catch, a missed run out. It's really on edge for England because this game can slip away in the next 4 hours here in Brisbane.
Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. It's 1 for 69. Labuschagne waits, and Wokes, who's taken up the attack, bowls just outside the off stump. Colo?
That includes a partnership of 129 2 years ago at this ground, where Warner finished with 154 and Labuschagne 185.
I didn't think he'd be far away, Colo.
Always here, Heels.
Australian batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, Harris, the man out for just 3. Australia now pushed on to 1 for 69. Trailed only 78. Wokes targets the stumps, but just strays slightly to middle and leg, and just nudged in front of the umpire at square leg for a single by Labuschagne. And the score advances to 1 for 70. We work our way towards lunch. How did Brisbane rate as far as food was concerned at lunch, Heels?
Missed it yesterday, Hutto. I didn't quite know where the media lunch room was to be this week, so I just nipped downstairs and bought my lunch.
As a player, though, as a player, I was referring to.
As a player, it was awesome. Early years, barramundi, steak, half a chicken and chips, unbelievable. And then the dietitians became involved, and then it became a stir-fry type bain-marie.
Bowls and looking to push and run Warner. It's a bit too hard. So he stays where he is at 1 for 70. Those bloody dietitians, Heels.
Lorna Garden was her name. Hi, Lorna. She had worked with Collingwood Football Club in Victoria, and she came to Cricket Australia and changed our airline meals, ripped everything out of our minibars in our hotel rooms. Merv Hughes was not the same bloke ever again. And in the lunchrooms, it wasn't as nice.
Bloke still toiling away in the Brisbane sunshine. Bowls, and Warner is beaten by an absolute beauty. It took off. It was just outside what was a bat that was trying to be withdrawn, but I suspect that was probably after the ball had passed.
Oh, look at them go and investigate that spot. They are right down there. So Wokes has got it right to the left-hander. And the other good thing about this partnership is the way they are rotating the strike. That is steepled from a good length. And Warner was lucky enough to miss it. But, they are rotating it around, making Wokes bowl to right-hander, then left-hander, and readjust everything.
He had his mouth wide open afterwards, Warner. This time he looks to work it to leg. It hits the pad instead, but he will get his team a single. As it bounds away on the onside, he gets to the other end to contemplate all of that. And Australia are 1 for 71. Our tourism partner, by the way, if you're looking for an exciting trip away this summer, visit mildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy. Great food, amazing weather, great wine as well up in those regions. Great produce. So Mildura, check it out, mildura.com.au.
Right-hander on strike. They've dropped a man 2/3 of the way back in front of square. There may be a short ball coming, but, they've certainly got their Their minds full of strategy and effort, the English.
And Labuschagne punches this one, working it from short of a length on the offside away onto the onside, and the over is bowled. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. It's 1 for 71 at the Gabba.
Christmas gift ideas for everyone. Now at Harvey Norman. Google Nest Mini. Now only $38, save $40. Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 Classic makes a great gift. From only $498, save $50. Upgrade their mobile with the TCL 20L Plus. Just $298, save $100. Or get the amazing Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G 256 gigs. Now $1,998, save $500. More great gift ideas in store and online now at Harvey Norman.
Now, Heels, one of our listeners, Alex, has sent through, is Heels from New Zealand? He reckons you sound like a Kiwi.
I'm not.
I didn't think you were. Leach continues. He bowls, and he's lofted straight back over his head by David Warner, and it goes all the way. There's the answer as to how Australia are going to deal with Jack Leach. Beautifully timed by David Warner. Straight drive in the air, all the way for 6. And Australia are 1 for 77. And there's a message for you, Jack.
At a time where they're over-attacking for mine, but they probably have to. They need to be desperate. So his bowling has to back up desperation. And floating up a half volley at the start of an over is not the way to do it.
Leg slip still in place in a short leg as he strays a little to the onside, and Warner misses out. He hits it straight to short mid-wicket. Chris Rogers is back with us as well.
I've just been called a Kiwi, Buck.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes. I love New Zealand, of course. A wonderful place. But I'm not sure exactly why I sound like it.
Leach bowls down the track, repeats the dose, this time over mid-on, and it's 6 more! David Warner takes it to Jack Leach. And at this rate, they'll have reached England's score not long after lunch. 2 sixes in the over. Food for thought for Joe Root and for Jack Leach.
Well, he's in his second over. I just think you want to allow your spinner to settle. And having 3 men in and around the bat just means there's gaps everywhere. I just think, you put mid on back, maybe take that leg slip out, put him at a catching position straight on the leg side, and then just allow him to settle in. If you feel then he's bowling well, then you could go more attacking. But I think Jack Leach is going to be under serious pressure here, just because he just doesn't quite get enough topspin on the ball. So as we've just seen, it's almost you can get down the pitch to him and not get beaten in the air.
It was a good blow, really good blow, and he's certainly got his balance right, landing right at the right time. The bat swing's perfect, and he's finding the middle.
Just looks so easy, doesn't it, Hills?
Yep.
6.6. Some adjustments to the field, but still largely on the attack. Let's see what Warner does this time. Leach pushes it through a bit quicker, and he looks to get a single wide of mid-off, but it's sent back. Smart fielding by Robinson.
He didn't quite get that right, David Warner. He would have liked to squirt it a bit squarer, and there's a single to be taken, and that would have hurt.
Leach ready again. Joe Root at a straightish short mid-on as he backs away to give himself room and tries to work it away through cover. He gets it wide of Wokes. He gets a single, so he's well sated for the over. He has 2 sixes. He gets to the other end. It's 1 for 84. Our replays for Drummond Golf Christmas savings. Plenty to be had at Drummond Golf. Colo?
This is exactly what India did to Jack Leach in the first test at Chennai earlier this year. They took 84 from his first 11 overs. Rishabh Pant took him on, and it had a big effect on the way that Leach was able to bowl through that test match.
He has decent enough test figures, Jack Leach. Last ball of his second over to Labuschagne, who whacks away through the covers, got right over the top of that one, and dispatches Jack Leach to the boundary for 4. Wow, this is a real challenge now for England into the over. It's 1 for 88, and the partnership up to 78 on SEN Test Cricket.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom!
For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
David Warner closing in on yet another Test 50. He's 45 not out. Marnus Labuschagne is 35. And England are 1 for 88 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. Wokes is about to start his 8th over. Now England would desperately not love to break this partnership before lunch. Wokes to Warner. He's having nothing with that outside the off-stump.
The momentum just seems to have shifted, doesn't it, in the last period? It's almost like Australia have worked out, they've done all that hard work, and England are just wilting under the sun.
Yeah, 38 runs in the last 5 overs.
And it's always the issue when you have a hot day and then you have to play that extra hour. That 2.5 hour session, it just becomes agony.
Wokes tries again, and a watchful David Warner defends back to the bowl. Big moments of the Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. Not hard to pick what the big moment has been this morning and how different things may have been if that Ben Stokes hadn't have overstepped as he bowled David Warner. It would have been 2 for 30 and perhaps much different right now.
Yeah, especially the talisman who Stokes is for England.
Wokes works his way in, bowls again, and Warner just shuffles across and defends. Wood rushes in to do the fielding.
Hills, did you have any...
Oh,
he's left, is he?
He's ducked away.
Just wanted to know if he had any worries around Davey Warner and facing pace, where they're getting to the back end of the series. That's becoming an issue. Against Mark Wood Express pace, he looked a little bit...
He did. A bit unsettled, didn't he, earlier today?
Otherwise, I think he's played really, really well.
That's at the ready. Wokes throws one up. Attempter outside the off stump. It was too good for Butler. As Warner let it go, and it went past Butler, an awkward double bouncer for him. As it hooped away and down to the boundary for 4 byes. As if England need that right now. It's 1 for 92. Last 58 balls, 50 runs have come.
Well, there's been a couple from Wokes in particular that have been variable bounce. One that took off that nearly clipped.
Yeah, that's died.
The glove of Davey Warner on the way through, and then Butler took it well above his head, and now that one, it just died and actually swung as well away.
1 for 92. Wokes hunting Warner, good leave. Man, Butler can't take a trick. That one went rocketing into his gloves and then out. So a little bit uncomfortable for Josh Butler.
Has all the hallmarks of just falling apart here for
England, doesn't it? And we've seen this story before. We've seen the movie, haven't we?
Well, it just feels like so many tests that have happened in Australia. You know, that the tourists, they get bowled out and then they come out, they do some good things, but it just doesn't go their way, and before you know it, Australia are piling on the runs.
Minutes before lunch. Wokes bowls, and he flashes at this one, David Warner. An exasperated Chris Wokes shakes his head, rubs the sweat off the brow, shakes his head some more, and then walks away as the over bowled. It's 1 for 92 on the independent reserve scoreboard.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. There's beauty in being a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and for a wider perspective, dual 12.3-inch curved display screens. Christmas has come early with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Another thing that we've seen often is a finger spinner comes to Australia. He's in the first test team and they go after him, and it's impactful for the rest of the series. So Jack Leach's response here, really critical. Huh?
Yeah, and I mean, this captaincy is just so curious. He has a leg slip. He's supposedly turning the ball away from the batter.
Leach bowls, and Labuschagne whacks again, same as we saw at the end of the last over. Gave himself a little bit of room and hit it away through the covers. Slightly agricultural, but very much in control. Straight into the ground and away for 3 more runs.
But that's where the gap is. So as a batter, you think, okay, there's a leg slip here. The only way the ball's going to go there is if I fall across. So I just got to stay leg side of it, almost give myself some room. And then actually it's a little bit of a free hit through cover point. And that's twice now. He's cleared his front leg. His front foot's ended up outside leg stump so he could slap it through the offside. I mean, sometimes you think, Joe Root should be thinking what he would like if he was batting.
So they've pushed a couple out deep now, a long on and a deep mid-wicket to some protection on the leg side for David Warner. Leach bowls down the track and Warner mistimes an off drive.
Well, the thing they have here now to Warner is they're bowling with a 3 on the offside and 6 on the leg.
Yeah.
So
a straight short mid on as well with Rory Burns in there next to the pitch.
Yeah, there's not a lot of margin for error. Well, here
he's just moved.
Changed it, yeah. So that catching man on the leg side straight next to the wicket, he's gone to cover.
Leach bowls. He's lapped around the corner by Warner. Knows where the gaps are. He's only going to get 1 though. And it's 1 for 96, Colo.
Unless your name's Graham Swan or Nathan Lyon or perhaps Ravichandran Ashwin in the last couple of tours, Australia is a graveyard for finger spinners, not least Moeen Ali 4 years ago, who took his wickets at 115 and went at 3.5 and over.
And that, even though Leach did take some wickets in that last Ashes series, he still went for some runs per over, particularly against Marnus. Dismiss him a couple of times.
Well, a lot of the places that Leach has had his success has been at Somerset, where they've been on big turning wickets, and then even when he toured Asia last year, where they're different kind of surfaces, so you bowl a different style.
He's got a right-hander now to aim at. Try and spin it away down the track. Magnificent footwork by Marnus Labuschagne, and he lifts him over long on for 6 more. This is a brutal assault on Jack Leach. First David Warner, second David Warner, and now Marnus Labuschagne, not satisfied with a couple of boundaries, has taken him all the way for another 6. Doesn't matter that lunch is only 7 minutes away.
Oh, why would it? I think that this is an opportunity for the batters just to really pump up their score.
And they're eroding the deficit at a fast rate now. He bowls, he wants more, he hit it straight back at the bowler that time. To the ground, and then Leach at least took the pace off, and there's no run on the deflection to Robinson at mid-on.
So the skill Lyon has is just able to get so much topspin that he beats the batters in the air. And almost even if you come down to run down to hit it, it's never quite where you think it is.
Leach gives it air, and it's handsomely driven, and it breaks through the man at mid-off. Ben Stokes, a misfield again, not what was needed. He pursues it and flicks it back. Now, did he hurt himself, Ben Stokes, or just seemed to limp a couple of times? And all we need now is an injury from the touring team to we've seen that script as well. End of the over. It's 1 for 105 at the end of it.
A kid's playground, rubbish. A park bench, rubbish. A nature boardwalk, rubbish. You see, the Australian government is helping industry to transform your old rubbish into incredible new things. Proudly remade in Australia. Like this outdoor gym, rubbish. Even this brand new road, rubbish. Every time you recycle, you're helping to remake Australia into a better place for everyone. Remade in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Off the Tyre Power text, your trusted tyre experts. Fill your boots, boys. 1 for 105. They're certainly doing that. It's a race to 50 at the moment. Labuschagne up to 47. and Warner 46. Stokes is staying out there. He does look a little ginger, though. He's just flexing that left knee and stretching.
That's the
new overstart. Wokes bowls. It was there to be slapped away, and it's exactly what Labuschagne has done. And he brings up yet another Test 50. His appetite for runs knows no end. Manus Labuschagne, 51 from 71 balls. His 11th Test 50. It's 99 partnership, and it has been an assault by the Australian batsmen. They've ridden their luck, particularly David Warner. Short outside the off stump, and Labuschagne helped himself.
Well, they're playing easily now. The runs are coming freely. This is danger signs for England.
3 minutes to lunch. Wokes bowls. Labuschagne stands up to that one and plays it into the ground. It goes square on the offside.
Labuschagne's 7th half century in Australia to go with 5 tons. He averages 74 in Australia.
Just loves it, doesn't he?
I mean, they've batted so well in this session, really. It wasn't easy at the beginning. There was enough there for England and the new ball. They've had a little bit of luck, but equally the intent they've shown has been excellent, just to work their way through the tough period.
Wokes bowls Fuller and turn to the leg. A little bit of hesitation from David Warner to respond to the call, and Stokes is lame. He is lame and he knows it. He's limping around. This is, well, it's sad to see from a series point of view. He's missed so much cricket, Ben Stokes.
Well, I think it's his left leg, so it's his pivot leg when he bowls as well. Yeah, I mean, if that means that he can't bowl, that's just a massive blow for England. I mean, the reason they're playing Jack Leach, I think, is because of the balance that Stokes brings.
Wokes bowls and Warner lets it go, and if Leach is going to be expensive, he can't even be that economical hold up and end part of the attack.
Well, when the squad was picked, one of the criticisms was probably the lack of imagination. And Matt Parkinson from Lancashire was really one that they potentially could have picked. A leg spinner, had a fair bit of success now.
Crowd urging Warner on. He needs a boundary to get a 50, but he won't get it with that. He plays it quietly to Stokes, who is happy not to have to move in the covers.
Success in county cricket. Played for England in short format. I think that would have been the brave call.
Off the Type Our text, it's a Simon Jones moment. Again, the crowd involved as Wokes bowls, and Warner's having nothing of that. Across the body it goes. Still time for one more over before lunch on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Bitcoin. Australia are 1 for 110.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippies flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippies fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippies. Delicious!
Only wicket to fall this morning. Marcus Harris snaffled at third slip by Milan off the bowling of Robinson for 3. Visit snaffle.com.au. Labuschagne is the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. For non-urgent police assistance, call 131 444. He's 52 not out. Mark Wood is going to bowl the last over, so Jack Leach has been removed from the attack. It's fair enough.
Not much of a vote of confidence for Leach either.
No, but they probably can't afford to be leaking any more.
But you look at even how Root set the field for the beginning of Leach. leads a spell.
Partnership 100 as Wood bowls, and a late decision to play. Just hung the bat, played it on the bounce into the gully. No run. It's still 1 for 110.
They didn't really look after him. You know, just allow him to work his way into the game. Let him get a bit of confidence. But now he's bowled 3 overs for 31. And where do they go with him now?
Our player of the day is for Bing Lee. Grab a deal today. Both Australian openers, or I should say, both Australian batsmen at the crease now in contention, with Labuschagne on 52 and Warner on 46. The express pace of Mark Wood. He's 7th over his 3rd spell. Bowls, and it was a little bit more to deal with for Marnus there. He got out of the way. It was a short ball angling in at his body. Ducked inside it. Shuffling across. Turning point was the review of the no ball. The TAC drive safely for everyone. TAC. Ben Stokes denied the wicket, and now who knows what the future is in this series for Ben Stokes.
Bucky mentioned Matt Parkinson. He's really done everything asked of him, the Lancashire leg spinner. 25 years of age. He's been playing white ball cricket for England. Took his first class wickets at 20 this season, 19 last season. He's won games on test venues.
Wood, and that one angles into the body, and Labuschagne again with the open face into the ground. Bit of a cordon, no run.
Spins at square, genuine match winner, and they didn't even put him in the main test squad. He's in the Lions squad, which says a fair bit about the inherent conservatism of England selections, I think, for this series. That Parkinson was overlooked. Sure, they could move him up from the Lions squad, but their backs Leach is their principal spinner.
And Bess as well.
And Bess is their backup, both finger spinners. And as we mentioned before, finger spinner records in Australia in the last decade or so, with the exception of Graham Swan and Nathan Lyon, have been dire.
3 balls to go. Change the sentiment of the first session. Wood goes full, and Marnus happened just to slightly open the face. Play it gently to cover, get to the other end. Advance, he scored a 53 in Australia. 1 for 111 in the 31st over.
I just think there's so many things that England have done in this match already. You could almost predict they were going to play at balls they didn't need to. Their fields have been curious again. They've had their mid-off, mid-on too square. They've had their point too far behind, which has allowed Australia to get easy singles on the offside. They've picked off spinners who are finger spinners who have look like they're not suited to the conditions. Bit same old, isn't it?
Wood charging in, and he beats the outside edge of David Warner. And he has looked at his most vulnerable against Wood this morning when he came on straight away. He just didn't look to have quite the same composure as he had against the other bowlers. The heat making anyone a little uncomfortable.
He's been arguably the best bowler on show today, Mark Wood. He's been up near 150 kilometres an hour and been beating the bat, just hasn't had any luck. When you're in your mid-30s, the last thing you want to be doing is facing express pace.
Beat the vertical bat that time. Let's see what Warner has to offer to defy Wood here. Last ball before lunch. He charges his falling weight. He whacks it away square of the wicket. Late decision to square drive. Misfield slightly by Milan at point, and they'll get back for a couple of runs to finish the session, of which belongs to Australia. The partnership up to 103. And our player of the day shared, I would suspect so far, between David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne. Bing Lee grab a deal today. The lunch break is upon us for huskybrand.com.au. 1 for 113, Chris Rogers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of an arm wrestle at the beginning of the day, and the dismissal of Marcus Harris just opened the door for England, and they did a lot right. They put the ball in the right areas, but didn't have a lot of luck. I think a few edges that went to a vacant fourth slip position. One edge off Labuschagne that just fell short of first slip. And then the dismissal of Davey Warner off a no ball bowled by Stokes. And then from then on in, it just, I think the heat has wilted England and Australia just capitalise on that extra half an hour of that long session. But some excellent batting by Warner and Labuschagne. The way they got stuck in they knew they had to get through a tough period, and they've been able to capitalise at the end of that session.
So Ben Stokes staying out there for now, or he's now obviously leaving with the rest of his teammates, but he didn't leave, so that's the other big question that hangs over this English team. Harris the man out, caught in the lane, bowled Robinson for 3. That was the catch. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. And the leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131 444. The only wicket taker, our leading wicket taker, Ollie Robinson. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. That's for Spinal Ease, the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au. Looking forward to hearing from Mike Atherton after the break as we come back for lunch. The fall of wickets, the only wicket so far, of course, for budget truck rental. No matter the job, they have a truck. At that stage, Australia losing its first wicket looked vulnerable at 1 for 10 with the departure of Harris. He's the other talking point in terms of Australia. But all good. Other than that, Australia go to lunch at 1 for 113, closing in quickly on England's score of 147. They trail by just 34 runs. SEN Test Cricket, the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Bitcoin. They'll resume after the break with Labuschagne on 53 and Warner on 48 on SEN Test Cricket.
Adelaide Tools is your Christmas gift destination. Whether it's a stocking filler under $50 or a gift for that special someone, Adelaide Tools has you covered. We've got brushless combo kits from just $299. Or surprise your little helper with a range of tool toys from $49. Get the tradie or serious DIYer in your life a gift they really want. Check out our range of great gift ideas in-store and online. Can't choose? Get them a gift card. Hurry into Adelaide Tools, your Christmas gift destination. Adelaide Tools. Trusted brands, trusted service.
Whatever journey you're on, a road trip with mates or family adventure, Tyre Power has you covered during their Summer Scorchers sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help you plan that next driving holiday. During the Summer Scorchers sale on now, buy 3 get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. Go and see Paul Hassett and the team at Alice City Tyre Power on Whittaker Street.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. A bushfire continues to burn out of control in the Shire of Augusta Margaret River in Western Australia's southwest. An emergency warning is in place for people in the Lewin Naturalist National Park south of Redgate Road, west of Bustle Highway, then Vlam Road and Caves Road and north of Reserve Road. Lives and homes are in danger. Keep up to date with warnings via Emergency WA or DFES on social media. New South Wales has recorded 8 new cases of the Omicron COVID-19 variant, but Premier Dominic Perrottet says the rise in infections will not impact next week's further easing of restrictions. Pharmaceutical company Moderna has given an update on the early signs of how effective their booster vaccine is against the Omicron variant. Yesterday, the TGA approved the booster jab for use in adults, meaning it now just needs to be cleared by the Australian Technical Advisory Group on immunisation. Moderna Australia boss Michael Azrak spoke to the ABC on the early data.
It's encouraging what we're seeing overnight. I think with all strains and variants we've seen, it does take a few weeks to really assess it. So the data's, it's optimistic. I'd be cautious right now.
In other COVID-19 figures, 9 deaths sadly reported in Victoria, 1 in New South Wales. No new COVID cases today in Queensland. And Deputy Prime Minister and Nationals leader Barnaby Joyce says he is disappointed he won't be able to attend high-level meetings with US counterparts on social media regulations after testing positive to COVID-19. He received the positive result just after arriving in the US from the UK. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Start your Saturday morning off with a laugh. Off the Bench with Hutchie and Katich, live every Saturday morning from 8:30 on SEN SA.
The AFL has released the full fixture for the first 9 rounds of the 2022 season, with the locations and times of the remaining rounds to be confirmed after the start of the season. The fixturing will see a number of Friday night double headers in the first portion of the season. And Australia is batting on day 2 of the first men's Ashes test. Marcus Harris was the first wicket to fall, caught out on 3 runs.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 SEN SEN. That's 1300 736 736. Breakfast with Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes.
Gerard Whateley leads SEN's outstanding commentary.
The criticism has come for Joe Root. No one in their right mind at the first Ashes test, England captain, is going to bowl first no matter what the conditions.
No, imagine if the opposite had happened and they had nicked Australia off in such a manner. Imagine the conversation in this country and around this series this morning if Australia had been bowled out for a miserly total.
Tyre Power, here to help you stay safe on the road.
Weekdays on SEN. The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 736 736.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Cloudy in Adelaide today, a top of 22, a low of 11 overnight, then a mostly sunny day tomorrow, top of 24, down to 12 on Friday night, then sunny on Saturday, up to 29 degrees. And podcast any of your favourite SEN shows and listen when you want, all on the SEN app.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
You might think having thousands of pals is excessive. But that's not what the team at Parafield Airport Liquor Store think, because that's how many they have. Sure, they might be made up of over 100 gins, over 200 whiskies, over 300 craft beers, and over 2,000 boutique wines. But they're some of the best pals you could have, and they're always looking for more, even if they are tricky to track down. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can grab yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless lawnmower kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
More noise, more history, more pressure.
Just short.
Don't miss the Vodafone Ashes Brisbane Test at the Gabba. December 8 to 12. Search Ashes tickets. Hurry, seats selling fast.
Hello sports lovers, Adam Peacock here with a quick preview of what you can expect to find on Code Sports this week. Code is a brand new digital news service that goes beyond wins and losses to unlock the stories of sport. Get your free 1-month trial now through codesports.com.au. Now, this week, of course, it's all about the Ashes. There will be some exclusive insights from some of the biggest names in world cricket and some great features as well. A good one on their way is Lockie McCurdy. He sat down for a big chat with Nick Maddinson. Well, there's also some features with Glenn McGrath, Mitchell Starc and Stax Moore. Plus, we'll have some AFL, football, rugby league and all the wash-up from Bathurst. It's all on Code Sports. Unlock the stories of sports right now and you'll receive your 1-month free trial through codesports.com.au. That's codesports.com.au to go in depth with the sports you love.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions.
With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Miles Fitzner here. Travel your way around Australia this New Year's Eve at the Highway Hotels. Fair income start at 6 p.m. in WA with a Little Creatures beer or the Republic of WA cocktail. Then on to the Northern Territory at 7 p.m, Queensland at 8 and so on until we end up back in SA for midnight. No border closures, no restrictions. Tickets include a $25 food voucher, so book now at thehighway.com.au and remember to drink responsibly. The Australia Party this New Year's Eve at the Highway.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Leach continues, he bowls, and he's lofted straight back over his head by David Warner, and it goes all the way. Leach bowls down the track, repeats the dose, this time over mid-on, and it's 6 more! David Warner takes it to Jack Leach. Leach bowls, it was there to be slapped away, and it's exactly what Labuschagne has done, and he brings up yet another Test 50. His appetite for runs knows no end.
The lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
An extended session to start day 2. The curious case of the phantom no ball, the missed nicks ever so narrowly, edges that didn't carry, and then a brutal takedown by Australia's batsmen, who have reduced the deficit to just 34, and there is in all of this a litany of misfortune and sin, too familiar to touring teams at the Gabba, and felt very personally by England, I'm sure. Australia 1 for 113, Labuschagne 53 and Warner 48. Mike Atherton is with me. There was just a hint at the start of the day that all might be conspiring against England, and it's hard not to feel that rather intensely right now.
Oh boy, what a session. I mean, you summed it up beautifully there. Nothing went right for England this morning. I don't think they bowled badly at the start, actually. But then in that extra half hour, that extended half hour that we got just before the lunch break came, the full horror of Joe Root's decision yesterday at the toss must be coming on him now, because the skies are blue, the sun is beating down. They've taken down his left-arm spinner, Jack Leach, brutally with 31 coming from those 3 overs. Some wonderful batting there. Stokes looked as though he might be carrying some kind of injury when he trekked down to long off to drag in that ball just before the boundary. And I don't know whether it's his left knee or shoulder or a bit of both. The no ball that you mentioned when he got Warner out and then was called no ball, the first 4 balls of that over were no balls actually, which is testament really to just how rusty he is. He hasn't bowled in a test match since March and hasn't played in a game since July. So just a horrible session for England. Brilliant batting, I have to say. So impressive to see Marnus Labuschagne at the start of his innings. And if England's batsmen could take one thing from that session, it would just be to say to their analyst, get the first 30, 40 balls of Labuschagne's innings there and watch how he left the ball on length around off stump. And that is the template for England's top order. I thought he played beautifully. David Warner wasn't quite at his best. He was scrappy, wasn't he? But he scrapped through and started to flow just before the lunch break.
The lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. So we zero in on the moment. It's the flex point of the session. Is Stokes comes into the attack, and 4th ball, it's a beauty to Warner. Strikes him on the pads, disrupts the stumps. Warner looks up and says, well bowled, and he's going to be on his way for 17. It would have been 2 for 30, and Stokes would have got a look with a relatively new ball at Steve Smith. And again, Test cricket is beautiful for this, isn't it? It is to pick a singular moment, as it feels like an awful lot is going to swing on the review that shows him overstriding.
Absolutely. You had the sense, didn't you, that he knew straight away, because there was no grand celebration. Contrast maybe, you know, Mitchell Starc at the start of yesterday, the celebration from Starc, but the moment the ball hit the stump, Stokes almost like pulled up cold, didn't he, and stopped his celebration short. So I think he must have sensed that he'd overstepped the line. And as you say, a pivotal moment. If you actually look at the way Stokes bowled, just forget his rhythm on the front line. If you looked at the way that he bowled, he was actually bowling beautifully in that first over and first spell. He was tight to the stumps. Often when he gets a bit weary in Test cricket, he falls away wide of the crease, where he was tight in and he was getting the ball to come back to Warner. And actually, from hand to the batsman, he looked as dangerous as anybody. But obviously that rhythm is lacking and missing from the absence, you know, of cricket that he's had, and on the front line he was struggling. And as we saw later, those first 4 balls all could have been called no ball, bizarrely.
So do you find yourself perplexed by that, Mike, as you know the television set up around a game, the technology and what's expected?
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? That's what the technology is there for. That's what the third umpire is there for. I never actually feel... I never get too wound up by no balls that are called or not. I can well remember actually playing in a test match for England against Pakistan at Old Trafford, way before DRS and all the technology that's available to umpires now. And David Shepherd actually missed 7 wickets that were overstepped on the front line by Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. And he was distraught, just out of his own professional pride, if you like. And he rang me to apologise, and I said, well, you know, you're talking about probably a centimetre or 2. It's not really making much difference to what happens at the other end. But now, given the technology that is in place and the ability for third umpires to quickly call up these moments, it was slightly odd that they weren't called, for sure.
It's the 4th time on home soil for Warner. Each previous occasion has resulted in a century, and really far beyond that as well. And there's been once on foreign soil. Pete Lawler's had the reference. It's like coming back from the dead in a cricket sense. Is what do you reckon it does to the Dave Warner psyche?
Well, it's lovely, isn't it? It must be lovely for a modern-day batsman. Of course, I played before DRS and before all this technology really came into the game. So to have that ability to either call for a review or indeed get a moment overturned like that must make you feel like you're 10 foot tall all of a sudden. And as I say, Warner had been scrapping, hadn't he? He wasn't fluent at the start of his innings. I thought Robinson bowled pretty well with the new ball. Wood got him hopping around. Wood was very lively in that opening spell, bowling at, you know, consistently 150 clicks and above. And Warner was hopping around, and he probably just felt once that moment happened, once that no ball was called, that, yeah, this is going to be my day. And he's got such a good record. He's such a fine player. I mentioned before the broadcast began that I see him really as the key to Australia's batting, because Labuschagne and Smith are bankers. They're in the prime years of their career. Warner is not at 35 or whatever he is. But if he has a good series, England are going to find it very difficult. And the way that he was playing there just before the close, I mean, that was a brutal takedown of Jack Leach. Quite wonderful batting the moment the spinner came on. And Warner was quicksilver down the pitch and smashing him away. Fantastic batting.
Was that premeditated, did you feel? Did Australia have a plan to not let Leach settle?
Definitely. From the position they're in at 1 for 100, and, you know, it's that great game awareness. I've often felt that with David Warner in particular, that he is a very intelligent cricketer, cricket smart, and I don't... You know, intelligence comes in many forms, doesn't it? People often, when you talk about intelligence, they often think you're talking about university degrees or O-levels, A-levels, whatever it is. There's different kinds of intelligence, and I'm talking about cricket intelligence, that awareness to grasp a moment in the game. And that was the moment. You know, Joe Root, an extended half hour, he wants to give his seamers a break. So he throws the ball to Leach, hoping that Leach can just take him through to lunch, give him some quiet overs so they can get in and let the seamers have a bit of a rub down and come out fresh again after lunch. And Warner's thinking, no, this is the moment that I can really put the hammer down on Leach and Root, twist the knife from, you know, the decision at the toss yesterday. So brilliant game awareness from a very intelligent cricketer.
The partnership is 103 as matters stand, and they're going at better than 4 and over. The player of the day for Bingley, grab a deal today. What do you see in Marnus Labuschagne, who has played some stirring Test cricket at this venue already, and he just looked so confident when he got to the middle?
I'm a huge admirer of Marnus Labuschagne. From the moment that I saw him, I hadn't seen much of him until he walked to the crease memorably in that Test match at Lords and got felled by Jofra Archer. Was it first ball or second ball? I can't remember. But the way that he sprang up after that bouncer and just looked Archer in the eye, you knew this was a guy who wanted to play desperately in Test cricket. And my word, he played well in that 2009 series. We've watched him play for Glamorgan in English county cricket as well. He looks as though he's got a real hunger for the game, a hunger to score runs. As I said before, I thought he left the ball beautifully right at the start of his innings when Robinson was bowling well and getting that bounce around off stump, tight into off stump. And Labuschagne left beautifully. I love watching him bat, actually. He's a quirky cricketer, isn't he? I mean, he's almost taken on some of the mannerisms from Steve Smith, and I love watching him bat. I've had a quiet bet with my son at home, actually, after that 2019 summer. I had a pound with my lad that he's going to average more than Steve Smith at the end of his career. We'll see who's right, but I just had the sense from the moment he came into the Australian side that there was a guy with a hunger for runs.
The thoughts of Mike Atherton on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. You can add your thoughts to ours, 1300 736 736. You can text 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Summer Scorcher Sale. I'll get you to just stay with me, Mike, for a moment, and we'll talk what damage could be inflicted on England here, as we spoke about yesterday, and how a day can set a tone. We're about to have half a test that absolutely will test the resolve of England and the capacity to fight back both today and in what's to come. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Austral Genesis 9-person tent, save $250. Spinnerbag Strictly sleeping bag, half price. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda! Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet? Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval. Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Hello sports lovers, Adam Peacock here with a quick preview of what you can expect to find on Code Sports this week. Code is a brand new digital news service that goes beyond wins and losses to unlock the stories of sport. Get your free 1-month trial now through codesports.com.au. Now this week, of course, it's all about the Ashes. There will be some exclusive insights from some of the biggest names in world cricket and some great features as well. A good one on their way is Lockie McCurdy. He sat down for a big chat with Nick Maddinson. Well, there's also some features with Glenn McGrath, Mitchell Starc and Stax Moore. Plus, we'll have some AFL, football, rugby league and all the wash-up from Bathurst. It's all on Code Sports. Unlock the stories of sports right now and you'll receive your 1-month free trial through codesports.com.au. That's codesports.com.au to go in depth with the sports you love.
Get set for your summer trip with great value on our huge range at Adelaide Tools. Grab the latest portable fridges, freezers, drink bottles, generators, and multi-tools to enjoy your holiday even more. Adelaide Tools, open 7 days or online 24/7.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Stadium Super Trucks boss Nathan Kaiser reveals the real Barry Ryan.
People misunderstand Barry. You know, we see him for the guy that swears on TV and does that sort of stuff, but he's an incredible bloke.
Last time we spoke to Barry Ryan on this show, I think he was watching maths. You think that's a joke? That's not a joke. That's dead serious. Yeah, that was dead serious.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now.
Jingle all the way to the Angle Park Greyhounds this December and enjoy Christmas with the family each Thursday night until Christmas. Enjoy the trackside lawns with food bands, outdoor bars, tab and live music, plus free kids amusements including face painting and visits from Santa Paws. Gates open at 5:30 p.m. Feeling hungry? Book a festive feast at Chasers. Don't miss 4 nights of Christmas at the Angle Park Greyhounds each Thursday night until Christmas. Entries free. Book via greyhoundracingsa.com.au. Drink responsibly, gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
I mean, of course it's frustrating, but the fact that we're creating chances and we've created a good number of chances, half chances in that section is really pleasing. I think we've got to stay confident, keep trusting what we're doing. I know yesterday didn't go to plan, we're below par score, but that's why we've got to stay on it, keep trusting what we're doing and keep creating those chances, believing that we'll get our rewards later on in this hour.
England captain Joe Root, that was at the drinks break not long after the no ball that dismissed Dave Warner from Ben Stokes. The leading wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world, spinaleze.com.au. 1 for 19, Ollie Robinson from 7 overs that have included 3 maidens. Other than that, it's Wokes none for 23, Stokes none for 23, Wood none for 11, and Leach none for 31 from 3 overs. So a nasty assault by the Australians there. What's Joe Root's play, Athers, at the lunch break to salvage spirits?
Well, he's got some problems ahead of him, and particularly so if Ben Stokes is injured. We mentioned that he looked as though he was carrying something just before the lunch break there. So if he is, then Root is down to 4 bowlers, of which 1 Leach has been taken down by Warner and Labuschagne before lunch, 3 overs brutally for 31. And Wood, who he can only really bowl in short spells of 4 overs, maybe 5 overs maximum, because that's his role in the team. He's not a workhorse who's going to give you loads of overs. He's a kind of battering ram that you're just going to bowl in short, sharp spells. So that then puts a lot of pressure on Robinson and Wokes, who will have to do a lot of donkey work in a hot afternoon session when the ball is now 30-40 overs old. It's the best time to be batting in Australia when that Kookaburra ball is 30 overs old plus. And we've seen 1 or 2 instances of uneven bounce. Particularly, there was 1 over from Wokes where he got one to fly past the shoulder of Warner's bat. And then the next over, 1 scuttled down a bit lower. But other than that, we haven't really seen the kind of movement that there was there yesterday under the heavy overcast conditions. So it's not painting a very pretty picture for England, but I'm afraid that's the truth of the matter.
What's the sum of all fears here? I mean, this right now it feels like a 3 for 300 day.
That's how it feels right now. You've got to hope that there's a bowler in that dressing room who believes differently, or there's a fielder there that will produce a piece of magic for you to try and turn that around. You know, if you can nip one of Labuschagne and Warner out and somehow get Smith out early for once, there are question marks around the batting, aren't there, of Australia? I mean, you've got these 3 heavyweights, really, who've got fantastic records at home and at the Gabba, Warner, Smith and Labuschagne. But around them, there are enough question marks for England to throw a few punches, one would have thought, but these two look set right now, and the ominous sight of Smith to come in next. You know, there's plenty of problems for England.
And drawing on your captaincy experience, Athers, is what do you do with Leach after seeing those 3 overs? Now you get to take a 40-minute breather. When do you trust him? When do you use him to try to restore himself as much as anything for the team?
Well, he will have to bowl. I mean, he's not going to bowl straight away after lunch, one wouldn't have thought. He's going to go to his best 2 bowlers, which are likely to be Robinson and then one of Wood or Wokes. But he can't hide Jack Leach, and it's one of the problems that I can't remember whether it was Cato or Buck talked about before the game, the numbers of left-handers in this Australian lineup. You know, left arm finger spin doesn't necessarily go that well in Australia anyway, and when you add the number of left-handers in there that can play aggressively against him, that makes for a difficult situation. It is not an easy time to come on as a spinner, isn't it? 1 for 80, 90 with only 147 on the board. It's not easy, but he's going to have to do his share of the bowling.
It's great to get your insights at lunch. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Mike Atherton there, the lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. Australia 1 for 113 shortly to resume. Labuschagne 53 and Warner 48. Hutto will be in for the first ball of the fresh session. This has been the lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world right here on SENSA.
Making SEN news this hour, the Northern Territory is scrapping its red and green zone travel system from December 20, with Chief Minister Michael Gunner saying the important factor will be whether someone entering the Territory is fully vaccinated or not. The Northern Territory recorded 3 new COVID-19 cases today. The boss of Moderna Australia says early data is promising for the efficacy of their booster jab against the Omicron variant. And a bushfire near the West Australian tourist hotspot of Margaret River has intensified, with an emergency warning remaining in place for a vast section of the Lewin Natural National Park. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
It's lunch at the Ashes. Australia is 1 for 113 after a solid first session. Marnus Labuschagne has got his half-century sitting on 53 not out, while David Warner survived a no-ball wicket to be on 48 not out. Marcus Harris was Australia's only wicket so far, caught out on 3 runs. And the AFL will experiment with 2 matches on Friday nights for the first time next season.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
The Captain's Run, the big issues, the big talking points, and plenty of your calls every Friday morning on SEN.
Glenn Moss has been good enough to join us this morning. The bar that I've set myself through my whole career is very, very high. And I basically made a promise to myself many, many years ago that when I felt that I was not going to be at that level, I would make that decision and make that call.
Socialising just got easier this summer. From Urban Alley comes Urban Myth. No alcohol, pale ale. Friday mornings on SEN.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 736 736.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Partly cloudy in Adelaide today, a top of 22, a low of 11 overnight, then a mostly sunny day tomorrow, top of 24, down to 12 on Friday night, then sunny on Saturday, up to 29 degrees. And podcast any of your favourite SEN shows and listen when you want, all on the SEN app.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
On now at Harvey Norman, just in time for Christmas. Buy selected TV 75-inch and above and receive bonus wall mount installation. Buy a selected soundbar and we'll install that too. Or choose a bonus $300 Harvey Norman gift card. Plus bonus local delivery on all in-stock 65-inch and above TVs. Delivery within 25 k's of store. Conditions apply. See store for details. Don't miss out. Ends Monday. Local delivery plus bonus wall mount installation on selected TVs and soundbars on now at Harvey Norman.
Hello, sports lovers. Adam Peacock here with a quick preview of what you can expect to find on Code Sports this week. Code is a brand new digital news service that goes beyond wins and losses to unlock the stories of sport. Get your free 1-month trial now through codesports.com.au. Now, this week, of course, it's all about the Ashes. There will be some exclusive insights from some of the biggest names in world cricket and some great features as well. A good one on their way is Lockie McCurdy. He sat down for a big chat with Nick Maddinson. Well, there's also some features with Glenn McGrath, Mitchell Starc and Stax Moore. Plus, we'll have some AFL, football, rugby league and all the wash-up from Bathurst. It's all on Code Sports. Unlock the stories of sports right now and you'll receive your 1-month free trial through codesports.com.au. That's codesports.com.au to go in depth with the sports you love.
The Hungry Jacks NBL season is taking it next level.
Next level stars, next level rivalries, next level entertainment.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Season starts December 3.
Watch every game live on ESPN. Available via KO and Foxtel or on the ESPN app.
And that is the ball game. NBL 22. Next level.
It's the Golf Lovers Christmas at Drummond Golf, with great savings on a huge range of gift ideas for the golfer in your life. Every player needs a rangefinder. The Target Caddy TC200 is now $199. Save over $100. Cougar Tri-Wheel Buggy, just $119.95. Save over $20. Or a 12-pack of tailor-made V3 distance balls, just $29.95. See our online catalogue for more Golf Lovers Christmas savings at drummondgolf.com.au.
Miles Fitzner here. Travel your way around Australia this New Year's Eve at the Highway Hotels. Fair income start at 6 p.m. in WA with a Little Creatures beer or the Republic of WA cocktail. Then on to the Northern Territory at 7 p.m, Queensland at 8 and so on until we end up back in SA for midnight. No border closures, no restrictions. Tickets include a $25 food voucher, so book now at thehighway.com.au and remember to drink responsibly. The Australia Party this New Year's Eve at the Highway.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au. When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Get set for a big summer with great value on our huge range at Adelaide Tools. Grab the latest top brand fans, blowers, line trimmers, retractable hose reels and pressure washers to get stuck into your outdoors. Adelaide Tools. Open 7 days or online 24/7.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The second session. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time.
Second session for Dial Before You Dig about to get underway from the Gabba, with Australia 1 for 113. Early hiccup losing Marcus Harris, but since then Warner and Labuschagne have been superb. Warner, of course, rode his luck, not just with the no ball from Stokes when he was bowled, but a number of other potential edges or edges that could have gone to hand, but nonetheless he's out there and looking for another half century. He's 48. Labuschagne 53. Damien Fleming, afternoon to you.
Yeah, afternoon, Huddo and listeners. That was really impressive from the Australians. The England efforts were unrewarded, but particularly I think Marnus has been so composed at number 3, hasn't he? Very watchful early. Warner's been a little bit luckier, but in that last 20 minutes pre-lunch, yeah, they started to accelerate.
So Joe Root chooses Ollie Robinson first up, and he bowls and played gently away on the offside to Hamid by Marnus. Bit of a sighter.
And Robinson on the money. You know, we've only had a little snapshot so far of Ollie Robinson. He looks a very good bowler. Bob's full enough, doesn't he?
At that speed, I mean, he has the high release, and they've talked about being effective in Australia. What does he have to do? Because, there's a history of bowlers at that speed not having that success in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, accuracy and keep hitting the seam. He's got a good knuckleball. I don't think he's bowled yet. But, he needs assistance off the pitch. He's going to struggle on the flatter pitches.
Labuschagne waits for a mid. Puts it up there, a little bit of movement away, but not really in danger of hitting the stumps. That's only at 124.9.
Yeah, but what I like is the first one moved in and the second one moved out. So, because he's tall with a high release, he can get away with being around that speed. But as I said, the problem is, and we might have a wet summer, so there's a lot of covered wickets, 2-day night test matches, that'll help him.
Yep.
So, no, I'd be budgeting on a strong Ashes for Robertson.
Well, he could be the constant, couldn't he, in a revolving attack. He's in now. Labuschagne gets a full one. He's able to whip it away into the gap, played with control wide of Wokes, and get to the other end and move to 54. Adam Collins also with us.
Hello, Hutto. Some news from the England camp. Just at the end of the lunch break, Stokes is fine. So that left leg niggle when he was chasing after one of the leash boundaries just before lunch.
He threw a ball too, and he grabbed his shoulder, so there was two things on there. But yeah,
so the media manager says all good.
A misfield limp, was it? Not loser's limp, but a misfield limp?
That's how it looked initially, didn't it? Well, he did hobble around for about 5 minutes.
No, he did after.
But you are obligated, once you've gone with the first bit of pain, you've got to make it look like it's lasted a while.
It's like when you bowl a wide, you go back and scratch where you landed. It's in the fast bowling cartel handbook.
Hey, it's a relief, even from an Australian point of view. We don't want to see Ben Stokes go.
And he's bowled some beautiful overs already today.
Now, Warner has his first look at Robinson since lunch, and he's almost split in half by that one. It moved away, and all David Warner can do is laugh.
And it's not a bad philosophy, really. Because if your numbers are up, they're up.
Yeah.
But so far, he's still there, isn't he, Dave Warner?
So,
well, that's a beautiful length.
Would you be getting the lotto ticket if you're David Warner, or do you think you couldn't quite have, the luck surely couldn't extend to that?
Why not?
He probably doesn't have to worry about it too much anyway.
Because he's had a lot of playing misses. But Robertson, just keep doing what you're doing.
3 slips. Go down and wait. Robertson throws it up there, the edge, and dropped! Rory Burns has dropped the most simple of catches.
Awful.
And what could go wrong has for Rory Burns.
Explain to me why he was running or walking as the ball come to him. He could have just kept stable feet and catch the ball because it was at waist height. We're getting a replay. Watch his movements. Why is he moving? It actually hit his wrist.
It did.
Didn't even get into his hands. Beautifully bowled. Poor fielding. Awful catching.
I don't think he could explain that either.
That's a soda.
He has had an horrendous test match so far. Sunglasses and the sunscreen covering most of his face with the cap. I think he wants to pull the peak down. Robinson, no choice but to go back and try again. And Labuschagne, because they did take a single now, has strike. He plays it gently to mid-on. What might have been part 3 for England. Australia 1 for 115 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Hi, Australia. This is Sam Kerr, Australian football team captain and Chelsea FC footballer. Aussies have voted Mate as having the most satisfied NBN customers in the country in CanStar Blue's 2021 Satisfaction Awards. Mate scored 5 stars in 5 categories, beating all its competitors. If you want award-winning Aussie service together with great value internet, then Mate has your back. Search Mate online to find out more.
Still shaking his head, Rory Burns. And I don't think he's alone in that.
It just didn't move well, did he? Like it was sort of like a half dive. Like he didn't need to dive, was it? It was almost he just needed to lean and go with the ball.
I mean, you'd think he should have seen it. It looked like he saw it early enough, didn't it? Wasn't
he reacted quick enough.
Yeah, reacted quickly, maybe too quickly. Warner on 49. Wood bowling around the wicket, and again he reaches the defences largely, but it Just squirts out on the offside. Good delivery.
You just feel like England need to get some breakthroughs here. Robinson and Wood look like the best bowling partnership they can have.
Yep. So this is it, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that Stokes, doesn't make things happen. But, Wood has troubled them with their pace and Robinson's troubled them with bounce, accuracy and a little nibble off the seam.
Wood with that pace. Looking to express himself here. Charging in. David Warner stares a short one. He flicked at it and went down the leg side. Ill-directed by Wood. 145.5. Colo?
We have an answer of sorts about what happened with the Stokes no ball and the four that preceded it. According to journalists who have been briefed at the Gabba, the technology for monitoring no balls has been down for the entire match, so they've reverted to the old playing conditions, leaving no balls up to the standing umpires who can then refer individual deliveries to the broadcaster upon request. Okay. So that would suggest that the toggling technology isn't working. So that's why Paul Rifle called a no ball in the next over.
Yeah.
Front foot one.
Wood again. Oh, and he was jamming down. It does look like he's just being fractionally late to react here, David Warner, against the pace of Wood. He's somehow surviving.
It's just like when he waved at one down the leg side. I went, after all the luck, imagine if he gets dismissed, just noodling one down the leg side.
49 off 99. So that's interesting, isn't it? The technology had some trouble yesterday too as well with some of the technology.
It makes a bit more sense. But then, obviously, it gets back to the on-field umpiring.
Wood charges in and Warner, the horizontal bat, slashing that time and missing. He just can't go out here, David Warner. He's giving himself every chance to be dismissed.
You just feel like he has to go big now, doesn't he? Because the amount of player misses and inside edges, bowled off no balls, drop catches, there's been everything.
He's 49. Labuschagne beating him to 50 just before lunch. 1 for 115. 2 slips and a gully, a point. Mid off, mid on. Wide short, deep short leg. Deepish short leg as that one was thrown in short by Wood and Warner got a good look at it early, ducked underneath it.
Wood's pace has been very impressive, isn't he? He's significantly the fastest bowler in the game, and
it's effectively his 4th spell here, and how they use him is going to be interesting, isn't it?
Well, that's if they keep counter-attacking Leach, and if Stokes is just a little bit stiff, then that's stretching their spells, isn't it?
Massively. David Warner didn't get to face Jack Leach in that 2019 Ashes series. And this time he's on the back foot, but able to work it into the gap in the covers. And that's 50 for David Warner. Fair to say he's had fortune on his side, David Warner. But in the scoreboard, it's yet another 50 for David Warner. Something that eluded him largely when he went through a terrible run in 2019. Just had the 150 in England, but he brings up his 50 at the end of the over. It's 1 for 118.
This time of year, it's jingle bells all the way to the Summer Scorcher sale on now at Tyre Power. Santa's #1 destination on Google Maps for safety. Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for the festive season. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the Summer Scorcher sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
1 for 118. I wonder what that number, what's 29 they trail by now, Flem? What sort of number, I wonder, as Robinson starts a new over and it's allowed to pass by Warner? It would keep England in the game if Australia made 300. Are they still in the game, or is that bridge too far?
I think they'd be hoping for some rain, I would have thought. Yeah.
Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. 1 for 118. Some numbers on David Warner in a moment from Nicolo. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
new bat from Warner, isn't it? Just see the cherries from today. That's it.
He's waiting for Robinson, who targets that off stump. It came off the inner portion defensively.
Yeah, the big three for Australia, Smith, Warner and Labuschagne, all love playing at the Gabba, not least Warner, his 10th test match at Brisbane. Nearly 1,000 runs, averages 66, 4 tons, a couple of 50s.
They're still the big three for Australia, aren't they? If they have strong, big Ashes series, they're just going to score too much runs, whereas for England, on what I saw, Root and Stokes are going to have to score big, but, Root hasn't done that in Australian conditions. And Stokes really a batting all-rounder.
Robertson again, just a nagging line just outside the off stump, but Warner not forced to play.
Yeah, Stokes doesn't consistently make big scores, but he wins test matches.
A bit more to add on that no ball point before. So, according to reports from the Gabba, and again, the journalists have been briefed up there, there's a 4-camera set up from 2 angles from both ends, sent upstairs in real time to the third umpire. But those cameras failed yesterday, so a decision had to be made. They can use the broadcast cameras, but the lag's too much. Thus why the on-field umpire is doing the front foot no ball line for the rest of this test.
Robinson delivers another ball on that 4th stump line, and once more, it's a patient David Warner.
So it does help to explain why those no balls weren't called earlier. And I suppose, Flem, it goes back to that age-old problem that we had for a number of years before technology came in to replace this element of the game where no balls just simply weren't called because umpires were predominantly focused on the business end, and this continued to be an issue.
Yeah, so we just want to get that technology up and running because it's so much easier for the on-field umpire to worry about the catches and LBWs when you've got a clear advantage as third umpire to call the no balls.
Robinson bowls, and again met with the defensive face from David Warner, very correct.
In some ways too, the umpires help coach you on the field, because you should be saying, am I getting up close, can you let me know? But
so if the third umpire's doing that, can they send a message down to say...
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Tell Fleming that he's almost...
Oh, I don't think they're looking after the bowler. I think they're looking more after the umpire and the game itself. I'm just saying the relationship between the umpire and the bowler, it's a good one to have.
Yeah.
But if you don't ask them, a lot of them won't tell you.
Robinson full again, and it's a circumspect Warner who plays it without much back left at all. Up to mid-off, so a quiet over, a maiden from Robinson is the picture of economy. 9 overs, 1 for 21. It's 1 for 118. SEN Test cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Australia 1 for 118 this second session for Dale before you dig. Half centuries to Warner and Labuschagne and Steve Smith to come. So if that's not dispiriting for an English supporter, I'm not sure what is. They need a breakthrough. 2 slips in a gully in place as Wood bowls just outside the off stump. Labuschagne lets it pass.
He's been a revelation for Australian cricket, hasn't he, Marnus? Debuting before the 2019 Ashes, and he looked a hard-working player that...
You couldn't have seen this coming, could you?
Limited. Then went to Glamorgan, I think, changed his game into a more a leg-side player, and then got the opportunity with Stephen Smith. But you just wondered whether it was just a man in form and how he'll go over a period of time. But he backed it up last summer. And so far here, he's batting beautifully.
Labuschagne is letting this pass. That got a bit of lift, and it was targeting the off bail at 150 kilometres an hour, but a good leave.
And interesting reading some comments from Stephen Smith, whose output after the 2019 series has gone down. I mean, it's still early 40s, so you take that. But a little bit he was saying it's been a subtle change from always being the man and under pressure and thriving under that pressure than walking out at 2 for 200 or 2 for 300 because Marnus was batting well and Warner. So he talked about how he just needed to mentally switch on and continue that hunger.
Wood, let's fly at the body. Well played, though. Well handled by Labuschagne, turning the body and turning the ball around the corner for one. And Colo, his numbers as he gets close to 2,000 runs are right up there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. If he were to get to 115 in this innings, Labuschagne, and look, let's not rule it out, given the way he's playing today, he's been peerless. It's his 32nd Test innings. He'd reach 2,000 runs upon getting to 115. He'd be the equal second quickest of all time. George Headley also did it in 32 innings between 1930 and 1939.
Look, can I guess who's first?
You can take a stab.
A bloke called Bradman.
He did it in 22.
You're amazing like that.
Encyclopedic knowledge.
Trivia, Huddo.
Wood around the wicket again and blindly pulled away by Warner. It might go for four. It does. Well, it's a short ball and Warner did not look comfortable, but he got it to ground and it raced away to the boundary. A Foxtel 4K4 and David Warner gets the 56.
It was worth the risk to go upstairs and to see whether Dave would take it on, and he did, but as you said, he actually wasn't looking at the ball.
He wasn't watching it.
So I was sort of looking to where it went. He could have top-edged that. He did roll the wrist, though.
Yes.
So once it hit the bat, rolling the wrist kept the ball down.
Australia trail by just 24 now. We wait the response from Wood. He charges in and he beats the outside edge once again of David Warner.
It's beautiful bowling because he was actually having a little go at, I'm going to bounce you, hit it before happy, or if you top edge at happy days. But then he goes back to his stop length outside of stump. Beautiful bowling and another play miss.
Damien Fleming for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Get inside that paceman's psyche. Gave him the bouncer, then as you said, went back to his stock ball. What's in store here, Flem?
Oh, I'd bowl the exact same ball.
And it's at the off stump. He gave some runs. He's sent back. He knows where the safe place is to be. But Labuschagne deciding that there was not a run in that. They walk down because the over is complete, 35. And it's 1 for 123 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big clips are screening in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Simon Katich jumping in alongside Damien Fleming. Hope you're enjoying SEN Test cricket. This session for Dial before you dig. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, all.
Catto.
Absorbing 20 minutes since lunch continues. Robinson bowls, and it's a defensive Marnus Labuschagne who plays it quietly up on the onside.
Yeah, there's plenty happening, isn't there?
It hasn't changed, is it? But particularly the Warner element. There's some good strokes and plenty of play misses and a drop catch.
It's certainly been his day. There's no doubt about it. When you get bowled off a no-e and then get dropped straight after lunch, and that was an absolute dolly of a catch to
shocker.
Rory Burns.
There's some drop catches where you have empathy for the fielder who slips, or good attempt.
Hudson outside the off stump.
And there's others afterwards you're just going to have a word. Like, seriously, what are we doing?
How long would you wait to have that word of Flem as a bowler?
No, I'd wait till after the day's place.
Would you go with the silent treatment, or is that more effective, or just have a word? Because what's the answer going to be? I guess he's got
maybe just staring at them at the dressing room.
Was there a bowler, Kat, that you would just not want to drop a catch off in your time?
I dropped a few, so most of the boys were pretty good, but I think,
it's got better over the years, I reckon.
I'm trying to think who would have been the worst.
Still 3 slips, and that's a good delivery, a bit of movement from outside the off.
We were catching that bad for Victoria. We were on the bottom, horrible team. A young Brad Williams had come on the set bowl really quick and eye-open. And we had this summer, to be fair, we had that many drop catches, Brad and myself, at the MCG one day. If you dropped it, you had to rotate, right? So we're rotating, and then we're dropping it. And then the end, Grant Gardner, loving Martha, who, wasn't a great catcher of the ball. We put him into second slip. And I remember, I think Jamie Cox nicked me, and it almost hit Martha in the head. So he had to rotate, but it was going, surely we can't pin our own slip fieldsman.
Robinson puts it up there and handsomely driven back past the bowler. Didn't quite get it firmly enough to beat Wokes, who came around from mid-on to make the save.
And then you hear some ugly stories where, I don't know if you did it, Kato, the slips would get bored, so they close their eyes as you're running in and then open it once they heard that. I've gone, what are you guys doing?
That didn't happen in WA, mate.
Go the Vicks.
Good movement there after it pitched, but wasn't far away from the off stump. Labuschagne leaving once more. The host plus, that's a plus. Another ball comes, Robinson to Labuschagne. Same again, allowed to pass.
Burns has a bit of form on this as well. In the last Test match that England played against India at the Oval, what became the last Test match because the last one was called off when India pulled the pin the morning of the game at Manchester. Burns put Rohit Sharma down twice, who went on to make a match-defining 127, both at second slip.
So have you seen him take good slips catches?
Yep.
Is that why he's there? Okay.
He's a brilliant slips fielder at domestic level.
Okay, you'd say that.
That was another no
ball.
Oh, wow.
And I don't think it was called.
No. The technology not working as we said. Robinson bowls and Marnus leaves that one. That was getting dangerously close, but he left it on length, and it goes through to the keeper once again. Another maiden from Robinson. It's 1 for 1, 2, 3 for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Christmas gift ideas for everyone. Now at Harvey Norman. Google Nest Mini. Now only $38, save $40. Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 Classic makes a great gift from only $498, save $50. Upgrade their mobile with the TCL 20L Plus. Just $298, save $100. Or get the amazing Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G 256 gigs. Now $1,998, save $500. More great gift ideas in store and online now at Harvey Norman.
Brent's having nothing of it, Flem, for the TAC. Drive safely for everyone. That's the TAC. Sorry, Flem, I'm not convinced that too many blokes would be too scared of your stare or your silent treatment. Too hard to take you seriously.
Okay, fair call. Nerve was a different matter, though, Brett. I think we'd both agree with that one.
Yeah.
No, I never did anything. Because you drop them yourself, don't you?
What about when Morney dropped that one off you?
I haven't spoken to him since. I'm not bitter. You would have caught that, Cat.
Wood continues. Express goes full. And Warner jams the bat down in time.
Were you reprieved in Test cricket from a no-ball called retrospectively, Cat?
No.
The other way, wasn't it?
I got out to a no-ball, Freddie Flintoff.
Of course, 05.
No,
09.
I think it was 09 at Lord's. And I'll never forget Kevin Peterson laughing in the lunchroom at me at Lord's when they saw the replay of it at lunch. Because we'd played together at Hampshire. And I wasn't too happy when I heard him laughing. Because, back then there was none of that. So.
That was Freddie's last gasp, wasn't it?
It was.
He bowled them to victory.
Wood goes full again, and once more the Yorker is defied by David Warner.
So
Warney wouldn't have minded it on 99 not out, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Just a subtle shift with the umpiring on field. It might not seem massive, but my understanding is the on-field umpires, when they have the third umpire calling the no balls, their focus is not looking at the feet and looking down at the LB or the catch or whatever. So Paul Rifle and Rod Tucker, the umpires, are going to have to adjust. Something that they're not used to doing is actually looking at the no ball and trying to get it right down the other end. Now, traditionally, that's what happened, but if you're not trained to it, it is a bit of a shift.
Wood goes short this time, and he tries to whack it, pull it away through the onside. Mr. Bomber, it's called a wide.
Well, they're on that. But just a little bit there, Cato. He hit 1 for 4. Worrying signs here for Warner. He is not looking at the ball.
Yeah.
And if it's on the money, he is in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, if you were one of the English players and you saw David Warner's body language, and it's been obvious, he's tried to get off strike to Wood as soon as he can when he's knocked it into the offside. now we're seeing some shots off Wood where, you know, he's being rushed and he's taking his eye off the ball. There's no way he's looking at that ball then.
Wood hunting Warner at the body, just moving slightly to leg as he defended it back to the bowler. Just 10 runs since lunch, or 11 now.
And that's the other sign, but that's something David Warner's done his whole career. He's always been someone that stayed leg side of the ball to open up the offside, one of his strengths.
You went the other way, Kato.
Yeah.
That's right. Some of the greatest times watching you bat was with the late, great Phil Hughes. That's South African series where you're going across the crease. Hughes is coming away. It must have just messed with their minds. Because the same ball could be clipped through leg side for 4 or cut over gully for 6.
Yeah. Wood, big effort here. Can he remove Warner? No. Open face. He handled that a little better. Just behind point. Pope does the fielding. Wood might have one more over after this if he's lucky. So Warner just had to survive.
I really like Wood and Robinson.
Yeah, they've both been excellent. But the problem is there's only been two of them. Stokes was excellent early. He looked like anything could happen with him, but
Wokes is just steady.
Yeah.
When will Leach return to the attack, do you think?
Probably when Australia are 8 or 9 down, because that was obvious what was going on there.
Yeah.
As soon as he came to the crease, and I'm sure that Justin Langer's had a chat about this to the batsman, because he used to treat left arm orthos with no respect.
2 balls to go on the oval. Wood, Warner cuts from the stumps. And with his eye, that time he kept his eye right on the ball. And he gets it away into the boundary now and moves to 60.
Geez, that come off the middle of the bat.
1 for 128. It raced away for a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
We did well to get that just behind point because it started to cramp him. He rode the bounce beautifully and just didn't try to overhit it. It was probably just above off stump that, so it wasn't really that wide. But it was the length that he had to work with that he was able to manufacture the shot.
Warner 60. Partnership 118. They are closing in on England. Wood goes full again, but just slightly leg. Brilliant fielding by Hamid in close to it. The stumps! And Warner may well have been out of his ground. And David Warner just cannot be dismissed. He's trying in every possible way. It's 1 for 128.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghhelpline.org.au.
Oh, what a replay that is, Simon Katich, for Drummond's golf Christmas savings. So Warner plays the ball to short leg. He leaves his crease. He realises he's got to get back. He slips, feet go from under him, and then he drops his bat as he's reaching for his crease. And it's a free shot at the stumps. And in the end, Warner crawls back and puts his hand over the line.
And was the hand short?
Yes. If that ball hits the stumps, he's out.
We used to have a nickname for him at the Blues, Wee Man. One of those, I think the character from Jackass, the movie. The little fella that got shot out of the cannon. But he had the short arm there. He's trying to... He was short. His glove was short.
His glove was short. As it turned out, and Hamid couldn't possibly have known, but he could have actually walked that to the stumps and tipped the bails off and he would have been out, because Warner's got no prospects lying face down on the pitch of either being able to reach the bat or the crease.
To be fair to Hamid, he had no idea that was going to happen with the bat, but it all happened so quickly.
Robinson begins the fresh over and it's played down by Labuschagne from the chin down in front of him. It's 1 for 128 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
It's been a remarkable innings.
Yes.
I mean, he's played really well because it hasn't been easy to survive out there. I think England certainly have deserved to have taken a few more wickets than the one they have already, but he's had some luck. I mean, it's been remarkable.
Oh, he's now having bizarre luck, isn't he? So bowled off a no ball for 17, dropped at second slip by Burns, a dolly of a chance by international standards, and then could well have been run out with no contact near the crease. Labuschagne leaves tight to the off stump, which he's done especially well against Robinson from the moment that he got to the crease.
Yeah, that's been the hallmark of this innings from Labuschagne. I mentioned it before lunch, that over the last couple of years, having watched him bat, one of his strengths, and I saw it come up, I think at the SCG, maybe last year or the year before, the graphic, he was just so composed on anything around fourth stump, and he just so disciplined, letting go, and then he'd wait for the bowlers to come into the stumps, whether it's off, middle, leg, and he's so strong on the leg side, he'd pick them off, whether it's through mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and that's been the hallmark of this innings, so disciplined.
Robinson to Labuschagne, and it's well outside the off stump and an easy leave.
And it's been the distinct difference between the Australian innings and the English innings.
Yeah.
We're watching a young batsman here who's had a magnificent test career so far, who plays here at the Gabba for his home ground, and he knows these conditions inside out. He knows that leaving the ball is crucial to playing big knocks, and he knows that when he is going to score his runs, the ball's got to be in a certain zone on the wicket, and he tracks it that way and he plays accordingly, and it's been a pleasure to watch, and he's deserved every one of these runs, and it's been in a very convincing fashion. Davey Warner's deserved his runs, but his has probably been a little less convincing.
Yep, they have been contrasting manners to get to the scores there on. Labuschagne on 55, he drives to mid-on, no run. So Athers made the point at lunch, Cat, that if you're the England Boffins, you're collecting the first 30 balls of Labuschagne's innings and going, so this is what to leave on Australian soil, and this is what to play, and this is what to sweat on. Is if you want the case study to go and watch over a 5-minute period tonight and learn, this is it.
Yep, and that's the beauty of, the first innings is they made some mistakes, but the beauty is in Test cricket, you get a chance to rectify that in the second innings. And by watching, you obviously can learn how to go about it.
Robinson bowls, Labuschagne leaves with a bit of a swish in the aftermath. 1 for 128. I want you to help me, Kat, and I'll ask those listening to help as well. 0433 98 11 16. Help me out with the checklist to self-destruction of a touring team in Australia, and specifically before the halfway mark of day 2 of the series. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on my list, and England has checked every box so far. So the pathway to self-destruction on Australian soil, specifically at the Gabba at the start of the series. Help me build the checklist historically. Robinson bowls, and it's left at the end of the over by Labuschagne. It's 1 for 128 SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, the industry's super fund for all Australians.
We're live at the big cricket field in Chatswood. Looks like at the coalface has won the toss and elected to field. Steel Blue has the new ball, bowling now to King G, who goes to drive but gets an edge, and Mongrel Boots there at first slip takes a blinder. Let's get a look at that on the FXD replay.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 1 for 128. Australia trailing by 19 runs. Warner is 60. Labuschagne is 55. Our assignment is to build the checklist of self-destruction for touring teams coming to Australia, specifically the Gabba, by the halfway mark of day 2.
Is your first point on the checklist setting the tone first ball of the game?
It's a little way down. So I've got under preparation by your own hand or by bad luck. Whether so you come and you just haven't had the cricket that you need.
And you look at what happened in 2010, 2011. England, I think, played 3 4-day warm-up matches. I think one was at the MCG, one was at Adelaide Oval, and there was probably another one at one of the other venues. I can't remember where the third one was, whether it was in Perth or somewhere else, but no surprise they got the right result because they put in the time and effort. A lot of touring teams make that mistake now coming to Australia.
And we've got a ground invader. We need Sam Kerr. She's not in the country right now. Just the hip and shoulder of Sam Kerr wouldn't go astray at the moment. Just this clown makes a run for things down on the boundary and security pounces. Get a couple of cheapies in. The fluoros have swarmed from everywhere, both ends of the ground. So that's the end of the day for one patron. So blood red preparation, call it. That's what AFA's define it. They're not only underdone, they're blood red raw.
Yep.
2, questionable selection. Uncertain what your best 11 is heading into the first test, and you end up making calls that are defendable, but they don't speak of a settled mindset. This is how we're attacking Australia. This is our 11. It's been on a whiteboard for 6 months.
Yeah. And I think when you look at the way that Australia have attacked Jack Leach today, the question must have been asked in that selection meeting, who would the Australian top 6 prefer to face? Do they prefer to face Jack Leach or Stuart Broad? And I understand why they picked Leach. They probably wanted to have that balance in their attack. But then when you've watched today how these two in particular have just taken him to the cleaners, it just reeks of the fact that England probably were uncertain, and Jack Leach, whilst he might have done all right so far in Test cricket, the bulk of that's been in England or abroad, but not in Australia. And it's a different ball game bowling off spin in Australia.
So they're in the first 2 boxes. Warner 60, Chris Woke starts a fresh spell. Warner cuts close to the body, he picks out points. Hamid does the fielding, no run. So under prepare, second guess selection. Third, make the wrong call at the toss. And you can play Harry hindsight, or you can play a bit of forecasting. What was your absolute strength? Never mind the history. We think our best chance against Australia is our seam bowling. Back that. So make the wrong call at the toss. Now, and this can go either way. Is you can make the wrong call and send Australia in, or you can make the wrong call and bat yourself. So they're 3 for 3 at the moment before a ball has been bowled.
Oh, I think the thing about the toss is that I understand what Joe Root was doing, but the thing is, I think if Australia had batted first in those same conditions yesterday, I still think they would have got, Australia would have got more than 147. Because I think, as we've seen today, there's batsmen that know how to play these conditions.
Woke's in over the wicket, bowls, Warner drives. Again, he's picked out mid-off, no run.
And that's been the big difference. England didn't know how to counter those conditions yesterday. So if you do win the toss and bat, you've got to be confident in the fact that you feel that your batting lineup is prepared enough to be able to weather the storm in the first 2 hours. And we spoke about it pre-game. The job of the top 3 in this England team was to win the first 20 to 30 overs for Joe Root, because if they did that, he comes in the game, Ben Stokes comes in the game, and Josh Butler comes in the game, and then they are in a good position.
So that's point 4. Warner's on 60. He leaves after initially being drawn to play. Point 4 is don't concede Australia immediate momentum. Just don't have them charging around the Gabba full of vigour and verve. First ball of the series does that. So I've got them 4 from 4. And then don't collapse. Whatever you do, stretch out. Don't be 3 for after half an hour. No top order collapses. So I reckon they're a perfect 5 through the checklist. And that's only half an hour into a test match. Yep. Don't do this on the way to the Gabba. Warner leaves outside the off stump. And then, so your batting collapse can run all the way through if you like. Don't be all out on day 1. They were all out at tea. So I feel like that's 2 boxes. That's compounded. Get through day 1, 9 down. It doesn't matter. Be 9 down. Don't be all out on day 1. They're all out at tea. And then you can have your pick here. Don't drop catches. Don't overstride. Don't have your spinner taken down, and get your field positions right. I reckon they've failed 9. Warner, inside edge, past his pads, trickled out to square leg, no run. I'm not sure what they've done right, but they have fallen through every trapdoor of a touring team that we have known for generations.
I can't argue with much of that, Gerard. I think you've checked everything off. And I think the thing about all that now is Joe Root's on a pair, which is already probably going to cause him a sleepless night, just that individual aspect of the game. But as a captain now with all that, that baggage, I don't know how he's sleeping in the next few nights at the Gabba.
Excellent addition. The captain has to make a run first time out. Excellent addition to the checklist. Wokes bowls, was in behind it. He plays out a maiden over. Wokes none for 23 from the 10 he's sent down. Australia 1 for 128. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The Laurenex Cleaning Scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 1 for 128. Warner is 60. Labuschagne is 55. Warner's had 2 chances since lunch. She was dropped in the slips. A real simple catch. And then a missed run out, which is a bit convoluted and not nearly as straight up and down. But if Hamid had hit the stumps from a few steps away at short leg, Warner would be watching on and Smith would be out in the middle. Ollie Robinson is bowling particularly well. He sent down 11 overs, 1 for 21. He has the only wicket. Harris caught Milan, bowled Robinson for 3. His partnership is worth 118. Labuschagne 55, plays from his pads, trickles it away to square leg and goes with the stroke for a single, 1 for 129. So trapdoors for visiting teams, under-prepare, second-guess selection, make the wrong call at the toss, concede Australia immediate momentum, batting collapse, captain doesn't make a run, drop catches, overstep and commit no balls, spinner taken down, fielding positions dubious for the tactics. Colo, you've got one.
Well, for half an hour we thought Ben Stokes was crocked.
God, that's it.
We haven't had a bowler breakdown yet, but we haven't seen Stokes bowl since.
So their team management says he's fine, but we haven't seen him bowl.
His knee looked ginger. Whether it's a knee or hammy.
Warner is driving back to the bowler. Robinson doesn't take it cleanly. He parries it away. No run.
Well, the thing about this game, Gerard, is it generally follows you around. So when things aren't quite going to plan, it keeps happening. And when you think about it, Rory Burns, first ball duck, drops a catch. Generally goes in threes.
Don't drop more catches than you make runs in a test match.
Well, the other thing, he's on a king pair. These things have a nasty habit of following you around. Joe Root's on a pair.
Oh, you've sent a tremor down any English spines who've managed to stick fat. Robinson bowls, Warner leaves outside the off stump.
In terms of things following you, Rory Burns now has 6 ducks in the calendar year of 2021, which is the most ever for England, overtaking, hope he's not listening, Ath, who had 5 in 1998.
So that speaks of a nervous starter or a technical deficiency.
Yeah,
so one's better than the other.
Yeah, it can be a bit of both sometimes. I think when you look at Rory Burns' play, you know that he's obviously not the most technically correct batsman, but he does have a lot of grit and determination, and he's going to be under pressure in that second innings.
Robinson over the wicket, bowls to Warner, who leaves. Hit the right line as an angled across him. Just can't make this many mistakes at the start of a series as the touring team, and we've seen it too often.
Well, and I think the other thing too that stood out from yesterday is that we spoke about how good Cummins and Hazelwood were, and Stark early, is that there was just no let-up. And look, when England have shown today, there's been no let-up at times from Robinson, and Wood's been good, Stokes was good early. But that's the pressure they're under as a batting group, and that's what a lot of touring teams have had coming to Australia.
Warner drives furiously, wide of mid-off, and out to the boundary for 4. Launched the lot at it, given a little bit of width, over-pitched by Robinson. Warner climbs on it. He moves to 64. The boundaries, Foxtel's 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Australia 1 for 133.
He enjoyed the look of that, David Warner. Just threw the hands at it. Nice and wide of off stump. He just hit it beautifully past mid-off. Didn't quite get all of it. Just sliced it slightly, but he's got such good hand-eye coordination, David Warner. It doesn't matter. Still got a good enough piece of it.
Warner back over the bat, 64 to his name. Robinson is with him and he's leaving the last ball of the over. 1 for 133 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
1 for 133 Australia. So the deficit reduced to 14 now for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's SEN Test Cricket. Gerard Whateley, Adam Collins and Simon Katich with you. In this middle session of play, just one of the replays we're seeing that Drummond Golf Christmas Savings has Warner just feeling for his neck. They're hard yards, but he's got 64 to his name. Labuschagne on strike, leaves from Wokes, and it's close to the off bail. He's been flawless in his leaving thus far, and plenty have been angling towards that position.
Yet to see lead shaft at a lunch break, Cat. You had Matt Parkinson with you at Oval Originals in the 100 this year, 25 years of age, takes his first class wickets in the last 2 years at 19.5, playing in the one-day team. How is he not part of this squad, part of this conversation right now?
It's a great question. I honestly thought he was going to be in this Ashes touring party, having worked with him during the 100 and seeing what he produced there. And also, I think a lot of people would have seen the
Labuschagne drives Wokes. It's fielded at mid-off by Stokes, who just to the eye doesn't look terribly comfortable in the field, but he toils on.
I think a lot of people would have seen the replica almost ball of the century at Old Trafford that he bowled to, I think it was Adam Rossington, who plays for Northants during the season. It was just an absolute beauty. And he's a true leg spinner. Tries to give it a rip.
And it's not like he's a rarities and oddities outside the box selection. He's playing for England in one-day cricket right now.
Correct. So, yeah, it's an amazing decision that he wasn't included in this touring party.
Wokes in from the Stanley Street end. He bowls and Labuschagne clips the ball from off stump over the leg. Milan fields at mid-wicket, no run. Channel 7 have just finished running the full analysis over the Stokes spell, which was 5 overs, no maidens, none for 23, and have identified 14 no balls, of which 1 was called on the field and 1 was a wicket, which was called retrospectively. That is not an endorsement of anybody involved in the process, not the least of which is the ICC, who tried to keep mum that their technology had failed in the lead up to the test. Wokes bowls and Labuschagne takes it off his pads. This time he beats the dive of Milan at mid-wicket, and he'll get 2 out into the deep. Bairstow, the sub, is on doing the fielding. Labuschagne moves Australia along to 1 for 135 and Labuschagne 58.
Yeah, I like this field from Joe Root. They've decided to bring an extra couple of fielders over the leg side and obviously going to attack the stumps here. I think they've only got 4 fielders on the offside, mid-off, backward point, 2 slips. So 5 on the leg side now.
Wokes on the move. He bowls to Labuschagne. In on the pads, flicked up in the air, past a dive at backward square and down to the boundary for 4. Took the baits, timed it well, beat the fly in the field and moves to 62, 1 for 139.
So the thing about this field is Chris Wokes is going to attack the stumps, but he's going to bowl to Marnus Labuschagne's strength, which was the leg side. And on that occasion, just picks it up, clips it behind square leg beautifully. Lets the pace of the ball do the rest. It was in the air, but well wide of diving fielder at backward square leg.
Labuschagne a bit, in the aftermath. He put that too close to the fielder for his own comfort. Wokes on the follow-up, left alone by Labuschagne. A rising delivery on the way through. End of the over, Australia progressing to 1 for 139. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
During the show today, Kia invites you to start the conversation. The all-new redesigned Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Visit kia.com.au. Call in on 1300 736 736 and help drive the conversation in sport with Kia.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge water sports range. Pure Air stand-up paddleboard, save $200. Seaflow adult kayak, save $100. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Starting more replays in the field of Ben Stokes, the replays for Drummond Golf Christmas savings. He clearly aggravated a leg injury with a chase to the boundary late in the opening session, and he's proppy. That's the most generous way to describe it, Simon Katich. He's proppy.
He certainly is. He's grimacing when he's going to field the ball. We haven't seen him back at the crease with the ball in hand, and he nearly changed the course of the test match.
Yep.
Had he not no-balled, David Warner potentially out for 17. And who knows at that stage what could have unfolded, given it was still with the new ball. But now Jack Leach comes back into the attack, and it looks like Joe Root's got a very defensive field for him. 3 sweepers on the leg side. I don't think you can blame Joe Root for that, given the way that David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne treated him with contempt earlier before lunch.
I'm riveted by the psychology of this. Is what state of mind is the bowler in? As the captain's already tipped his hand, he's not terribly sure. What are the batsmen going to do? They waited till the second over and launched a fearsome assault, 17 from that. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 31. And Leach back into the fray, heading towards the middle of this session.
I mentioned earlier that India took 84 from his first 11 overs in the series earlier this year. They went after him just like Australia are now.
Leach to Warner. He's over the wicket, the spinner, and Warner turns to leg. He won't get the single with Hamid on the job from square.
Yeah, I think it's a definite game plan by the Australians. I think they know that they can expose this English attack in these conditions if the spinner can't bowl a lot of overs.
To long-term damage, Leach bowls. Warner uses his feet. He drives inside out to mid-off. It is fielded on the sprawl. A single taken. 1 for 140. The deficit is reduced to 7.
Well, that shot in itself is a sign that David Warner wants boundaries. That same ball he probably hit straight back over his head for 6 before lunch. But on that occasion, he's tried to go inside out and beat the mid-off fielder, as he knows that he's up in the almost in the ring and got a boundary on offer, whereas deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg are going to be harder to beat.
Mid-off and mid-on up. There's a short extra cover. And some coverage in the deep on the leg side. Now mid-on strides back toward the rope. So Leach is over the wicket as he bowls to Labuschagne, who's on 62, around the wicket, I beg your pardon. Labuschagne dances down, hammers the ball past Leach, but he won't beat mid-off. He gets a single, and again Stokes limps in the aftermath of picking it up. He's 63, Labuschagne.
And this is what's strange about Ben Stokes fielding at mid-off. It's a hot spot. He knows, Joe Root should know that they're going to try and take the spinner straight. He's already done that. Labuschagne's already done it before lunch, took him over mid-on. David Warner did the same. Ben Stokes shouldn't be fielding there if he's injured.
Warner on strike. He went to reverse sweep. He's missed it as it spins across him. This is highly contemptuous batting.
It is. That's the only way it looks like he could get out to Jack Leach, is to play a shot like that, where he might just go through the shot a little bit earlier, bounces a bit and goes straight up to Josh Butler or slip.
Leach bowls. Warner stays at home and defends the ball to cover.
It just looks like David Warner's thinking about 4 different shots to play for one ball that comes down at him at the moment. He's got so many options up his sleeve.
A couple of singles from the over. Last ball of it. Leach delivers, and Warner is playing from the stumps. He wanted to go. Labuschagne sends him back as Burns closes from close in. 2 from the over. 1 for 141 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
For 30 years, Raidel's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Raidel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Raidel.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The Bendix Breaks, big moments since lunch. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Breaks. Dave Warner dropped soon after play resumed by Burns at second slip, a regulation catch. And then the missed run out when he was diving for his grounds, dropped the bat and thus had nothing over the crease as Hamid threw the ball from short leg. He was close to the stumps. Wouldn't have had any real idea of what was going to transpire with the batsman. It would have been a calamity of errors, but he still should have been able to hit the stumps and find out. So Warner 65, Labuschagne 63. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Wokes has ball in hand, 11 overs, none for 29. He opens up to Labuschagne, who defends to the onside.
This is the period in the innings where batting generally becomes a lot easier. 42 overs old. Both these batsmen now up over 100 balls each. Well set. Into the second session of the day. Starting to probably get a bit warmer out there. Wickets flattening out. Good time for batting.
Wokes doing the hard toil for England. He bowls and Labuschagne clips the ball to mid-wicket. Can't get a run. It's the search for a bit of inspiration now from an English perspective, whether it's a moment in the field or preying on an error. But they've watched so much go by through misfortune and misdeed. Had the feel at lunch of a 3 for 300 odd day, and something has to happen soon to disrupt the flow of that. Wokes tasked with that. He bowls and Labuschagne's beaten on the drive, so he draws the false shots but can't get the edge.
Well, just as I said, there was the best time to bat, and it's starting to flatten out maybe a little bit against this old ball. Chris Wokes just gets one to stand up off the seam and go away from Labuschagne. I was a little bit surprised by that. Or maybe he's just played down the wrong line. Actually, didn't probably do as much as it looked like first time around.
And Labuschagne a bit annoyed with himself. He ended up with a hand off the bat as he completed the stroke. He's on 63 and he ducks the shorter ball. Trying to build a little bit of pressure as we all wait to see what the approach to Leach is going to be. Wokes, he's in his 12th over. He sent down 3 maidens, none for 29. Ollie Robinson, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 26. Mark Wood, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. Ben Stokes, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 23. Jack Leach, 4 overs, none for 33. Wokes bowls and Labuschagne defends down the pitch.
Australia got the chance now to only bat once in this test match. They've got a great opportunity. 2 batsmen set in the 60s. Only 6 runs behind the first innings of England. And they know that they can get a substantial first innings score. Huge pressure on England and long time in the field. They haven't spent a lot of time in the field given their limited preparation, so that'll have an effect physically.
It's 30 degrees at the Gabba right now. Labuschagne faces up. It's a slower delivery, held back by Wokes. Labuschagne recognised that in the nick of time and defends. A maiden over, 1 for 141. The Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. Warner 65, Labuschagne is 63. It's the drinks break. So on the other side, you'll hear Adam Collins and Chris Rogers. Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Visit mildura.com.au and get planning. From lunch, 1 for 113, to the drinks break, 1 for 141 for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
It's the summer of racing at the Dogs. Angle Park, Gawler and Murray Bridge are ready for a bumper summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Take the family along for heaps of fun and excitement with great meals, a fantastic atmosphere and, of course, fast racing. So, when the heat is on, catch the best entertainment in town. Don't miss the summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Visit greyhoundracingsa.com.au for more info. Drink responsibly, gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
On now at Harvey Norman, just in time for Christmas. Buy selected TV 75-inch and above and receive bonus wall mount installation. Buy a selected soundbar and we'll install that too. Or choose a bonus $300 Harvey Norman gift card. Plus bonus local delivery on all in-stock 65-inch and above TVs. Delivery within 25 k's of store. Conditions apply. See store for details. Don't miss out. Ends Monday. Local delivery plus bonus wall mount installation on selected TVs and soundbars on now at Harvey Norman.
Go!
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. One at a time, please. Thousands of Aussies keep switching to Kogan Mobile. But hurry right now. You can get started with Kogan from just $2.90 for 30 days. With unlimited calls and texts and a big 20 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $2.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/radio.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
Hudson throws it up there, the edge, and dropped! Rory Burns has dropped the most simple of catches. Awful. And what could go wrong has. And this time he's on the back foot, but able to work it into the gap in the covers. And that's 50 for David Warner. Fair to say, he's had fortune on his side, David Warner. Shot the stumps! And Warner may well have been out of his ground. And David Warner just cannot be dismissed. He's trying in every possible way.
He sure is. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew for our drinks break on day 2. Australia added 28 runs in the second session of the second day across 13 overs. And now they trailed by just 6 after England were all out for 147 yesterday. 6 runs away from parity. And Stephen Smith hasn't even batted yet, and this test match is only 94 overs old. Adam Collins with you, and Chris Rogers with me as Jack Leach prepares to bowl the second over of this spell. He's had 33 taken from his 4 overs so far. Slipped in position to Warner over the wicket. Bowls here, and Warner turns him around the corner, but only as far as Hamid. Backwards square leg, no run. Chris Rogers, one of our experts for Anaconda. Play more, paid less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. This is grim for the tourist, no matter how you cut it.
It is. It's all one-way traffic, and it just looks like a typical first test for a lot of touring teams.
Here's Leach again, bowls, and again around the corner. This time Warner gets it finer, down towards long leg, gets a single out towards Mark Wood doing the tidying up. Warner to 66. Australia 1 for 142, so 5 runs in arrears.
I think there's some real danger signs, though, also for England. They've bowled 43 overs. They've had Wokes, Robinson and Wood are all going under 2.5, which is excellent, but they've bowled 12, 12 and 10 respectively. They're going to have to do a lot of bowling. You really...
As Leach now goes around the wicket to Labuschagne, dancing and driving, just getting to it. Didn't get to the pitch, but can get a couple of runs behind point. Moves him along to 65, and Australia won for 144. Scoreboard just behind there.
Just on that shot there, I mean, probably shows how friendly this pitch is. Actually, I think Leach for the first time there beat Marnus in the air. Marnus was nowhere near it, but still able to easily play it.
Bit of extra dip. This is well outside the off stump, though. A change up, and Butler takes it moving to his right.
I always thought, though, when you get to the second new ball, you don't want your opening bowlers or your best bowlers to really have bowled any more than 16, 17, so they can use that second new ball well. Anything more than that.
Leach bowls again, and Labuschagne turns into the onside. That's easy batting, an easy single to Burns at mid-wicket. 1 for 145. Labuschagne joins Warner on 66.
Anything more than that, I always just felt that they were just a little bit too tired, and the second new ball would seem to fly everywhere. So from here, I mean, I think Leach is going to have to do a lot of bowling. There's some question marks around Stokes and his fitness.
Hasn't bowled since lunch, Stokes. Last ball of Leach's over. Warner. Again, he's able to work him out towards deep backward square, using the angles and timing it well. Warner's seeing it nicely since lunch. He's 67 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia 1 for 146.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The pain continues for England. Australia just 1 run away from joining them on 147 runs. The problem is that England lost 10 wickets and lost them all in the space of 50.1 overs yesterday. Pat Cummins perfect on captaincy debut. Warner on the march here, facing Wokes over the wicket, and Warner pulls him. Aerial around the corner and just collected in the nick of time by the man at deep backward square. That's Zach Crawley, who's on as a sub-fielder, which is something that's noteworthy, given we haven't seen Crawley through the day so far. Bairstow was doing some work out there before. And those 2 runs take Australia to 1 for 148. And in turn, the applause you can hear at the Gabba, Australia are in the lead already. So who Zach Crawley is on for, we'll get a read on that shortly. I wonder whether it might be Ben Stokes. Haven't seen him bowl since lunch. Here's Wokes again, up to the crease, bowls to Warner, who leaves alone on the 5th stump line.
I mean, they're hot conditions as well, so 9 wickets in hand, and you've already taken a fair chunk out of the best bowlers for England. I mean, this is set up for Australia to go on past 500, really.
I mean, we're barely a little over a day of cricket into this match, indeed this series, and the England body language, I mean, all the signs. Gerard ran through the checklist before. I mean, when you hear it like that, it's a familiar feel. 2 slips the gully, Wokes bowls, Warner goes back and pushes out towards cover point. No run there to David Malan.
He did steal my line.
Which one was that?
I said, it's never a great game when you drop more catches than your mate runs. It'll happen quite a few times in your career, but if you have a long career, but yeah, Burns would just be feeling terrible at the moment. Probably in the back of his mind thinking, wow, do I have actually many tests left?
One of 3 chances that Warner's had. 1 reprieve on 17. The Stokes no ball. Here's Wokes, who bowls, and Warner leaves alone outside the off stump. Then 4 balls after the resumption in this middle session, put down at second slip. Such a straightforward chance.
What's I find interesting though, Colo, is, and you commentated the Test matches in England this year. I mean, I played with David Malan, and he has excellent hands, as we saw with that first catch. Always try to get him in at first or second slip. He was in there with Ollie Rayner, and they would kind of first and second.
So he was one of your Middlesex slippers, Malan?
Yeah, and he was excellent.
Wokes bowls a fraction wider of the crease. He cramps up Warner, but he places it between gully and point. Ollie Pope does the tidying up. They get through for a single. Warner into the 70s. Australia 1 for 149. The lead is 2.
And then I have a suspicion Burns dropped a couple of sodas in the test matches.
Yeah, the Rohit-Sharma pair. He dropped Rohit twice on the way to 127 when India were able to arrest a fairly healthy first innings deficit and win that thrilling fourth test match and in turn the series. And there was a lot of scrutiny on Burns at second slip through that innings when Rohit, who had never made a century outside of India before, made it count big time. And that's the last test that Burns played before this one.
So why is he, when you've got someone with the class of Milan, I wonder why Burns is in the slips.
Last ball of Wokes is over to Labuschagne. Takes him from leg stump down towards long leg. They're scoring far too many runs in that region. Zach Crawley, the sub-fielder, does the work down there. End of the over. Labuschagne's on 67. Warner's on 70. Australia, another small milestone on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, a 1 for 150.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Warner and Labuschagne have put on 140. The Australian batsman for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. And Jack Leach to continue. They went after him in his first spell. They've been more circumspect so far for the 2 overs he's bowled in this session. First ball of a new over. Leach delivers to Labuschagne, who takes him easily from middle stump. Steve Smith-esque to square leg for a single. Well, he's 68, 1 for 151.
Oh, that's too easy, really. That's actually, it was a well-pitched delivery. Spinning away, probably just outside off. Spinning from probably middle and off, and he just worked out easily into the leg side. Too easily, really.
So now we've got no slip for Warner, but a leg slip as the sole catcher around the bat. What to make of that for Leach? He bowls here over the wicket. Warner sweeping, hits it well over the top of square leg. Fabulous contact. Another boundary for Warner. His 8th to go with a couple of sixes. He is 74. Australia are flying. 1 for 155.
It's just a fantastic shot. He knows exactly where the fielder is in the deep on the leg side. He still hit the ball roughly in that area, but confident in knowing exactly where he wanted to hit it.
He really is dictating terms, Warner, isn't he? He's scoring at will through the leg side. Mentioned before, Leach has got one catcher, but at leg slip. How's he trying to get him out? Leach bowls, Warner goes back, and again, he's able to deflect into the onside, but Hamid is able to stop it at square leg, no run. What are they thinking here? How are they trying to get David Warner out?
Well, they either are trying to get a false shot, maybe even a reverse sweep for an LBW or bowled, or that Warner is just trying to work that one into the leg side and just gets a little thin inside edge to root at leg slip.
Leach bowls and Warner comes forward and defends into the onside.
But it's kind of a defensive tactic as well, because you're almost trying to bowl so Warner can only really hit into one area of the ground.
And it is a big call. I mean, we talked about selection and Leach before, but you look at the data against left-handers as well. Leach delivers and Warner's able to work this to square leg. No risks there, defending with a nice broad blade. Against left-handers, Leach averages 56 with the ball in Test cricket. I mean, you see an Australian top order with Harris, Warner, Head, Carey coming in at number 7. So that left-right change with Painter, Carey. It's not a good, as they would say in T20 cricket, match-up. Leach to finish his over. Warner dances and drives down to long on where there's a sweeper in position. As easy as you like. He advances to 75 at the end of the 46th over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia 1 for 156, a lead of 9.
When people walk through the doors at Pals, the first thing they say is wow. Not only because of the size and the selection, but also because of the team. Sam and Jamie have tasted every drop. They and their team can recommend a whiskey that's just as good as that hard-to-find Japanese one. If they don't have it, that is. Or a beautiful red that's reminiscent of that outstanding cellar door you once travelled so far to visit. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
SEN Test Cricket, this session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. Adam Collins and Chris Rogers with you, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Chris Wokes to continue his long spell from the Stanley Street end. Bowling at David Warner with a couple of slips over the wicket. Wokes delivers and Warner nice and full. Asks for one and gets it and goes straight enough to get a couple. It's Stokes chasing after it at mid-off, and he's chasing ever so slowly. There was no purpose to that sprint. That might be another sign that whatever we were told at the lunch break that was more or less okay with Stokes, that's the first real fitness test. And he was ginger there, and I wouldn't quite call it a limp on the way back, but it's far from Stokes at his most dynamic. Australia 1 for 158 with Warner now moving on to 77. Your impression of that?
Well, yeah, he was proppy there. Wonder whether it's better getting him into the slips.
Got a good pair of hands. Extraordinary pair of hands, actually, Ben Stokes. If he's not going to bowl, he could do worse. Wokes again to Warner, back of the length. Warner goes back with it and rides the bounce out to cover. No run. Milan does the fielding.
Your point about Leach, Collar, is pretty good because Leach, with the way he bowls, he wants to bowl to the right-handed batters, get the ball spinning away from the bat. But then the three right-handed batters for Australia in the top 6, and there's only 5 out of 11, are Labuschagne, Smith and Green. And
good luck.
Yeah, like so, especially on a pitch that's not really turning.
And we've already seen the way that Labuschagne's playing Leach. I mean, doing effectively as he pleases. Wokes here to Warner, again keeps him on the off-stump line. Warner this time elects to go forward, though. The result's the same, no run out to cover.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the question is, and I think Bess has got 2 wickets in the Australia A game, and there's 4 left-handed batters in the top 7 for Australia, whether they might have gone for the right arm finger spinner.
Well, let's go through this. So Bess is in the squad, for the formal test squad, and he's playing in this tour game. Mason Crane isn't, and more to the point, Matt Parkinson isn't. The 2 wrist spinners have been overlooked for the Australia A tour game. Warner on strike to Wokes. Bowls here, and Warner drives straight, but Wokes collects it in his follow-through, no run. Pretty much dug that out, actually. Fuller, more Yorker length.
I see bowlers throw that back at the stumps.
I saw that happen a couple of weeks ago in a Shield game, Chris.
It's happened more than just once, though, but we'll move on from that, Collo.
Don't want to get you in trouble when you're working with us on SEN this week, Chris Rogers. No, but if Bess is the other player in the squad, presumably in terms of pecking order, he gets the next opportunity if they want to move away from Leach. But Bess has been struggling. There's no avoiding that. He did not have a good tour of India earlier this year. Leach was the better of the 2 finger spinners. Wokes bowls over the wicket. Warner plays it really late and deflects it out to gully, no run. I mean, truth be told, Bess was struggling to hold his spot with Yorkshire at different times this year. After he got signed by them on a long 4-year deal, left Somerset, you would have played with Don Bess in your final year in the championship, and Jack Leach. I mean, a bowler of promise, but an off-spinner against Australia at the moment, a finger spinner of any variety, you're up against it.
Yeah, I think I saw some statistics of English spinners who have come in recent years, and it doesn't make good reading. You just wonder, in this situation, would they prefer a leg spinner?
Last ball of Wokes is over. It's up-ish from Warner, who's reaching well outside the off-stump, but he's riding his luck, and it steers between cover and backward point, and Warner gets himself another couple. 4 runs from the Wokes over. 47 gone on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia 1 for 160.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
G'day, Flem here. Make a great power play, become an apprentice with MEGT. Construction, IT, electrical, plumbing, a great career is waiting for you. Earn and learn with MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au.
This pair love batting at the Gabba. Labuschagne and Warner have added an even 150, going at 3.6 and over. Their union has been pitch perfect taking Australia into the black. Australia's batters for Bundaberg Ginger Beer on the broadcast. It's going to be Jack Leach with none for 44 to his name from just 6 overs, continuing at Labuschagne. He has got a slip, and not the leg slip now. Will stay around the wicket. Bolger Street end. Bowls here. Labuschagne dances high and handsome, hanging in the air, but it goes an absolute mile. 10 rows back over long off. Paul Rifle raises his arms. Australia 1 for 166. Labuschagne joins Warner in the 70s. They are having a day out. Jack Leach has conceded 50 runs in 6.1 overs.
Well, it's magnificent batting. I think a couple of overs ago, he was just good enough to work with soft hands into the leg side. And then Leach trying to bowl a little bit fuller. Labuschagne probably realised what he was going to do, just used his feet onto the pitch of the ball. Gave himself a bit of room as well so he could free his hands. What a beautiful connection.
Drop catch in the crowd from a lad who might have had a couple of beers, judging by his disposition there. Jack Leach has conceded 4 sixes already. If that's not a statement of intent, I don't know what is. And the conversation around his place in the team, remembering that he was overlooked for all 6 test matches that England played at home this summer, or this winter, I should say. Back in at the Gabba, and Australia have made a decision to go hard and go early. Leach bowls shorter. Labuschagne cuts straight to backward point. Labuschagne goes completely against the grain of play. Leach gets himself in the book. Labuschagne's eyes got a bit big there. Trying to cut a ball a little bit close to the body. He falls for 74. Australia lose their second wicket with the score on 166. Well, that came from nowhere, Chris Rogers.
Well, that's just a batter's mistake, really. It's a short ball. Labuschagne just goes back, tries to give himself some room and kind of cut it behind point, slice it round the corner, but tried to hit it too hard, I think, and just got his bottom hand to slice under the ball, and he popped up a catch to backward point. He'd be kicking himself.
Bringing in Ian Healy at the Gabba, the reception for the hometown boy, Marnus Labuschagne, who's made 74, but he'll feel like he left a few runs out there, Heels.
Yeah, well, all he offered them was a little left-handed thumbs up. He didn't raise the bat at all. I think he's undersold his innings there. There's been a lot of hard work get done there, and a disappointing end, sure. He was the less streaky of the two in a magnificent partnership of 160. So let's just hope someone now goes with Warner as well, and Warner can continue to ride his luck and have a great afternoon. But great knock. Little bit wasteful in getting out when he was on such a high facing Jack Leach.
Yeah, his first error, batted beautifully, Marnus Labuschagne. Made 74, 6 fours, a couple of sixes, both off Leach in just 117 balls, and took Australia into the black where they are now. Already a lead of 19 in only the middle session of day 2. But watching it back, Chris Rogers, it might have held in the pitch a wee bit of extra bounce more than he expected.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to score off every ball. You probably don't need to, really. You know that Leach is going to give you some opportunities to score. So sometime, I mean, I remember back to 2015, and I think Clark and Smith both getting out to Molinari trying to take him down in that first test. When actually you can sit on him and wait for those bad balls. I mean, it's hard to say that when he was just scoring so freely, isn't it? Always easy to look in hindsight, but no doubt he will be furious with himself for that mistake.
And what a time for Steve Smith to walk in. Australia in complete control. Leach, a 6 and a wicket so far to start his over. 1 slip, the only catcher. He bowls to Smith, who's well forward, defending his first delivery.
But that was a really bad time, wasn't it, when Molinari had the measure of our top order. That was really weird.
I'm not sure he had the measure. I just think that the intent was a little bit wrong. You know, you didn't have to try and get the quick bowlers back on.
Smith dances through the onside, through the gap. Maybe a fraction streaky, but either way, it runs out to the boundary. There was a call of catch, but there was nobody there. Smith off the mark, second ball with a boundary. Australia 2 for 170.
Coming out of the World Cup, I think. It's just interesting, isn't it? I mean, to hit your first shot in the air through the field, Ooh, I mean, that's brave batting.
It was very much the inside portion of the bat, didn't it? The bat spun in his hand as contact was made.
Well, if Leach can get another one here, I mean, that would be amazing for his confidence.
They need something here. Have to make the most of the breakthrough. Leach bowls and Smith, again, is happy coming forward and pushing out to cover. No run. Smith loves batting at the Gabba. All of the top order seem to. His 8th test match here, he averages 61. 3 centuries, including an incredible Ashes ton in this corresponding fixture 4 years ago. 141 not out to define that test win for Australia. Leach bowls to the former captain here, and now the vice-captain, I should say, pushing out towards mid-wicket. The end of a successful over for England on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia, 2 for 170.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
The last time England were in Australia, in 17-18, Stephen Smith made 687 runs at an average of 137 with centuries at the Gabba, Perth and Melbourne. It was an extraordinary display. Then in 2019, he made 774 runs at 111 with 3 more centuries. He loves playing against the old enemy.
How many balls did he let go in that test match innings here in Brisbane that time? They just bowled wide and he just kept letting it go and giving them absolutely nothing. It was very absorbing.
Yeah, they tried everything. They bowled short, they bowled wide, they bowled leg side theory, and his powers of concentration were very special on that occasion. It's Warner here on strike to Mark Wood. New spell. Oh. Warner goes back and back to leg, to be fair, and pushes it out to cover. Wade on's the call, but that extra pace from Wood immediately changes the Warner approach, Chris.
There was a ball, I think, earlier in the day where it might have been just before lunch, and he bowled, it almost might have been the last over, and he bowled a full one outside off stump, and Warner nearly ducked it before he realised it was a full ball, and he kind of then got some bat on it and guided it behind point. But it was interesting. It was almost like he was expecting the short ball from Wood before he let it go.
Wood hurdles in, bowls to Warner. No runs the call after knocking it on the front foot down towards mid-on where Robinson does the fielding.
I can tell you, though, from experience, when you face Wood, it's a really interesting... He does run in fast, but there's some balls that come through and you feel quite comfortable. And all of a sudden, he just lets one go out of nowhere, and it feels 2 yards quicker.
And he's not tall, is he? So it's a different trajectory to the ordinary fast bowler.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be worse. The shorter guys, it's harder to get out of the way of the bouncer. I mean, I'm looking at Warner and thinking he's not overly enjoying it. He's trying to give himself some room and hopefully just get bat on it, use the pace, and even try and get down the other end.
Wood's got a couple of slips wide of the crease to Warner. Fuller, Warner driving through point, does it well. Steering it out towards the rope, and that's where it will arrive. Warner moves to 83. Australia 2 for 174.
Not in perfect position to play that either, Buck, as you mentioned. He's still giving himself a bit of room, and he got something over-pitched that he was able to throw his hands at. He was very static on about middle and leg. So it's still on. So that Wood will really want to rip in and go at him, but he can't afford the runs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you bowl to Warner. You can't make a mistake because he just puts you away.
Warner batting at a chest guard now. Gets Wood around the corner, just off his hip. Wants a second, but Smith says no. Jack Leach does the fielding and throws it in with his right hand. Bowls with the left, throws with both.
There's about 3, I think, spinners in England who do that. I'll think of them in a second.
Does Samit Patel do that?
Samit Patel does it. And there's one other who does it as well.
So Warner up to 84. Australia 2 for 175. 2 balls left in this over. You mentioned earlier on, Chris, facing extreme pace at age 35. That was the catalyst for you ultimately giving the game away, wasn't it? That the very, very quick bowlers just got that much quicker to you as you advanced in years as a professional player.
Yeah, I mean, you still see the ball okay. It's just your reaction. You just can't seem to get out of the way of the ball. And then you start to get worried about whether you're going to get hit. But
here we go. Yeah. Leg side theory here for Smith. We've got a short leg, a leg gully, and David Milan about 15 metres away at forward square leg as well. Wood, short, Smith off the hip, waits the call when he thinks it into the onside. Asiba Mead in at short leg, doesn't let it through his hands. But we saw this as a strategy that England used towards the end of the 19 series when Broad got him caught around the corner at the Oval. New Zealand via Neil Wagner used it to great effect a couple of summers ago. India had a pop at it last year and it worked early in the series. Didn't quite work out at Sydney when he batted splendidly, but there is a plan that we're seeing in world cricket right now where they think Smith might be susceptible around the corner. Last ball of Woods over. Smith in there on 4. Gets to the crease, wide of it. Bowls and Smith, it's full. Drives out to mid-wicket where Chris Wokes does the fielding. No is the call. End of the over. 2 for 175 Australia on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. After the ad, replacing me will be Gerard Whateley.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift back, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the 2-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
Australia 2 for 175. Marnus Labuschagne against the grain, dismissed for 74 by Leach in his previous over. The lead is now 28. Dave Warner's 84. Steve Smith is on 4. And Leach is in operation from the Stanley Street end of the Gabba. He's over the wicket, he's bowling to Warner, and he's defended to the leg side. Ian Healy's in the box at the Gabba. How have you seen the Australian tactics against Leach? Clearly a premeditated attack ahead of lunch, almost doing as they will, and then Leach pinches a wicket.
Whilst they were continuing that premeditated attack, Labuschagne the ball before that going for 6 over long off.
Warner sweeps in the air, high into the deep. It lands safely, 1 bounce over the rope. So the all-out assaults on Leach is unrelenting as Warner moves himself to 88.
I just went immediately back to Langer and Hayden. That's what they do. They do it to Daniel Vittori. They do it to any of the English spinners. Right from the word go, look to hit down the ground into safe areas and do it well. And they were outstanding at it. This has been just the same.
So
one observation I made, Gerard, or I will make, is David Warner is wearing the smallest pads I've ever seen. I think they're as small as Josh Butler's. So he could get hit on the flap of the pad and it would be hitting the middle of the stumps. Throughout the afternoon, if you get in front of a TV, you'll be able to see just how little they are, especially the one on his left leg.
He pads this one away.
The other thing I've noticed is not one... Well, there is one now. There's one out there now. One white fielding hat for the English cricket team. And cricketers don't traditionally wear those as much anymore. The Australians are very, very keen to stay in their baggy greens as well. And the Englishmen out there on a hot, humid day are doing the same.
2 for 179. Leach 1 for 58. He's in his 8th over. He's bowling over the wicket. Warner plays back, pulls him around the corner, and takes a run. Got lost by the cameraman. Heels, where did that end up? It doesn't give us much hope back here.
What's that?
The cameraman didn't follow the ball, so it's a bit of a mystery where that finished up.
Yeah, well, it's quite a delay that I'm dealing with here too, and I don't know exactly where to watch. I was looking at the white hat. It's actually the reserve that's got the white hat, Craig Atherton, and it's not even one of the players, so he's on and off the bench a bit, and it's just a single, I think it was, wasn't it?
It was.
And Warner's on 89.
2 for 180. Smith plays from the crease and he leans forward and blunts the spin.
seems to have calmed down a touch, doesn't it? We was in absolute fast forward there until Labuschagne got out.
5 from the over with 1 to come. Leach around the wicket. Smith advances, slices up in the air, over backward points. Out into the deep, the sweeper closes, dives and keeps it in the field of play. He'll limit the scoring to 3. So Smith has been aerial on a couple of occasions, not chanceless. He's 7. Warner's 89, 2 for 183 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Warner's 89, Smith is 7. It's been a curious start, Chris.
Yeah, I thought it was going to calm down, but then the ball is in the air a lot. It's not your traditional test match batting, isn't it? You know, grind them. But the Australians are in attack mode. I guess why not? They've got 30 overs before the second new ball. They know that they have to face a lot of leach with the amount of overs the other bowlers have already bowled.
The lead is 36. Wood to Smith, who's in behind it defending.
I guess they're going to chance their arm and hope they come off.
We just started a conversation with Colo around the sensation of facing the elites, the absolute fastest bowling as an ageing batsman, which is the tussle that Dave Warner's having at the moment.
Yeah, I think in domestic cricket you get away with a lot of the times. There's, you know, the opposition might have one fast bowler, but you play international cricket and generally there's few or someone who's bowling really express.
Wood is doing that. He's in and bowls to Smith, who edges. No, he struck on the pad. They're up and asking there. Turned away. As it trickled out into the slips now. They'll come together. There are 3 DRS reviews available to captains. And Joe Root is going to use one here.
I have a feeling this is going to be umpire's call. I actually think this is a really good shout. It's either umpire's call or going over the top of off, perhaps. But yeah, just Smith got a bit squared up. It hit his back pad. Missed his outside edge.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Can we start with the front foot, please?
Well, they haven't had any luck yet today, England. We need the technology to oblige.
Can we go on to front on spin vision, please?
The TAC, drive safely for everyone. TAC. So squared up past the edge onto the back pad.
Past the edge of the bat to the pad. Can we go to offside hotspot, please?
I mean, he's a long way back in his crease, so the ball doesn't have to lock the travel. It's
just roll through, okay.
Clipping the top.
Roll through, okay. Do you have like a split screen at all? Some sort of split screen we can show sort of side on and front on at all? There's slats.
Just need to Paul Wilson doing his work.
Just roll through there. So we obviously don't have any RTS. There's nothing in the bat. We can see that mark on the back pad. So there's conclusive evidence there's no bat involved. So we go through the ball tracking when it's available, please. Come out now, Rod.
So England is hoping desperately.
Impact outside. So you can stay with the original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You can signal now.
Rod Tucker's call stands is not out, so struck outside the line of the off stump.
It was always asking a lot for that to be 3 reds, I think.
A review lost. If you're going to, with 3, if you're going to spend them on Smith's not the worst strategy. So Wood tries again. He's in and he bowls to Smith, who plays out of the pads. He won't beat the dive at mid-wicket. Oh, it would have been a run out. Smith had come through for the single, and he was in no man's lands on the throw that came in from David Milan. It missed.
Well, one of the best players in the world has just played tip and run there, I think. He's almost hit a ball in the middle of the bat and thought that's got to be a run. and he would have been out by 2 to 3 metres, I think. The throw was nowhere near the stumps. It was a decent piece of fielding by Milan at forward square. He'd moved about 3 or 4 metres to his left, dived to his left, picked it up, and then, just a direct hit, and he was a long way gone.
We're looking at the replay for Drummond Golf Christmas Savings, and Smith half ran into Woods. Warner tucks off his hip from Wood down to fine leg. They've got one, and we'll stay with that. Warner moves into the 90s, 2 for 185. So Smith took off. Neither player's looking at each other. Suddenly Woods in his path. He deviates. I'm not sure that's the difference, but he was going to be a mile short Ian Healy. What a curious start this is from Steve Smith.
Yes, it's very energetic and a little reckless. But, we haven't had an Ashes talking moment for at least an hour. That would have been huge if he was run out there. He would have shaken his head off.
Yes, I can picture that. Absolutely. Smith's on 8, dicey stuff. Wood is with him. He ducks the bouncer.
I think one of the challenges domestic players have is going in and out of formats, and trying to understand how they can kind of control their tempo and their thinking and even, their breathing and things like that. And it can happen to the best players in the world too. I mean, it just looks like there's an urgency with Smith. When he's come out at 2 for 166, he could probably just block for however long and just work his way into his innings. But he's definitely looking to score and score quickly.
First 2 scoring shots in the air, a LBW review, and then the moment when he would have been run out, he leaves the last ball of Woods over. Smith is 8, Warner is 92 for 185 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Middle session of day 2 for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Australia 2 for 185. Dave Warner is 90 from 161 balls. Steve Smith a little uneasy, unusually so. 8 from 13 balls thus far. Australia is building a lead and has the chance to do so substantially in the long session at the end of the day. So 38 runs is the advance at the moment. Ian Healy is in the experts' chair as Robinson beats the outside edge of Warner's bats. So Dave Warner's been a curious study as well, hasn't he, Heels?
He certainly has, and Ollie Robinson's giving him a handful, that's for sure. 12 overs for just 26 runs, and he's beaten the bat and had him dropped in that particular way. But then never been able to stay in the right spot for long enough. Like, do that again and just pitch it up a touch more. The fact that it's gone past the outside edge means it was a touch short, a little bit fuller, and maybe half a metre, that means. You're a chance of getting the edge. They haven't been able to do it often enough.
Robinson in from the Stanley Street ends. He bowls to Warner, who's on the back foot defending.
That one, the follow-up was too short. And then at times they'll overpitch, and Warner's been ready for all of the variations. He's missed the good ones and been ready to pounce on anything not quite so good.
Now they would love to snaffle a catch late in this session of Warner, having missed him right at the start of the session. Visit snaffle.com.au. Burns was the villain on that occasion. It was in the first over after the break. Warner stands there on 90. Blocking any thought of English progress. Robinson outside the off stump, and that's left well enough alone.
Absolute textbook field. Now 3 slips, 3 in the covers from backward point to mid-off, 3 on the leg side. I quite like the delivery of the last over, that David Warner was able to turn to deep backward square leg, he sort of opened up nicely. He's starting to even play that leg side attack better than has been the case.
Robinson in his 13th over, 1 for 26. 3 slips in place. He bowls and Warner nibbles at it. He was drawn to it. He knows he should have left. Again, he survives a perilously close one.
Opening up too much there. When the ball goes past the outside edge there, his feet are nearly pointing back at Ollie Robinson. He's really open rather than going with that offside delivery that's nipping away. So he much prefer to leave that, but he can't help himself at the moment. He's just fishing at it too often.
Yeah, he's needed strokes of good fortune to reach this position. So not quite the pugnacious Dave Warner that we're used to on home soil. But he is building his score. Robinson is back at him, and Warner this time is leaving. It might have been a fraction wider, but decisive with the leave.
Yeah, that was like Marnus. A left-handed Marnus leave that, and it was, I reckon, halfway between Warner and the return crease. It was very wide, and still he made sure he's trying to get some muscle memory into his body to leave that alone. Stop playing it outside off so carelessly. Beautiful sunny day here in Brisbane now, quite hot. I'm sure it's going to not be an easy last session for the English either.
They'll do well not to wilt. Having spent the whole day in the Brisbane sun for not much return so far. Robinson is left alone by Warner. Last ball of the over. It's 2 for 185 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Good to go, mate. Changed the oil and filters and rotated the tyres.
You guys take card?
No need. Scheduled maintenance servicing is free on every new Hyundai for the first 3 years or 45,000 Ks, whichever comes first.
Free? Cash it is then?
No, it's actually free.
Free, eh? Wink, wink.
Sir, please.
Every new petrol and diesel Hyundai now comes with free 3-year scheduled maintenance servicing. Hurry, offer ends December 31st. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Offer valid at Adelaide Metro Hyundai dealers only. See website for details.
Ian Healy in our experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 2 for 185. Wood to begin his 13th over. Steve Smith is on 8. He has the strike and he plays from his pads to the leg side. So here's what we're seeing, a tactic that England and India and New Zealand probably with greatest effect have used. Is what are you seeing as you look down on the premeditated planning that England has used for Smith?
It's not coming out of the bowler's hand well enough, Gerard. It's they haven't got at the ribs of Steve Smith yet. They've been, at his front knee, maybe thigh at times. They haven't really put an assault on his body just yet to suit the field. And I think there's a man, a leg gully. I'd like to see him a little finer. New Zealand had much more effect.
Smith on the back foot, punches to the offside, didn't make clean contact. Stokes Field's close in, no run.
New Zealand had a greater effect with moving that leg gully to a wideish leg slip. And that leaves a bit of a challenge for Steve Smith to thread a gap somewhere. There's very little incentive for him to play a shot at the moment unless it's a very fine leg lance, and that might come. But because there's 3 fielders covering not much land, so he's just giving that shot away. But get at his front armpit and move one fielder a lot finer.
Raw pace is what Mark Wood is generating. He bowls wide of the crease, driven by Smith, through mid-off for 4. He was given the half volley, and given that his scoring zones are restricted, he wasn't to miss out there. Most convincing stroke from Steve Smith so far. He's 12, Australia 2 for 189.
So England's response to that is to get rid of all the leg side fielders. Like, not do anything with their bowling. That's a half volley outside off stump. It should have been driven, especially when we've set a leg side trap. Now they've set a deep leg side trap. 2 men have just dropped back 20 to 40 metres. So what's this going to be, I wonder?
So tactic and bowling appear not quite in unison for the moment. Wood hurries in. He bowls short to Smith, who ducks harmlessly down underneath.
And at that pace, you know, close to 150 k's an hour, I don't think Steve Smith's playing a pull shot comfortably to that. So you want him playing a pull shot. That was the jump away, wide of the crease, slinger from Mark Wood. But, you know, get the catches in and bowl that stuff. If you want to take the catches out and have them reasonably deep, then bowl something different.
It was almost a contortion watching the replay for Drummond Golf Christmas Savings as Smith watched Wood do an awful lot as he approached the crease. Wood on the follow-up, more conventional, in behind it. Smith blunts the ball to leg.
And that blunt shot came from middle stump. It was middle stump, less than the top of the stump high. You know, so now Steve Smith could balloon one up onto the leg side quite easily, maybe on purpose, to sort of toy with Joe Root a little bit. You know, there's deep, about halfway back is backward square, and 2/3 of the way back is forward square.
I love the way your mind works, Heels.
Anyway, they've just got to be careful. They've got to bolder their plan anyway.
Smith is beaten on the outside edge by Wood, who's up, and he's found that edge, and Smith is dismissed for 12. For all the planning on the leg side, it's a lovely delivery outside the off stump that does over Steve Smith. And a curious stay at the crease ends after 19 balls. Smith is gone for 12. And Australia loses its third wicket with 189 on the boards. Ian Healy.
Some joy for England, whether they're behind or not, and a big hot afternoon in prospect, they give themselves a little bit of joy and fun. They get in a huddle. Steve Smith's not going easy. He's having a good look at a no ball call here too. That Mark Wood's gone wide of the crease. Has his foot touched the side crease, the return crease? It hasn't. He continues on his way. And 12 off 19 in England, something to smile about.
That's the end of a successful over. Australia 3 for 189 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Out in the middle, we love star batters who light up the field. For those in the trade, it's Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and trade quality tough. Tradies, you're going to hit them out of the park with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Decking and entertaining areas, barbecues and gardens. The heavy-duty, high-quality Illuminate Garden Lighting range will bowl you over. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
So England claw back late in the middle session. First with Labuschagne, a bat-Thurera, caught Wood, bowled Leach for 74, and then Steve Smith, done by a good one, caught behind, into the gloves of Butler from the bowling of Wood for 12. And it brings Travis Head out with 4 minutes to go to the tea break. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Dave Warner's unbeaten on 90. And just some thought into that Smith innings. His first 2 scoring shots were in the air and certainly not under complete control. There was a shout against him for LBW on review, which stayed as the call on the field of not out. He nearly ran himself out in crazy circumstances and then dismissed. Robinson, the fresh over, defended by Warner into the offside. So, Ian Healy, that's not the commanding presence that England has suffered at the hands of in the past 2 Ashes series.
No, that's right. And, I mean, there has been times where Steve has said, you know, I'm not as effective now that Marnus is going so well at number 3. And it looked a bit like that. He's had to come in with a strategy, and it looked like, I'm going to get out of the blocks here. I want to get out of the blocks and keep this momentum that great partnership had going. And it reminded me very much of Stephen Waugh towards the end of his career, how he loved getting his first 20 quite riskily.
Robinson to Warner, who leaves.
Can you remember that? He'd really come out and play some shots, not so much in the air, but flashy cuts, really whip shots off his legs and off his pads when they got straight on his stumps. And then it all settled down after that. It felt to me that that's what might happen to Steve Smith, but he didn't get through.
It is a Bendix Brakes big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes. Anytime England is able to remove Steve Smith cheaply. But it has a profound impact on the game. The lead is only 42. And Australia now 3 down. Robinson tries to knock over Warner, who edges into the ground. He beats the dive at Gully. He will get runs down to third man. Burns is in pursuit. The ball will beat him to the rope. Warner goes to 94 on a grounded edge through the cordon. 3 for 193.
He played really well there. He sort of almost withdrew the shot. Robinson got his length right. Warner's trapped on the crease, feet together, and then just sort of withdraws the bat when the shot's being executed, and kept it along the ground. Very frustratingly for a lot of the English.
He is the player of the day, Dave Warner. For Bingley, grab a deal today. He's had a little bit go his way to reach that marker, but he's got 94 to his name with the tee break bearing down, and so too Robinson. It's defended to the onside by Warner. I reckon Travis Head would be happy to sit at the non-strikers end for the next minute, the next couple of balls, Heels, and start properly after tee.
Well, David Warner can be the tee break, not watchman.
Yes.
And just take it all. And the way Warner's going, so another 4 could be, punched through the covers if Ollie Robinson does over pitch. But he's looking reasonably secure most of the time.
Robinson past the umpire bowls and Warner leaves outside the off stump. So it should be
pretty impressive, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
1 for 30 from 1 ball short of 14 overs. Bowling to 2 set batsmen much of the day. It's been very good. And so too Mark Wood. So they've just all got to continue to chip in. They've got to try their plans sparingly, like be very, very consistent, and then an impact ball every other over.
And Ben Stokes not able to bowl in this session, having appeared to strain a leg late in the previous. Warner leaves close to the off stump. The last ball of the session as the clock ticks over for tea. You hear the call from the umpire. 3 for 193 Australia. So 80 runs in that session. Warner advanced from 48 to 94. The 2 men out on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, came late. Labuschagne caught Wood, bowled Leach for 74, and Smith caught Butler, bowled Wood for 12. Ian Healy, give us your overriding thoughts as we reach the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
It's a scary proposition, this next session for England. They need to get into a cold shower right now. They're meandering off. Get into the shade, get a cool shower on you, and get some fresh clothes ready for a massive effort in the last 2.5 hours. Warner looks so dedicated to staying in. He's having a bit of luck, but go with it and don't stress about that. Then the other Australian batsmen, have to do their jobs. Travis Head is an unknown. Cameron Green, rookie, they might be able to trap him in front of the stump. So somehow England have got to produce quality and have a slice of luck. And they can get through this Australian batting order in a long session, even though they'll find themselves a fair way behind. It'll be more enjoyable. So it's all about quality and patience for England, and probably patience for Australia. Don't rush things. You've got plenty of time. Wait for bad balls and bat well with good technique.
Australia's lead is 46 runs. Ian Healy at the Gabba there. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 3 for 193. The fall of wickets in the innings for budget truck rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. 10, 166 and 189 when Smith fell. Dave Warner is the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. For non-urgent police assistance, call 131 444. He is 94 at the tea break, so with another Ashes century beckoning to further his imperious record on home shores. And from a wicket-taking perspective, the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au. Ollie Robinson, 1 for 30, Mark Wood, 1 for 35, and Jack Leach, 1 for 62. Those who've gone without so far, Wokes none for 37 and Stokes none for 23. And you are left to ponder whether, in fact, he will bowl again in this innings. You can correspond with us 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Summer Scorcher Sale, do that during the tea break. Your assessment of the Steve Smith innings is, I look forward to hearing Chris Rogers with Anthony Hudson at the break. To our relay stations right around the country on the SEN network, welcome to, for the first time, to day 2 at the Gabba, the third session of play. Australia 3 for 193 in reply to England's 147. Dave Warner is 94. Travis Head is yet to face a ball. The men dismissed Harris for 3, Labuschagne for 74 and Smith for 12. The wickets fell at 10, 166 and 189. There has been misdeed and misfortune in the English camp throughout, but they have fought back late on the way to tea with those 2 wickets against the flow of play. And Mark Wood, who has generated a raw pace throughout, opens the session around the wicket to Travis Head. % price beat guarantee. Pete, welcome back.
It's hard to imagine an unhappier day and a half for the visitors, isn't it, Gerard? And the opposite of that is it's hard to imagine a better time for the Australians. 1 or 2 exceptions. Everything's gone their way. Start of the innings is postponed during that. You know, who wanted to bat last night? Yep. No opening bat wants to go out in that sort of Brisbane conditions late in the day. And God smiled on them. God has continued to smile on David Warner. He's been a very good boy. He's obviously said his prayers. What a lucky innings. 17, 48 and 60. Could have been out in all sorts of ways. Wood bowls. Head flashes. Oh, dear. Second ball. He's missed it, and it's through to Butler. Given the magnitude of what sits on Head, that is an intemperate way to play the second ball. It certainly is. And the selectors would be hoping that, I mean, it's his first opportunity this year that he will repay the faith that they've shown in him. But back to Warner, 17, 48 and 60. On 17, he was bowled off a no ball. On 48, he was dropped. And on 60...
the weirdest of almost run-outs from short leg. Wood bowls, Head in behind it, defends, not with the full face of the bat, but with an outside edge away to point.
On 60, it was that nightmare, wasn't it, when you're running for the bus or you can't quite get there. He was swimming in treacle.
Dropped his bat. Reaching out for a crease that he couldn't quite make with his glove.
And I'm making Hameed was about 3 metres away when he missed the stumps. He could have walked in and taken a bail off.
This is what we are absolutely like-minded. He couldn't have known what was going to happen with Warner, but as it turned out, he could have taken the 3 steps and just removed the bail and had Warner short. He shouldn't have missed from where he was. Wood to Head, back foot defending, a little aerial too. It's past the short leg and trickles away to mid-wicket, no run.
You see the advantage of raw pace in Australia, don't you? It's a funny thing to say. Warner's on 94, but he hasn't looked comfortable against Wood. In fact, I reckon he's set up changes when he faces Wood a little bit. Some excellent bowling, hurried them on. Now, Travis Head has got to prove himself. It's still not an easy wicket to begin on, I think, Jerry. There's still a bit of seam there. Still some good bounce. Better bounce, probably, than yesterday.
Mark Wood trying to extract all of that. He bowls and Head plays with an open face out near cover, and he takes off for the stroke and gets his first run. 3 for 194 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customer.
Travis Head was dropped after 2 test matches last summer after making 62 runs. He was dropped in England in 2019 after making 191 runs at 27 with just 1 half-century in the first 4 matches of that series. And for Sussex in the county championship this year, he had a shocker, 183 runs in 11 innings, 18.3 and no half-centuries. But he's had a good start to the Shield season, having made a wonderful century against WA and another against Queensland a couple of weeks ago.
And a 230 in the one-day game, the 50-over match at Karen Rolton Oval.
He likes it there.
Yeah, I think all batters do, don't they? It's like an under-14s boundary there on the leg side.
Wood hustles in. He's over the wicket. Bowls to Warner, who's tucked up on the pads and glances it down to fine leg. It's at such a pace that I'm not sure that he got the bat to it. The run goes against his name. 95, 3 for 195. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. So there's a few storylines bubbling away. The fact that Ben Stokes in 5 overs bowled 14 no balls is rather astounding. And what do you know? Cricket didn't tip its hand. Their technology failed on the way to the test, so they fronted up without what should be there, and they didn't tell anyone, hoping that they wouldn't get caught.
That's the same mob who, whenever you knock on the match referee's door to ask what's going on, they say, called you by, I'm not allowed to talk to you. Yeah. It's driven me mad that for years. But there's a bit... You have to be slightly cynical, don't you? That you only fess up when you're caught out.
Yeah, it's really poor form because it's so easily done on the way to the test. It was a leg by. So 94, Warner faces the fresh ball from Robinson at the start of the new over and defends. It's really poor form because it's just simply done. Look, particularly given the times, our technology has failed. We're going to go without it for this test. We'll revert to the old system. And then they get done in by Ben Stokes, who is rusty and just can't find the front line. I mean, that is hellishly unprofessional. In 30 balls, he's overstepped 14 times. So whenever he took a wicket, he was 50-50 to have it overturned.
Well, and that's 14 balls that Australia didn't get a chance to score off. 14 runs that Australia didn't get when the no balls weren't called.
Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Warner drives in the air. He holds out at last. His luck runs out as Stokes comes forward from mid-off and takes the catch low down. It's the last laugh, I suppose, for Ben Stokes. Dave Warner's on his way for 94. Perhaps best that he didn't get to triple figures because it might have been slightly undignified in all of that. He rode luck to go with skill, but he doesn't get the century that he was after. He was through the shot. It ballooned into the air. Stokes, who's carrying a leg injury, moved well enough and takes it low down. The fortunate stay of Dave Warner brought to a close. Gone for 94. Australia 4 for 195.
That's an extraordinary dismissal. You would have assumed it was a slow ball or it's stuck in the wicket, but there's no sign of that. And David Warner just looked completely flummoxed by that. It's that difficulty of starting again after a break, isn't it, Gerard? How often do you see a batsman dismissed after a break? But England are back in this now, 4 for 195. They've got 2 new batters at the crease. Green, yet to get off the mark, yet to face the ball. Head on 1, 4 for 195. Lead of 50-odd, is it?
47.
47.
48, I beg your pardon. A lead of 48. And this is where Australia's batting order gets really interesting. So Head, who's never been able to nail down 5 at test level. Green, who is an apprentice. We all love what he's going to grow into, but he's an apprentice for now. And then Carey, who's on debut in test cricket. So a lot of the danger has now, through sheer toil, been removed, and Ollie Robinson's been a big part of that. He's got 2 wickets. He bowls to Green. He's bowled! He went down looking, shoulders, arms, and loses the off stump. Robinson, 2 wickets in 2 balls, a golden duck for Cam Green, and the test is suddenly back in the balance. Well, Australia 5 for 195.
Well, I said it's hard to start on this crease, on this wicket, and it's certainly proved very hard when you don't play at a shot at a ball that's angling in at your off stump. Yes, that's seamed back from outside off, from probably 6 stump line, hit his off stump.
Well, what a turn of events. Either side of tee. Labuschagne gives it away at 166. Smith, a troubled stay, 189. Warner can't get going after tee, 195. And then Green doesn't offer, gone at 195.
Well, has Australia used up all that good fortune of the first day and a half, Gerard?
Well, it can't last forever.
No, that's right.
And so a hat-trick opportunity presents itself for Ollie Robinson, who has been the pick of the bowlers. He's in his 15th over, 3 for 30. From the very start, he challenged the outside edge. He made Harris's stay uneasy, picked him up. He came at Warner over and over again, and he deceives Green on the angle. And on his test debut, Alex Carey will see a hat-trick ball.
Australia lost 3 for 6 either side of that break.
And a lead of 48 with half the wickets gone isn't nearly the position that it was. So 4 into the cordon, a bat pad, a leg gully. Mid-on is in a catching position. Ollie Robinson on a hat-trick. Alex Carey on debut. Robinson bowls. Carey's in behind it, defending a well-pitched delivery. And a wry smile from the Englishman as the moment passes.
Well, Alex Carey, I thought he looked up a little bit late then. I think Ollie Robinson was almost into his delivery stride. Carey looked up and he was facing his first ball in Test cricket, but he's kept it out.
In behind it, solid in defence. And the English fans, phones up, beers up. They don't quite get that moment to cherish, but they are seeing a fight back. And half an hour out from tea, this wasn't really in the offing. Carey faces up, Robinson bowls to him, he tucks it down the leg side. He will get a run to fine leg. No, he won't, it's a leg bye. Paul Rifle does the signal, so Carey stays on 0. Australia 5 for 196. The game's afoot, Pete.
The game certainly is afoot, Gerard, and Travis Head is a batter who likes to keep the game moving. He's aggressive, as we saw from the first stroke that he played when he got out there, but these circumstances don't suit him.
Australia have lost 4 for 29, which is what England's start was yesterday.
Love symmetry in cricket. Beautiful numbers, Colo.
Conventional wisdom is this should be the best time for batting, shouldn't it? Second afternoon. Well, certainly should be a better time for batting than it has been up to this point.
Bright sunshine, but Ollie Robinson's making it difficult. Head defends in behind it. The end of a double wicket over for Ollie Robinson. His figures 3 for 30, Australia 5 for 196 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Not feeling confident in your health? For 30 years, Radel's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients so that we don't miss out on the things we love during summer. Radel is dedicated to helping steer you on your health and well-being journey. This summer, make sure you're feeling confident about your health. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Enjoy your summer with health confidence. Visit radel.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Warm applause for Ollie Robinson as he heads to fine leg. 2 wickets in the over, a chance to study the replays for Drummond Golf Christmas savings. Wood around the wicket, bowls, Carey slashes at it, misses. It's through to the keeper. So Warner first just threw his shot. As you said, it wasn't a slower ball. He looked at the pitch as if it might have stuck there, but just whirled through his shot and just bunted it up in the air for Stokes to close on.
Inexplicable dismissal, to be honest with you. And then Cameron Green's heard too much about leaving with confidence at the Gabba. He's left the first one. Don't leave them with confidence from there. Left on line, not length, I'd suggest, Gerard.
Wood in, bowls to Carey, yet to score, tucked up, a ball that jags into him. Wood topples over in his follow-through, giving it his absolute all. No run.
There's no way of marking this statistically, but no bowler in the world falls over as often as Mark Wood.
Moves too fast for his own good, Colo.
An Olympic sprinter without the coordination.
So Carey naught, Head 1. Australia's lead is 49. Wood doesn't pause at the top of his mark. He turns and gets himself moving. He bowls to Carey, who defends back down the pitch.
Looks neat enough there. Wood 140, high 140s, good pace. Only just 6 foot, isn't he? Collingwood 6-footer, probably.
Collingwood 6-footer, not 6 foot. He'd be like 5'10", 5'11", proper Collingwood 6-footer.
wouldn't get into an Australian team. He wouldn't pass that height limit thing that they have for carnival rides.
He's also got tiny hands.
Tiny hands?
Tiny hands. Talks about it a lot.
He's hustling in, and he's bowling to Alex Carey, who sways over a well-directed bouncer that kept following him to be able to get under the limbo bar.
I guess the question with Wood is, is how many back-to-back tests he has in him. He's not the sturdiest of bowlers.
No, he seldom plays more than 2 or 3 in a series, usually due to injury, but they manage him through the course of a series. He'll play 2, then he'll rest, or he'll get injured, then he'll come back, and that's been the pattern of his career.
Another pitch invader. It's 2 for the day. Ooh. Security closed from all angles.
It looks like he got the treatment that Sam Kerr gave the pitch invader overnight. Sam Kerr, you think she watched Simo when she was growing up?
As if we couldn't love her anymore.
She goes and does that.
With a bit more of a run-up, it would have been Dermot on Vanderhaar.
And how calculated was it? She sort of watched him, realised that he'd stop, and went, all righto, you're in my territory. Bang!
I reckon, yeah, she took a run-up too, didn't she?
Absolutely blindsided him.
Yeah, woof.
You've got no business being out here. All fun and games.
Mess with Sam Kerr. I suggest, gee, she's a good footballer. Did you see that second goal she scored the other night? Flat out and just chipped it over the defence and into the goal. Beautiful control.
She's a true great. Australia's got such an obligation to put a World Cup team around her, as that sort of striker in the sport only comes along so rarely. As you want to be making the most of that. Australia's cricket team has now a challenge on its hands after the Bendix breaks. Big moments have come straight after the tea break. Bendix, the best known breaks. 2 wickets, Warner and Green both gone. Carey yet to score, heads on 1. So 2 men who are not in the thick of their test careers yet. Wood, after the delay, is in from the Vulture Street end. He's around the wicket and bowling to Carey, and he defends a rising delivery.
Well, at 2 for 189, starting to wonder whether Australia would have to bat twice in this game.
Yeah.
They certainly will now.
Simon Katich sat in that chair and pondered exactly that, as that had to be the thinking in the dressing room, and that would have been the fatalists, following from an English perspective, would have been drawn in that direction.
You know, on and on about it, but it does get easier to bat in Brisbane. We saw that in the...
Wood bowls, Carey defends on the front foot, sent back by Head. He was desperate to get off the mark, was the keeper, and sent back by his partner. And a maiden over played out. 5 for 196 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Adelaide Tools is your Christmas gift destination. Whether it's a stocking filler under $50 or a gift for that special someone, Adelaide Tools has you covered. We've got brushless combo kits from just $299. Or surprise your little helper with a range of tool toys from $49. Get the tradie or serious DIYer in your life a gift they really want. Check out our range of great gift ideas in-store and online. Can't choose? Get them a gift card. Hurry into Adelaide Tools, your Christmas gift destination. Adelaide Tools. Trusted brands, trusted service.
Test cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Peter Lalor in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Oh, the cordon is stacked,
Look
Pete.
at that.
5 slips. That's supporting Ollie Robinson.
It certainly is.
Travis Head. They're all bearing down to his left. Robinson bowls to him and Head edges. Oh, would you believe it found grass? The cordon's got 5 in it and there's a point, and he managed to find the gap, land it safely and run it down to third man for 4.
Oh, I think 7th slip would have caught that one, Joe, but it just sat up nicely too. Well, pretty obvious what the plan is here, isn't it?
Oh, you couldn't believe, as a bowler, you could find the regulation edge and not get a catch with the way that is stacked. The 200 up for Australia, a lead of 53. Travis Head sporting the very modern moustache. Feeling the pressure at the Gabba. He drives to the leg side. No run to short mid-on. It's fielded by Wood.
A little too straight, that delivery. He should have been clipped through the onside. Easy to say from here. Head 5 from 8, so he's not wasting any time getting off the mark. But geez, played a few injudicious swipes at the ball, but he hasn't managed to make contact with. And that big outside edge.
There's a lot riding on it for Travis Head. I don't imagine he'll get enormous gratitude from the selectors with Khawaja in the squad on a line ball call. Edging Head into the ground, gathered on the bump at 5th slip. I'm sure he'd see 2 tests, but if he can't post a score and Khawaja's in such good form and it felt like a flip of the coin, and I don't know how many more goes he'll get at nailing down 5 after this summer. So he's got to make it through the 5 test series, I think, and have really made his payment on the spot.
The selectors shouldn't be quick to act unless he just falls into an appalling muddle in the next 4 innings. They've shown faith in him over Khawaja. This is Khawaja's home ground.
Robinson rolls in. He bowls to Head, who tried to get the bat out of the way, and it took the face into the turf. And to 2nd slip on this occasion, he is living dangerously.
It's only 127.4 from Robinson, but it's quite difficult to play. It's that height and movement that he gets off the crease. Drags his fingers down the back of the seam of the ball. Joe Burns takes that one well. Better than the catch he tried to take off David Warner when David Warner was on 48. Joe Burns. Rory Burns.
Rory Burns.
Joe Burns, of course, was the road with Ned Kelly, didn't he?
Ollie Robinson bows and heads in behind this defending back to the bowler.
I think Burns kind of owes his side a little bit, doesn't he? A first ball duck. Didn't do the top order any favour. Then he's cost them 46 runs with that dropped chance.
Yep.
So he's in debt going into his 2nd batting innings.
Quite so. Robinson with 1 to come. He's desperately trying to nick off Travis Head. Bowls to him, and Head is able to play from the pads through mid-wicket. He'll get a single as Wood closes down to his left. So Head moves to 6. Australia 5 for 201 at the end of the over on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry's super fund for all Australians. Peter Lalor now joined by Simon Katich at a most interesting moment in the game. 5 for 201. And since we last spoke, Kat, we've seen the fall of 4 wickets. It's been an unexpected resurgence.
Well, a few things have gone their way. Obviously, David Warner dismissal. One just sort of held in the surface, spooned it to Ben Stokes, diving forward, I think mid-off. And then Cameron Green, it was a good ball to Cameron Green, first ball, top of off. That can happen. We've all been there and done that, letting one hit the top of off stump, so you can't be too critical. And Ollie Robinson deserves the rewards. Mark Wood deserved the reward of Steve Smith just before the tea break. And now Carey and Head, both new to the crease. Game on.
Chris Wokes has been handed the ball. He bowls and Head defends back down the pitch. Heads look like he'll edge anything to the cordon at the moment.
Well, the one thing England failed to do, they had 5 slips in, but they didn't have a gully. And we see so many catches here at the Gabba go to gully. I mean, back in the day, the Queenslanders would probably have 2 gullies for the bulk of an innings, because a lot of balls, when they do trampoline off this surface and leave the right-hander or left-hander, they go square of the wicket to gully. And historically, there's always been a couple of gullies at the Gabba, but Joe Root had his 5 slips a bit too fine.
Wokes right arm over, bowls to Travis Head, who's beaten past the outside edge. Squared up, through to the keeper, untouched.
Well, Simon, Travis Head, this sort of batting, he'll be a little bit more comfortable with it from a number 7 than a number 5. To come out and play those sort of cross-batted swipes early.
Look, I think the big thing that noticing here is he might nod his head there to Wokes and say, well bowled, but Travis Head's footwork is the issue. That's the big thing for him. He's getting caught on the crease. There's no stride into the ball. There's no putting the bowler off his length. He just keeps running in, hitting a good length, and it looks like only a matter of time before he nicks one.
He's in behind it, blocks down the pitch. Could just ponder for a tick when Marnus Labuschagne got out. So the observation was made from within the team, and himself is in that the last test at the Gabba, which is the last test Australia played, is he had complete control of India and he threw his wicket away. And today he had absolute control over England, far more so than Warner did, and totally against the grain, loose, gave his wicket up. Wokes bowls and Head defends the ball out to points. Just what was the score earlier in the year?
Yeah, it was 4 for 2-1-3 when Labuschagne was ticking along beautifully. Australia all out 3-6-9. So, I mean, there was a rally with Payne and Green, but there was chalk and cheese between the way they were going when Labuschagne was in compared to the scrap it was after he got out.
And so the consequence of him getting out today has just sort of opened up the order when really, I mean, he was on for a century.
Oh, he was, and I think a big century. I think you could tell by his reaction when he got out that he'd missed out on a big 100.
Lokes in, bowls, Head, plays to the offside to point, no run.
The problem is, though, is that no doubt in his mind, and I don't know what's going on in his mind, but the hard part is that when you've got such a great player like Steve Smith batting at 4 after you, you can sometimes assume that he's just going to come out and score and make runs. He didn't today, normally he does, and that might have been part of the thought process. I mean, who knows? He probably didn't mean to execute that shot, so it was just a spur of the moment it happened, but potentially that's something that...
Last ball of the over, Head defends, Wokes back down the pitch. We'll pick this up with Simon Katich in a moment. 5 for 201 on the Made Internet scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 5 for 201, Carey yet to score. We'll have the strike at the start of the Ollie Robinson over. Travis Head is 6, Peter Lalor and Simon Katich, along with Gerard Whateley with you on the call. Alex Carey looking for his first Test run. Robinson looking for his 4th wicket. Carey plays for it, everything intact as he defends back down the pitch. So just the evolution of the ruthless streak in a number 3.
Well, I think he is ruthless because he's averaging 60 in Test cricket. And I think today it was just purely an execution thing. He wanted to create width to cut the ball, and he came off the ball. And the danger when you do that on a cut shot is that you don't transfer your weight through the ball because you're trying to create width. And the width wasn't quite there, but he did it by moving his body weight off the ball. But as a result of a bit of bounce, he's come off it and then spooned the ball to wood at backward point.
Robinson bowls, Carey leaves.
And that's the problem with the technique of the cut. A lot of guys want to cut. When they cut, they want width. And if they don't have that width, they create it with their body coming off the ball. But it's still really important that you get your body weight and your head over the ball to where you're trying to hit it. And it sort of goes against the natural instinct of freeing your hands to cut the ball, because that's generally what you want. But you can still cut the ball close to you when you do get closer to it as a left or right-handed batsman.
Great insights from Simon Katich. Alex Carey faces up. He plays from his pads. He can't get his first run. And some meters there to field at mid-wickets.
So I think today, I don't think it was a case of him being complacent. I think it was just an execution thing. And I understand what he was trying to do. He just didn't execute it. But you could tell by his body language he was bitterly disappointed. And rightly so, because he had England at his mercy. I think the way he constructed his innings was far more circumspect. It was far more reliable than Davey Warner's innings. He gave less chances. He missed a few times, but that's going to happen on these sort of wickets.
Carey faces up, drives the half volley. He'll get off the mark with a boundary. A gift from Robinson, a rare error from the bowler. And Carey takes full toll. Beautifully struck boundary. Foxtel 4K4s. Foxtel, for the love of cricket, 5 for 205.
Well, that's a moment that Alex Carey will never forget. He's been waiting that since he's been a little boy and driven straight back down the ground. Beautiful straight drive off Ollie Robinson, who pitched too far up and just lent into that beautifully. Alex Carey did the rest, and he'll breathe a sigh of relief now. He's off the mark in Test cricket.
So the follow-up from Robinson. Carey taps away a bit pensively, readies himself, and he plays the drive again. Perfectly timed. It'll be a chase all the way to the rope for the hobbled Stokes. He'll overhaul it with a couple of steps to spare, and Carey will come back for 3. He's 7. It's 5 for 208.
Alex Carey making his debut where Adam Gilchrist did some years back. Hopefully he gets the same applause when he walks off for a nice innings. The other thing that Labuschagne's dismissal did was it brought Jack Leach back into the game. To that point, what he bowled about 6 overs, he had none for 60. He was a problem for England. Now he's got a wicket. It's kind of changed. It's changed the nature of the relationship between he and his captain, I think, and what he can do with him. Give him a little bit more confidence.
Last ball of the over. Head sees it, clips it away off his toes, and there's runs to be had wide of mid-wickets. He's lent on that toward the shadows. It will be overhauled by Wood in the last stride or two, and it'll be 3 more to the total. 4, they ran the all-run. That's good going. Aggressive stuff from that Aussie pair. Head is 4, Australia 5 for 212 on the Mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Kat and Pete to be joined by Hudson.
Tee off the holidays with Christmas savings at Drummond Golf. Drummond's online catalogue is packed with over 50 pages of savings, including the Target Caddy TC200 rangefinder, Golf Buddy Voice GPS, and more. Shop in-store or at drummondgolf.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Afternoon, Pete. Simon.
Good afternoon, Huddo.
Good afternoon to the English.
It
Huddo.
is. Things have changed since I was last in the hot seat. And for the better in terms of the contest that it really is right now. Although it was a good flourish to finish the over from both batsmen. Carey 7, Head 10. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Maybe, Simon, you could explain to us what happens to a batsman like David Warner, who's out there. He's got 94 runs. He's ridden his luck, but how does he hole out like that? Like he just completely misread the ball.
I think it just held on the surface because, judging by his reaction, you could see on the dismissal he was expecting that ball to come onto the bat. It was quite full, but it's almost like it stopped in the wicket, trampolined up, and then he had to check his shot.
Woke starts the new over and just outside the off stump allowed to pass.
And this is a really important spell from Chris Woakes now. He's probably the most senior bowler in this Test lineup in terms of, Wood and Robinson haven't played that much Test cricket. Woakes has got to stand up here and back them up because they've both been magnificent for Joe Root today. Jack Leach has found it tough. Ben Stokes hasn't been back since his initial spell. He's hobbling around, so this is the spell where Woakes needs to get in on the act, build some pressure, potentially get a wicket, and then England can potentially get into the Australian tail.
Woakes has Carey. Oh, he wasn't far away. Waving at that one. Shortish outside the off stump. Fell a bit short to the keeper.
And we know these two like to play their shots. We saw some nice drives in the previous over from Travis Head and Alex Carey. So Chris Woakes has got to make sure that he backs up that spell of Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood, make something happen for Joe Root.
I wonder if Joe Root will throw the ball to Stokes again. I just thought Stokes looks to have a knee problem. Hopefully it was only from a blow from the ball in that misfield earlier.
Stokes again, just outside the off stump, doesn't worry Carey.
Warner absolutely slapped one. It went through him and he seemed to hobble afterwards. And I've noticed him feeling at his knee, so hopefully it's just a little impact injury. But, you know, he's got a few cobwebs to blow out, that fella, hasn't he? Hasn't played cricket for a long time.
He has, but he didn't look like he needed too much to blow them out early on. His first over was magnificent, albeit most of them were no balls. But in the way he made the ball talk in that spell, he just makes things happen. And him not bowling again has really impacted Joe Root's ability to be able to get into this Australian lineup.
5 for 2-1-2 as he bowls again, and he's met with a full face on the defensive bat.
Well, not more than half an hour ago, Joe Root had a world of problems, didn't he? I mean, Leach was going for runs. Stoke had the sore knee. He didn't know where his next wicket was coming from. 1 before the break, 2 after. Changes the whole game.
It certainly does. Different complexion now, particularly with these two being new to the crease. The partnership's now 17, but they know they're only 1 wicket away from Pat Cummins coming out.
Carey on 7. Wokes puts it further up, and he got across far enough to have things covered defending again.
Yeah, I'm not sure Leach comes back into the attack just at the moment. I think Root will be reluctant to with 2 left-handers. And I think he knows that someone like Travis Head would much prefer to face spin at this point in time, being on 10, than the seamers.
Think if Stokes is not an option for it, would he think about bowling himself? Or?
Oh, I think he's probably an option.
Can turn it away from the left-handers.
Yeah, I think he's definitely an option, Joe Root. He's got 10 Test wickets in 2021.
Wokes about to complete his 16th over. Edgy from Carey as he lunged forward. Got it into the ground, though, as it went into the cordon. And the save is made. No run. End of the over. 5 for 2-1-2. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
This summer's biggest hits are at Adelaide Oval. All out. Yep, the whole family will be. It's a hat trick. Actually, it's your friends in blue wigs. Winners won't just be on the Oval. There's plenty of giveaways. There'll be classic catches and classic catch-ups with your mates. What a score! Kids tickets from $5. Plenty of cracking shots and fireworks in the sky. This Thursday night at 6:45. Reserve your seats today. Visit adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Sun still shining brightly. There's beach balls being volleyed around in the crowd, and we've got our answer as to who else is going to bowl. It's good news for England. Ben Stokes is going to return to the bowling crease.
Well, he's that kind of competitor, isn't he, Ben Stokes? Even if one leg was falling off, he'd want to bowl again.
Well, his team needs him here. You know, Australia's 65 in front, but you know, if he can come on and produce a spell here that nips a couple out and then allows them to bring Mark Wood back to try and clean the tail up. I mean, David Warner didn't look comfortable facing him earlier. He's a class player. You can imagine that the tail aren't going to want to face someone bowling 145, 150 k's an hour.
Just keep that front foot behind the line, Ben. Beautiful, please.
He delivers to Head, who's able to work it to leg, but can't beat the man at wide mid on in Wood.
It's interesting watching Ben Stokes, having faced him many years ago in county cricket. As a left-hander, the challenge is that he looks like he runs the ball across you with the way he presents the seam, but he's got this ability to make it look like it's going to do that, but then it swings back. And on that occasion there, see Travis Head just knocking the ball into the leg side. Ben Stokes will be trying to nick him off here.
Bowls wide, he tries to pull, and he does. Through the gap, down into the ground, and fiercely out to the boundary. Travis Head gets himself a 4. Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Yeah, that's not the length you need to be bowling to Travis Head. He's predominantly a back foot player. Just pushed back and swiveled on that. Played it beautifully through mid-wicket. It's just too short. Ben Stokes will want to fight back after that ball. He won't want to see that one again.
Travis Head breathes a little easier. He gets to 14. 5 for 2-1-6. Stokes short, and it's whacked away through the offside. Who was there to cut, and he was happy to oblige. Consecutive boundaries for Travis Head. And Australia 5 for 220 now. And a lead of 73.
Another ball that's banged into the wicket. Travis Head sweating on that ball. He just already, you can see, he goes back. It's the pull shot, but on that occasion, that was right where he wants it. Short and wide. Just cracked it in front of point for 4.
Brett asking the question, when was the last time 2 South Australians batted together in a test match for Australia? Going back a while as he bowls, that's a tighter line and defended. It's 5 for 220.
I can't imagine that Stokes is bowling the length that he has been this over deliberately. It just looks like he's stiff. I mean, really, you've got Travis Head there. He's got, you've got your slip set. You need to be pitching the ball up. He's bowling some
you'd rather
tight muscle half trackers, aren't
Yeah, you'd rather see Travis Head hit him straight down the ground for 4. That's fine because you want him hitting there. You don't want him playing square of the wicket.
Stokes wanders in. Again, he throws it up in a tighter line to the off stump that time. Straight to cover. Wokes does the fielding.
His last 2 deliveries have been more in that sort of area that's asking some questions of Head. But 8 runs from the 2 previous deliveries.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes for the damage to be done because it just relaxes the batsman. He knows he's got a couple of freebies. It gets him going, and now he can just sit tight and think, I'll be patient now. I've got my couple of 4s for the over.
Stokes is tucked away, just straight to leg again. He's timed it really well. Travis Head, sliding save will be made. All he's done is deflect it over the line into the boundary for 4 more. Frustration there for Leach and for Ben Stokes. 3 4s in the over, a very productive one. They all came off the blade of Travis Head, and Australia 5 for 2, 2 4. Another boundary for Foxtel's 4K. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Get into Anaconda and save on a huge range of fishing gear. Pen SSM Spin Combo, now $119. Berkeley Ultimate Tackle Kit, $39.99. Play more and pay less with our 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
A great festive season begins with Pals, and they have it all. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies, and 2,000 wines. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
So that was a very handy over from Australia. Travis Head up to 22 and the partnership 29. The lead 77 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Critically, it's 29 of 39 deliveries. They move along at a clip here, and as Simon says, if these guys are at the wicket for an hour, they'll move. The game will have changed its complexion very quickly.
3 slips for Wokes as he looks to challenge Carey on that 4th stump line. Carey happy to let it pass. Bit of love for Mitch Marsh coming off our Tyre Power text. Imagine Mitch Marsh batting right now. Start the campaign to get him in. See, Gerard's not on. If Gerard was on, he'd be responding to that in a more positive fashion.
Are you an anti-Marsh? You're part of the anti-Marsh brigade?
I'm not anti-Marsh. I just like teasing Gerard about how pro-Marsh he is.
Well, he was batting up in Brisbane against the England Lions. He's got out for 33.
See, not enough.
What did Katich get?
11.
Wokes bowls again. Just tucks Carey up ever so slightly, but he defends it back into the ground.
So going back to that worst-case scenario, if you are looking to bring another batter in, and I can't see that happening in the 3rd test, but if it does, it would seem very odd to go back to Usman Khawaja when the place to play in is his home ground. I still argue that I would have liked to have seen him come out and open the batting unit because of the local knowledge. And the conditions, the conditions are really testing in Brisbane if you're not used to them.
I think if he had been opening for Queensland, that probably would have happened. But he hasn't been. He's been batting at 4.
Wokes, and again Carey defends it straight back up the pitch.
Do you think he can't open though? Just because he's not opening doesn't mean he can't. Can he?
No, that's true.
Is that where a phone call should take place from the selectors, do you think, early in the season or not?
Well, it's hard because he's captain of Queensland. He probably doesn't want to be seen to be putting his own case ahead of the teams because they have got guys up there like Bryce Street who's playing in the Lions game at the moment for Australia A, and then Joe Burns is opening. Labuschagne bats 3. So he's thinking about the team first before his own, I guess, backyard, so to speak. And I think having heard his sort of commentary on it all, you can tell that he's relaxed about where he's at with his cricket. He's just happy playing where whoever wants him wherever he's picked. So,
was there ever a more selfless act than enforcing the follow-on when he needed an innings to actually fly the flag for a test berth?
Correct.
And Head took that chance. He's out there now on 22, but Carey takes strike. The third slip's gone a little wider. Wokes bowls, and again he's able to just turn one from the hip into the gap at mid-wicket. Shuffle through for a single. Well played by Carey. Minimum risk. And it's 5 for 225, the lead up to 78 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Good to see that little drop and run there. Where they've been scoring through boundaries, and I think you can get into a rhythm there, which you're sitting back waiting for the next boundary. You break the rhythm of the bowlers and the field. You've already got the fielders back on the heels.
Yep. Definitely, it's part of partnership batting, rotating the strikes so someone doesn't get pinned down one end against one particular bowler.
And he just had him squared up. It's come flying away out through cover. Travis Head didn't look in full control there, but he gets a single and moves to 23. Head's first-class batting average at this venue is very mild, just 20.83.
Free settlers don't like it up there in Queensland, mate. It's too hot. Too tropical for them, I think.
Well, the thing too is he's very much like his strength is back foot. And the problem with the Gabba is if they're pitching it up and moving it.
Wokes to Carey there to cut. He's mistimed it, but he's got it over cover. Maybe he was in more control than I thought. It was an unorthodox way to play it. It just pitched and comes to a halt. Up and over cover. Not the sort of shot you'd normally see on day 2 Test cricket, but Carey got 3 for his troubles. He goes to 11 into the over. 5 for 229. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Hi, Craig Lowndes here. It doesn't matter whether I'm belting around a racetrack at 300 clicks or driving quietly down to the local shops with a family. There's always a lot riding on my tyres. And while I don't choose the tyres for my race car, I do choose Tyre Power to look after the tyres on my family car. Tyre Power give me absolute peace of mind with expert advice, a great range of big tyre brands to choose from, and the very best service. Yet more reasons why I get the power at Tyre Power. Seriously? Why would you buy your tyres anywhere else?
5 for 229 is the score. Colo back with us.
Yeah, well, we're looking at Travis Head's first-class numbers at the Gabba. It's not a small sample size. 18 innings before today at this ground. A first-class average of just 21 and a high score of 84, which was actually in a test match against Sri Lanka a couple of summers ago. So it does tell a story that that extra bounce doesn't tend to suit him.
Joe Root is going to come into the attack so that Ben Stokes' return didn't last too long.
Yeah, it wasn't a great first over from Ben Stokes, whether he's still sore and can't physically get through the crease properly. I mean, he dragged a number of balls down, and Travis Head made the most of it. 12 runs off that last over.
So Root comes around the wicket, throws up a full toss to Carey, who can't punish him. He hits to Ollie Robinson at mid-off.
Joe Root's not the worst bowler. Got to be mindful. He's better than probably a part-timer.
Skipper bowls, gives it air, and Carey reaching for it. Hits it to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, he does have a test fifer. This year, indeed, at Ahmedabad, he took 5 for 8 in the first innings of that crazy 2-day test match against India.
Slip in place for him. Again, Carey reaching, looking to get forward, but reaching from the crease a fraction, got it straight down into the ground.
He's got 39 test wickets at 45, but as you say, Kat, he's been an important partnership breaker for England over the years.
Oh, he reverses. Come off the top edge. It was LBW appeal, perhaps. But it's a lot of animation there from behind the wicket as the ball ballooned away over the top of the keeper. And down for a leg by one would... no, there was bat in it.
Yeah, there's a bottom edge on it. He amazingly missed the stumps. I don't know how, because it caught the bottom edge, bounced up, just missed the stumps.
Bowls again, this time to Head. It's tossed up and he's driven. Again, didn't quite cloud it out of the middle of the bat. Tried to hit it quite hard. Slightly mistimed, and Wokes moves impressively to make the save and keep Travis Head at the striker's end. Root trying to hustle through the over quickly from wide of the crease, and he goes aerial this time, head, and he has clouded him all the way for another 6. We saw David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne loft, leach a couple of times each, clear of the rope, and now he cops the same treatment. Joe Root from Carey at the end of the over. It's 5 for 236.
With Christmas gift ideas for everyone. Now at Harvey Norman. Google Nest Mini, now only $38, save $40. Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 Classic makes a great gift from only $498, save $50. Upgrade their mobile with the TCL 20L Plus, just $298, save $100. Or get the amazing Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G 256 gigs, now $1,998, save $500. More great gift ideas in store and online now at Harvey Norman.
So we've seen Australia's approach to spin today, haven't we, quite clearly?
Well, I think they know that that's probably the area in England's bowling lineup that can be exposed the most, particularly on these good true wickets. And it just highlights the job that Nathan Lyon does in these Australian conditions. It's a big job, and he's done it magnificently.
Now replays for Drummond Golf, Christmas savings. There's Wokes. It's ready to start, sending down another set of 6. 5 for 236, the lead now up to 89, so it's a critical partnership. It's 41 from 51 balls too. Slipping away from England yet again. Wokes bowls, and Carey with a full face back to the bowler. Does his fielding on the follow-through.
Yeah, it's the scoring rate that is now becoming an issue for Joe Root and the English. The lead has moved up quickly to 89. I think as soon as it gets close to that 150 mark or even goes past that, Australia will feel in a commanding position given the way they bowled in that first innings and given the inexperience in the England top 6.
2 men out behind square as Wokes bowls, foolish ball. Again, back to the bowler. Carey is largely playing the patient game. He's 12 from 30. What do you make of him as a test prospect with the bat? Alex Carey, we've seen a fair bit of him in the shorter forms of the game.
Yeah, look, he hasn't had the greatest of seasons for South Australia. I think he's been averaging just over 20 this season there, but I think his record was pretty much almost identical to Josh Inglis's when they were making that decision.
Wokes again, Carey leaves it alone.
Yeah, he averages 22 in the Shield this year from 8 innings, but last year averaged 73, which really saw his first-class career go to the next stage.
So, yeah, it would have been an interesting discussion. You know, they obviously would have spoken about the primary role first, which is the keeping. It's hard to say which one's better because I think they're both proven to be very good clubmen behind the stumps. I know there's big raps on young Josh Inglis, and he's been recently in that T20 World Cup squad, so he wasn't far away there behind Matthew Wade.
Wokes again around the wicket, pulled away in the air, and he's caught! Caught by Pope. Carey mistiming a pull shot, and a vital breakthrough from Wokes comes just as Australia were looking to take England by the throat, and Carey has been dismissed for 12.
Yeah, be disappointed with that. It was short enough, but he just didn't get it in the gap. It was there to be hit, and it was purely an execution error there. Chris Wokes banged it in, and he just towed it straight to mid-wicket. And Ollie Pope took a good catch above his head, but Alex Carey did not get that where he wanted to, certainly with no force, and it was an easy catch for Ollie Pope in the end. And he departs for 12.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself, won't he?
Yeah, he'll be livid with that. It was there to be hit, and he just didn't execute the shot.
And importantly for England, a contribution from one of their other bowlers, really. Robinson would have carried a huge amount of load today, haven't they?
They have, and it's important that Chris Wokes stands up as that other senior bowler.
Pat Cummins is on his way.
Australia have now lost 5 for 70 since the Labuschagne-Warner union was broken.
Yeah, and that's an area of concern with their Test cricket. I'm sure that one of their key performance indicators they like to sort of say and have up before Test matches would be around the partnership aspect. and not losing wickets in clumps and back-to-back partnerships and these sorts of things that you have as a team. And so they'll be disappointed, but also highlights that you're probably never in on this wicket. So that's probably the good thing from a perspective when they do get the ball in hand second time round. It won't be easy for England to go again. There's just enough there.
Pat Cummins, the new batsman, skipper. 708 test runs, an average of 16.46, a couple of 50s in there. He can certainly handle himself with the bat.
Yeah, he's a quality batsman, Pat Cummins. I think we saw him get a 70-odd at the MCG a few years ago. From memory, played beautifully.
63 it might have been.
I just added a few.
You added a few. You batsman.
Round it up, as we do.
Shown himself to be a good hitter at times too in the shorter forms of the game. But right now he takes strike as Wokes came searching for his off stump, but Cummins right in behind it, plays it back to the bowler.
Well, there was a time when Mitchell Starc batted at number 8 and Pat Cummins' consistency took over, and now he's captain. He rightfully gets that opportunity at number 8.
It does make you wonder, as Australia's performance again, what if Australia had batted first yesterday? We'll never know, obviously, what might have happened.
I'm not sure we would have got bowled out for 147, though.
Cummins is defending this good delivery, just back of a length from Wokes. And that will complete a successful over from Chris Wokes. England fighting on. Australia 6 for 236 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet creaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, hop to it. You need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed.
He overstarts. Root continues, and he's taken away through point off the back foot from Travis Head. He waited on that one and worked it away for 2. They're coming back for the 3rd on the throw. So 3 more runs for Travis Head, who's raced along to 32 off 29 balls. Wonder how long Joe Root will bowl for here before he tries to gamble on the fact that the pacemen are well enough rested and they can come back and clean up the tail.
Yeah, a lot's going to depend on how much he can tie these 2 down. I think if they do look to attack him, he's going to be forced into making a move to bring the quicks on. So potentially these 2 might just try and milk him if they don't want to face Mark Wood or potentially Ollie Robinson. I think Robinson's probably more likely to come back quicker than Mark Wood.
Yeah.
I think he's got to play the long game with Mark Wood, Joe Root. He doesn't want to burn him into the ground just yet.
Around the wicket to Cummins, there's a leg slip, so that's part of the plan. And he plays this to mid-wicket, and there's no running, can't beat land there.
Yeah, there's a real danger that when he's bowling as well as he is to keep bowling him, but he's got an injury history.
Cummins stands for around the wicket. Just defends quietly on the onside. There's a man out in the deep offering protection at deep mid-wicket. Cummins unlikely to take him on, you would think, at this stage. Root bowls, and down the leg side, turning further away. Well taken by Butler. He's really trying to get through this over as quick as he can. Jadeja style. Root bowls from wide of the crease and tossed it up wide of leg stump, inviting Pat Cummins to have a crack. Captain to captain. This wasn't the way we were thinking of the captain to captain duel, but wouldn't he love to remove him? Root bowls. Probably not going to get him out bowling metre down the leg side. And that one goes through to the keeper, so it's one way of bowling a more economical over, isn't it? Which has been completed. They've got another one in before drinks. 6 for 239.
To create a world first, you need to think differently. Like George Ballas, the part-time inventor, full-time dance instructor, who invented the line trimmer. Guess he just wanted to cut shapes in the garden. At Ego, we're taking it even further with the world's first self-winding line trimmer. Load the line, press the button, and you're done. It's quicker, easier, and leaves more time for dancing. If that's your thing, think outside with the Ego line trimmer with power load technology. Search Ego Power Plus today. Ego. Power beyond belief.
Drinks break coming up for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. There was a conversation there between Paul Rifle and Joe Root at the end of that over. What do you think that was, Kat?
I think potentially it's about the fact that he was bowling negatively outside leg stump deliberately to try and, with a leg side field, to potentially just try and get through the overs quickly and get through a few, because they're obviously got through 66 now. So they're thinking about that second new ball. So I think Paul Rifle's just had a word to him. Because if he keeps bowling there, I think eventually he'll probably end up calling him.
Mate scoreboard. Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. There we go. Wood is coming back, so he's going to take the attacking approach. Wood with his pace. Head. Gets one that jumped up. A good length delivery, but he was ready for it. 142, so not his quickest offering. Defends it back up the pitch.
Yeah, as I was saying last over, this is the challenge for Joe Root as captain. Mark Woods looked magnificent. He's looked like taking more than one wicket today. But the problem is, you want him for the full 5 test matches, and he has got an injury history. He hasn't been able to string a lot of back-to-back tests together. But at this point in time, England need to try and clean the tail up quickly, and this is probably the main threat to the Australian tail. But he's got to balance that with how many overs does he go to him, how quickly does he go back to him.
His immediate challenge is Head, who gets a short one, and it didn't really worry him at all. Moving further away down the leg side, quickly ducked. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Final session of day 2. Australia's lead now 92, but they've lost 6 for 239. It's a much better scoreboard than it could have been. At one stage when Labuschagne and Dave Warner looked in complete control, and both looked to be headed for making hundreds, and probably big hundreds, but it wasn't to be the case. Another bonus has been the weather from Australia. Sunny and hot in Brisbane. Wood bowls, and Head tried to drive. It came from the inner portion of the bat, barely left the crease. For a moment, Wood, I think, thought he'd got through. He hadn't.
And that's the area of Travis Head's game that's got to improve. Doesn't transfer his weight through those front foot drives. You can see there, he just threw the hands at it. There was no real movement of the front foot. He exposed his stumps. So he managed to get enough bat on it that it jammed back down safely. But on another occasion, it could quite easily have come back onto the stumps. He's just reluctant to really commit to the front foot. Mark Wood knows it.
Wood bowls again. Extra split second to get back to ball, but it came down in time. Good start for Wood, right on target. The weather I mentioned for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water, that's Rainbird. No sign of rain at all today. There was talk that the storm still might come late in the day, but from our vantage point here in Melbourne, it looks pretty sunny right now, Kat.
Apart from outside the window.
Not so good here, but
it's looked miserable. Yeah, no, it looks nice and sunny up in Brisbane.
When you can give us in Sydney, when you can give us a test match without any rain, okay, the interruptions you could, then you can start to talk about that weather. Wood still around the wicket, and Head awkward. He was jumping to play that, didn't quite know where it went. A little bit of chatter from the English.
That's got him.
Yeah, and Head's
hurt.
Yep, going to take the gloves off.
He's in some trouble here, Travis Head. Unless it's just a stinger. It's got the back elbow.
Yeah. The Englishmen think it's funny. Might have been a funny bone, but not too humorous for Travis Head. This replay will give us a better look.
Oh, that's flush on the left forearm. And that looked like it got bone. Judging by the replay. No wonder he's dropped the bat down.
He's picked it up now, and he's ready to work this off his hip. Would be disappointed in himself there. Just eased the squeeze a little, straying slightly to leg, and he just helped it on its way. Tapped it away for a single. I think he's going to get a bit more medical attention here at the end of the over. because the drinks are on their way. Those replays, by the way, for Drummond Golf and the Christmas savings. Drinks, Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia's 6 for $240.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
On now at Harvey Norman, just in time for Christmas. Buy selected TV 75-inch and above and receive bonus wall mount installation. Buy a selected soundbar and we'll install that too. Or choose a bonus $300 Harvey Norman gift card. Plus, bonus local delivery on all in-stock 65-inch and above TVs. Delivery within 25 k's of store. Conditions apply. See store for details. Don't miss out. Ends Monday. Local delivery plus bonus wall mount installation on selected TVs and soundbars on now at Harvey Norman.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range, and they're all available for immediate delivery. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Christmas gift ideas for everyone. Now at Harvey Norman. Google Nest Mini. Now only $38, save $40. Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 Classic makes a great gift from only $498, save $50. Upgrade their mobile with the TCL 20L Plus. Just $298, save $100. Or get the amazing Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G 256 gigs. Now $1,998, save $500. More great gift ideas in store and online now at Harvey Norman.
Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Warner drives in the air. He holds out at last. His luck runs out as Stokes comes forward from mid-off and takes the catch low down. Bowls to green. He's bowled. He went down looking. Shoulders, arms, and loses the off stump.
Once again around the wicket, pulled away in the air, and he's caught. Caught by Pope. Carey mistiming a pull shot. And a vital breakthrough from Wokes.
The drinks break, final session, second day of this Ashes series. First test at the Gabba, 2021-22 for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Adam Collins with you. And at the Gabba with me, it's going to be Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan in that 5th hour of play today. Australia added 47 runs and built their lead to 93, but they did lose 3 wickets along the way. David Warner for 94, who hit a catch to Ben Stokes at cover from the bowling of Ollie Robinson, not adding to his score at the tea break. Next ball, Cameron Green was bowled looking, shouldering arms for naught. Ollie Robinson on a hat-trick. He didn't get that, but England did get a 3rd wicket, that of Alex Carey, the wicket-keeper on debut, who was caught at mid-wicket by Ollie Pope from the bowling of Chris Wokes to get him into the book. The man on debut was dismissed for 12. So 31 overs left in theory today. In reality, inside that 90 minutes, they might get 25 or thereabouts. The new ball is due in 13 overs, so still plenty of cricket to play out today, Heels, and England really have found a way to fight hard. After losing the first half of the day, they've taken consistent wickets and big ones too.
Yes, that's the best hour they've had in the whole Ashes so far. So they've just got to keep their heads down, keep finding ways to have fun and be together. There's plenty in this wicket still. You can produce quality and maintain pressure. And the Australians have obliged in being a little edgy at times. You know, Steve Smith was jumping around. David Warner was patchy and went through good and bad stretches in his innings. Did a lot of hard work, David Warner. Maybe deserved 6 more. But the Englishmen have, they've had a good hour. 1 to go.
So Joe Root's going to continue with his part-time off-spin, bowling to Travis Head on 33. He goes back to the first ball of the over, cuts past backward point, gets himself at least 1. Wants a second, he'll get it comfortably. So Head to 35, Australia 6 for 242, that lead up to 95. Travis Head copped a whack on the arm, didn't he, but in the previous over. Was there some attention paid to that during the drinks break?
Yeah, a lot of attention, Adam. In fact, I think he's been
Root again.
Bandage of sorts.
Full toss. Head doesn't make full contact, though. Hits it straight back to Root, who collects it in his follow-through. Please continue, Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's wearing a crepe bandage around that left elbow, and the physio was there for a few minutes after the drinks break.
Root again to Head, who steers this to backward point, no run.
And so Mark Wood just slip in a quick word. I wonder if he was asking about his well-being.
Maybe they got the magic spray out.
Yeah, well, you ready for the next one?
Root racing through. Head comes forward and defends. You're at a distinct advantage being 5 seconds ahead of me at the Gabba, I must say.
Well, we know
I'll take my cues from you, Heels, down the screen. I know you're an excitable type. Root bowls and, nearly sneaks this through. The inside portion of the bat, head down on it late. It spits out to Hasib Hamid at backward square, no run. So Root, who's better than a part-timer, I must say. He takes important wickets for England, including a 5-wicket bag at Ahmedabad earlier this year. To complete his over wide of the crease, Head drives down to mid-on, make that long on. There's a sweeper down there. He'll retain the strike. Head up to 36. Australia on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied MBN customers are 6 for 243.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Starting to lengthen at the Gabba. It's been a fine day so far, not interrupted by inclement weather as we thought it might be when we signed off last night, which has enabled Australia to take full advantage of fantastic conditions at Brisbane. 6 for 243 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied MBN customers. And it's going to be Mark Wood with some of his thunderbolts. Racing towards Travis Head. Can he hit him on the body again? A man around the corner at leg gully. Back of a length, Head goes back, rides the bounce out towards Ben Stokes at extra cover, no run. From what we've been able to see, Heels and Bharat, Ben Stokes has seemed like he is most certainly short of a gallop after pulling up before lunch. He bowled that one over. It was ropey. How's he looking running around the field?
He's been energetic. He's been trying. He's been one of the earliest to anyone to congratulate them and that sort of thing. So he's still a wonderful presence in the team. But he does look a bit wobbly, I reckon. He doesn't look perfect on his feet.
Yeah, it's going to raise a question around their team balance. So important to the structure. Wood to the crease, bowls to Head. Again, back of a length. Head this time elects to defend rather than push.
But he's been the most vocal presence on the field, Collar, since England have landed here. Even in that warm-up game, you could hear his voice echo around the Ian Healy Oval. Ian Healy sitting next to me, but and you know, it's he does look a little ginger though. It's not very often you see him fielding at mid-off for long periods.
Yeah, I wonder who it might be at the Ian Healy Oval this week playing in that tour game who might get looked at if Stokes does end up having a niggle that he can't get over before Adelaide next week. Back-to-back test, of course. Wood sprinting in, bowls here, Head, has a slash and beats point. He's hit the cover off that one. Head moves into the 40s with his best shot yet. He's 40 from 44 balls. Australia lead by an even 100. They're 6 for 247.
The last 3 balls have been back of a length and at the body of Travis Head, not really aggressively attacking that forearm once again. And I thought, this is not going to last. He'll play a bull shot at that again. If he bowls that type of delivery again, he could pull it for 4. But he got a wide full one, which he's more than ready for. Travis Head, great shot.
Yeah, not without risk, given there wasn't a lot of footwork involved. But as you say, wide enough and in the right zone for him to throw his hands at it.
Yeah,
rewarded
right
accordingly.
Like that.
Wood bowls again to Head. That's shorter, and Head able to ride it down out towards point. No run, of course. All about boundaries for Foxtel 4K. Foxtel, for the love of cricket. Adam Collins with you, and our experts up at the Gabba, Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan. Bharat?
Yeah, Colin, I mean, George Bailey had said that one thing Travis Head does do is he moves the game, and it's been a fast-moving game already. So, 40 or 45 in crunch situation, he walked in when wickets were falling. This is pretty much the role he was picked to play in this side, and he's done pretty well so far.
Yeah, Mark Wood starts that familiar run on the bend initially. Gives it his all, flings the ball down, and Head gets on it late. A delivery on about leg stump. Just gets forward well enough to defend it comfortably down to mid-on, but a little bit of an ooh and an ah, and the bowler just has a look at Travis Head as if to say that wasn't far away from sneaking through between bat and pad. Good contest.
He's been excellent, Mark Wood, today. Ollie Robinson, I think, the pick of their bowlers, but Wood's been extremely willing. He's maintained his pace. He's looked very keen to bowl.
Yeah.
At times, to me, he can be a bit despondent, and you feel like you might be on top of him as the opponent, but not today. He's been really keen.
Mark Wood, Durham's finest, gets to the crease, bowls again, and Head drives just past point. The square drive, doesn't get all of it, but does get a couple. So he moves to 42 with the final ball of that over. Australia's lead is 102 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, the home side, 6 for 249.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer snaffles. Brought to you by Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Big Bash 10 final. Scorchers versus the Sixers. James Vince took this catch off the bat of Mitch Marsh.
Pull a ball, that's it. Oh, what a specky! That's as good a catch as you will ever see at the SCG.
SEN's summer snaffles. Thanks to Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snaffle today at snaffle.com.au.
Australia's lead 102. Getting a look on our replay screen for Drummond Golf Christmas savings between overs of the Brisbane fans. All they're decked out in their Hawaiian shirts and all the rest heels. They're having a good time there. Of course, the first test match with capacity crowds there. Last year it was restricted to an extent, or against India, I should say. What a time to be at the cricket. Beautiful afternoon, day 2 Ashes series.
Yep, the forecast is very safe, Colo, so a few showers, possible storm, but absolutely nothing on the radar, so that they're not going to happen. Yeah, it's a good afternoon for the whole day of a test match, which is good.
So Jack Leach is going to get another twist. He picked up the important wicket, the crucial wicket of Marnus Labuschagne for 74. A short delivery with a bit more bounce than Labuschagne might have expected, picking out Mark Wood at backward point. But that was the catalyst for a string of wickets either side of tee. The captain, Cummins, on strike, yet to get off the mark. Leach around the wicket to him, and Cummins well forward, defending down the strip, no run.
And the fact that Leach is bowling also is a sign that Ben Stokes might not be 100% fit, because these are the periods where you would expect him to bowl just before that second new ball.
Yeah.
Leach to the crease again. Cummins has a swing, not in complete control, but gets it over the top of extra cover, inside out. It's trickling towards the rope, but Ben Stokes saunters after it, escorts it after the ball, I should say, and gets the return in. Cummins off the mark with a 3. Australia past 250, 6 for 252. That leads 105.
Jack Leach can't take a trick. Thinking, I'm keeping Cummins quite tight here. And then all of a sudden he hits over the infield as well. Oh, no, the tail end's even getting to me.
Of course, this was the ground where Pat Cummins played his most important test innings in his corresponding Ashes fixture 4 years ago. He made 42 batting with Stephen Smith, the perfect partner, occupying 120 deliveries on that occasion, giving Smith the chance to pass 100 and well beyond it too. Leach now over the wicket with a leg slip to Head. On the leg stump line, though, runs the call, pushing out towards square leg.
And on just Pat Cummins, the batter, Colo, he's sort of gone into his shell in the last couple of years. He's batted more balls than he's looked to score, so it's good to see him show some aggression against the spinner.
Leach close to the stumps, bowls and dancing his head. Oh, it's an edge and it's 4. That would have been straight down the throat of first slip had one been in position. But, again, a calculated risk from Travis Head coming down the strip, opening the face. And even though it was an outside edge, it had plenty of steam on it. And he gets himself a 6th boundary to go with a 6. He moves to 46.
I'm pretty sure a regulation slip fielder is going to be more valuable than leg slip. You know, Queensland got Travis Head out leg slip recently on Karen Rolton Oval when the wicket was turning. But, I don't think they went without a first slip.
Our boundaries for Foxtel 4K. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Leach again, 7 from the over so far. He's conceded 69 runs. Head on leg stump, gets all the way around to place it out to Hamid, doing the work sweeping it deep backward square. He's 47. The lead's 1-1-1. Australia 6 for 257.
Head has got them all over the place, hasn't he? He's got them rattled. They're trying everything. He's getting slashing cover drives. He's getting things outside leg. He's getting glide cuts to play. He's really got them bamboozled.
So the partnership's 21 from 31 balls. Head's done the majority of the heavy lifting there. He's 47 from just 50 balls, a counter-attacking hand so far. The captain back on strike here. Leach around the wicket, Cummins well forward in defence. End of the over on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia is 6 for 257.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
There's nothing quite like celebrating the festive season with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Adam Collins with you in the studio for SEN Test Cricket, and our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan at the Gabba, waiting for Mark Wood to start a fresh over. His 18th. He's taken 1 for 43 so far, getting the all-important wicket of Stephen Smith just before tea, caught behind for 12. One of 2 wickets to fall in the middle stanza. Wood has bowled his guts out today, but they've still got some work to do to knock over Australia by the close of play. Still 70 minutes available on this second day. Full from Wood, 2 full, and driven by Travis Head. Out through extra cover, and that'll be his half century. You don't need to run for that. And Travis Head back into the Australian team, brings up a half century. 51 from 51 deliveries. 7 fours, 1 6. An important counter-attacking hand just when Australia were not quite teetering, but needing someone to stand up. Travis Head has done so at number 5.
We do things our own way in Adelaide, as you know, Colo. It might not be always, conventional, and that's exactly what Travis Head has not been today. He's come and played his shots, some more out of the ordinary than others, but it's come off, and he's back to himself, and he's played this way all summer, Heels, even in the Shield game, and of course he played that extraordinary knock 230 in the Marsh Cup game as well.
Wood staying over the wicket, a couple of slips to Head, who rides the bounce, can't quite beat a diving Ollie Pope at backward point. They still rotate through for a single though, so Head gets to 52, 6 for 262, the lead's 115.
Bharat, the parochialism of South Australians really comes out with cricket selections, doesn't it? I think you feel it in football much more than cricket traditionally, but gee, they loved it when Carey and Head were going to get picked, didn't they?
They're already talking about Henry Hunt maybe playing a test later on in the summer as well. 3 in the top 7.
Now, Henry's a right-hander, isn't he? Yeah. So, we're very keen to get a right-handed opener on the bench at least, aren't we?
Pat Cummins back on strike. 2 slips of gully, a short leg as well. Wood on the charge bowls, and Cummins is able to leap, but I'll tell you what, that's still flung through to the gloves of Butler, up at 149 kilometres an hour. He's given it his all today, Mark Wood. Heels down the screen. I can see you're wearing your blue Ringers Western shirt.
Yes.
It's a very unusual experience commentating, watching one screen with the cricket on and another with your 2 beautiful faces, but that shirt is quite a striking one.
It's the closest thing I've ever had to a work shirt. Ringers Western, yeah, they're good people. They're Queensland hinterland of the Gold Coast, and a little rival for.
Here's Wood, short bouncer. Cummins out the way. That was well directed, and Cummins watched it, then took his eyes off the ball and was off balance and nearly hit the deck himself. Well bowled.
Just looking at the A result today, the Australia A team against the English Lions, they all got starts, and they hard work starts. You know, Bryce Street, 91 balls for 26. Henry Hunt, as you talked about, 83 balls for 33. Matty Renshaw, 98 balls for 38. Nick Manson, a duck. Usman Khawaja, 20 balls for 11. So, yeah, it's a nice, tight little contest there.
Wood to Cummins on 3. Edgy, albeit with soft hands down to Rory Burns. He dives away to his right, takes it cleanly. Didn't take it cleanly earlier when he got his opportunity. David Warner dropped in the first over after lunch on 47, went on to make 94. I wonder how far away Matt Renshaw might be from the conversation again, Heels. I know it's a different form of the game, but that was an outrageous century he made at Adelaide Oval last week in the 50-over competition. And it feels like he will have an international career again at some stage.
Well, he'll certainly be in the conversation, much better than he was even, last season. He's been turned inside out. It's the type of cricketer he's tried to be, and with the advice of plenty.
Wood to finish his over. Cummins does well to take it off his hip, but can't beat Jack Leach at backward square leg. 71 overs gone on the Mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia are 6 for 262.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
A nagging partnership of 26 now as far as England are concerned. They would have had visions on starting their second innings this evening. That may not be possible now because Travis Head is very much in. 52 from 52. And he's got a dependable ally, the captain, Pat Cummins, down the other end, who's been sturdy so far. He's there on 3 from 14 deliveries. Leach to continue. Just a leg slip catching around the corner. Bowls to Head. And Head again turns himself all the way around to place the ball out the deep backward square, almost like a straight batted shot by the time he turned his body around. Heads 53 from 53, 6 for 263 is the score. That lead up to 116.
It's too easy, that. I think Jack Leach's job is to try to contain Travis Head. They've set a deeper field on the leg side now. He did go at him, not so long ago, or Joe Root it was, I think, that Head hit for 6 down the ground. So they're trying to prevent that. Let's see how long they can keep him on strike and let Mark Ward or whoever it be at the Vulture Street end operate Pat Cummins. They've got Cummins on strike first ball.
So Leach tinkering with the field with every ball. He's got the conventional slip in now when Cummins is on strike. Around the wicket, bowls here wide of the crease. Cummins well forward and beats mid-on. That's really well played. Down to the sweeper at long on. Ben Stokes doing the work down there. Cummins 4. Australia 6 for 264. The lead 117.
I think they're being a little too defensive to Pat Cummins. I'm sure he's just on 4. He's played one attacking shot, but they can clearly have 2 more men in and put some pressure on him. I understand.
Leach to Head, who lunges forward and defends. No runs the call out towards square leg.
It's a good call. Really good call. Pat's having a nice little picnic hit.
Head on strike, the South Australian captain facing Leach, who bowls here. He dances, then stops. Elects to defend instead. But you've watched South Australia train perhaps more than anybody, for your sins or otherwise. Have you noticed a change in approach at practice with Head this summer as well, in terms of that up strike rate we've noticed across the formats? Leach to him here, and he's able to pull. That's short, and down to backward square. Hasipa Meads completely lost sight of it in the shadows, and it goes for 4. It was up-ish. I'm not sure how far that pitched before spearing away, but that was short enough But Head was into position early and able to have a real swing at it. Gets himself another boundary. Watching it back, it seemed to bounce and Hamid just completely misjudged it. Hit him on the thigh, ricocheted off his shoulder and fell over the boundary. 6 for 268. Last ball of Leach's over here. Head sweeps again, past the man at leg slip, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Travis Head races into the 60s. He's 61 from 57 balls. That lead now at the end of the over is 1-2-5 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia are flying again, 6 for 272.
Think outside with the award-winning Ego Power Plus mower. Its innovative 56-volt arc lithium battery delivers all the power of petrol without the noise, fuss, or fumes. And if it doesn't cut it, you get your money back with our 30-day money-back guarantee. To claim, all you have to do is, well, actually, we've no idea what you have to do. It's never come up. Search Ego Power Plus today. Ego. Power beyond belief. T's and C's apply.
Is for Foxtel's 4K. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. Travis Head got 2 of them, back-to-back and over worth 10. Jack Leach, 1 for 80. 1 for 80 from 10 overs. Much as it was at Chennai, Bharat, earlier in the year, when England found themselves in a very tough spot with Leach being taken to all parts by Richard Pump. 84 runs from his first 11 overs on that day, and it's clear they've made their mind up. They do not want to let this guy settle.
The only difference there, Collar, was the pitch was still gripping and he was getting some balls to turn, and he bowled really well. On Australian pitches, just his style of left-arm spin bowling doesn't work, and especially when you have batters like David Warner and Travis Head going after you, I don't think he has a second line of defence. Even in that warm-up game at the Ian Healy Oval, I thought the England Lions played him so well, put a lot of pressure on him. So I was a little surprised that they played him. But just on Travis Head, Collar, you said like he did seem to work a little bit on his technique with Mark Cosgrove, former South Australia cricketer.
Ollie Robinson back into the attack. First ball of a fresh spell. It's a loosener, and Cummins can't quite get to the pitch of it. Takes it out to cover where David Milani's no run.
I hope it's a loosener, Colo, because he looked very tight. He's tired.
He is.
You can see it in his eyes, can't you, watching the replay screen for Drummond Golf Christmas Savings. Just a little sense that, yes, it's the first time he's played a test match in Australia, Robinson. Yes, it's at Brisbane. Yes, it's hard work, although he has bowled splendidly. 3 for 46 his analysis so far.
He's thinking to himself, this is why we do fitness training. This test match stuff's pretty hard in Australia.
Robinson, nice tall approach to the crease. Delivers here to Cummins, who's on the drive out towards extra cover, no run.
One side of his face has gone all red, you can see. The humidity is really getting to him. And just to finish on Travis Head, Collar, but I think more than anything it's been his approach. I asked him before, this last Shield game about this whole thing about moving the game. I said, does it come with certain licenses that you can, get out playing an aggressive shot? And he said, yes and no, but I want to find that right balance wherein I am stroking it, I am playing all my shots, but still reining it in when there is a need to do that.
Cummins on strike to Ollie Robinson. His first test in Australia. Shout the leg before, but it's sliding down the leg side, perhaps via an inside edge. So I don't expect Joe Root will seriously consider reviewing it. Indeed, his bowler's walking back to his mark.
Swung in that. Decent little mentor to have that chat with, Mark Cosgrove, because he was all about entertainment.
But what have you made of his approach today? He's been ultra-aggressive at times, but it's the situation demanded for it.
Yes and no. I think at times an Alan Border might be a little more careful in coming in at 5 like Travis did.
Robinson bowls and Cummins again, the in-swinger. One bounce before it arrives at Chris Wokes. He looked to drive on the up, but couldn't beat the fielder position there. Nearly bringing mid-on into the game, no run.
But he certainly stuck to that plan. The comment that he made to you and, finding that balance between aggression, moving the game on, and risk. And he's got through today. And he's moved this innings well for Australia.
Robinson again to Cummins. Passes umpire Tucker, bowls another in-swinger, better from Cummins. It's full on leg stump and he clips it away out towards Zach Crawley, the subfielder. They come back for a couple. Cummins moves to 6. It's 6 for 274. That lead 1-2-7. I'm looking forward to Robinson bowling to Travis Head, which might happen when Gerard's on with us in a moment when he replaces me. Of course, they were teammates down at Hove this year for Sussex, where Travis Head had a dreadful time of it, really, averaging in the teens, didn't make a half century. I must say, watching a couple of his performances through the summer in England, I did wonder whether he'd be playing Test cricket this summer, but here he is and doing it nicely today. Robinson to complete his first over of a new spell. Down the leg side, and Cummins can't quite catch up with it. It's the end of Robinson's first over of the new spell. Australia lead by 127 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Gerard Whateley replacing me. Australia 6 for 274.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia 6 for 274. Cummins is 6. Head is leading the way on 61. The lead is 127. We're just watching Ollie Robinson leave the field of play after that over. He's sent down 18 of them. 3 for 48. He's grabbing high up on the right hamstring. Chris Rogers, that's not a great sign.
No, the hamstring attachment there, yeah, he might have just aggravated it. That leaves him even lighter with Ben Stokes seemingly in a bit of trouble. He's only bowled the one over since lunch, I believe.
Yep, and that was an over that went for plenty.
Yeah.
To the point where you couldn't imagine him bowling again. And Leach is going at 8 and over. But the moment the fight back, it was there, and then this partnership has just edged it away. I guess Head has taken it away. 61 off 57 balls. The lead's 127. Leach 1 for 80 as he begins his fresh over. He's over the wicket to Head, who plays back from the off stump. He guides it away to point, and he takes a single. He's 62, 6 for 275.
16 days to Christmas, and Jack Leach has given a couple of gifts, 3 gifts in 2 balls at the end of last over to Travis Head. The misfield, the really poor delivery that got hit out to Hamid in the deep and misfielded. There's 2 gifts. And then the next one, sweepable ball with no fielder other than leg slip there. And Travis has got himself to 62 off 58. And, quite poor test match cricket.
Cummins is 6 from 21. Leach whirring away before he makes his approach. He's around the wicket to the Australian skipper, who's defending the ball out past slip and through backward points. Meters on the chase, slides in. The Australians will get back for a couple. 6 for 277.
And Gerard and Buck, it's hard to judge from here in this air-conditioned commentary box with my massage chair and my Bundaberg ginger beer in front of me. But all bowlers in this match, the Australians yesterday and the English today, have struggled in the heat out here.
The sun has beaten down all day in Brisbane. No sign of the storms that were forecast. Cummins is back upright in defence. He punches the ball to mid-off and goes with the stroke to add to the lead, which stands at 131. Did Joe Root miss the moment, Buck?
Oh, without a doubt, I think. 6 wickets down. I think maybe the lead was 96. That's when you go all in. I know there was probably 12 overs, I think, to the second new ball. You can't wait.
Leach over the wicket. Head advances, lifts him up to long on and goes the distance for 6. He's been frightfully attacking Travis Head, and he's got 68 runs to show for it. And no reprieve in the assault that has been launched on Leach. 6 for 284.
I don't class that as a gift. That was just a great creation of a shot by Travis Head. Good footwork, great timing, took on the fielder.
Head advances again. This time he smacks it straight to Stokes at mid-off and has to scramble The single, there's going to be 4 overthrows. Dear me. Stokes let fly. Cummins was diving to make his ground. It was wayward and it was away and it becomes a 5. Ian Healy, the gifts are mounting up under the tree.
Geez, they're good blokes, aren't they? They're very good, the English team. But, yeah, taking there's good pressure. Put the fielder under pressure. He decided, I'll have a throw. Nothing else to do. And it didn't come off either.
Oh, what about Joe Root at slip? I mean, it looks like he's conceded. He didn't even try and back up.
It went between keeper and first slip. It was a half volley. Butler didn't want to know much about it. And
wow.
The skipper had done nothing to be there to cover.
Well, that's... I mean, what do you say about that? As soon as you see that ball being thrown at the keeper, you're backpedaling to make sure there's no overthrows. Didn't move.
So 15 from the over with 1 to come. Cummins will see it. He'll defend it. So Leach's figures deteriorate to 1 for 95 from 11. Australia 6 for 289 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Yeah, I don't want to take it.
Our SEN Test cricket experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. As Travis said, if he doesn't go out, he's going to cruise to a century in a session. He hadn't faced a ball before tee. He's seen 60 of them. He's on 73. He's guided to Australia to a lead of 142. Ollie Robinson off the field, 18 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 46. Jack Leach, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 95. And they're going to have another go with Ben Stokes. 6 overs, no maidens, none for 35. The one tester he bowled, he dawdled in and went for 3 boundaries. He was just rolling it in. So Joe Root, having seen a terrific fight back either side of tee, Labuschagne gone when the score was 166, Smith 189. Then after the break, Stokes starts the new overhead, drives him straight to mid on no run. After the break, Warner out 195, Green a first ball duck 195, and then Carey, after a sprightly partnership, but it was loose, 236, and now all of a sudden the score is 289, and the game's got right away from England again.
And I was wrong, actually. It was in the 65th over, so there was still 15 overs before the second new ball. Joe Root was bowling at the time. That is the time you take yourself off and you bring one of your main bowlers back on. You can't wait for the second new ball.
Half rat power, Ben Stokes bowls, head on the back foot, defends to cover, no run.
It's a good callback. I thought Ollie Robinson probably could have got into the 2 lefties a little bit, but you know he's been a workhorse as well, and he's already in the dressing room. Stokes, this is very risky stuff. I hope the medicos know exactly what they're dealing with in that left calf of his, because him bowling here might be the most ridiculous thing for the series.
Head 73. Stokes around the wicket, bowls to him. The South Australian ducks the bouncer.
So, in the medical terms, I'm very hopeful that he can't do more damage than what he's got at the moment by bowling. So, otherwise, they're all being negligent here. Joe Root will be without Stokes in Adelaide, Whether Jimmy Anderson comes back and plays Adelaide, who cares? If you're without Stokes, that's a big, big loss.
And we're building all the pitfalls that can swallow up a touring opposition. An injury is starting to play its role. Stokes bowls, head squared up, no ball. So this is just, it's shake your head stuff. A 5 over spell at the start. It turns out he bowled 14 no balls, of which 1 was called and 1 was seen on review and he took a wicket. He's bowled a warm-up over previously and then straight back to overstriding. It's straight out unprofessional. Rob Tucker reclaims his position as Stokes bowls. Head on the up, driving through it on for 4 more. He's 77. He has the foot to the floor. It's 6 for 294.
Well, this is just brutal batting. I mean, that ball is not a bad delivery. Round the wicket, on a pretty good length, angling in towards the stumps. And Head just throws his bottom hand through it and slaps it back past the non-striker in the air for 4. I mean, that's one-day batting, really.
Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sports 4K Ultra HD channel. On the follow-up, top edge, Head swings across the line. It flies down to third man for 4 more. Contemptuous batting.
There's the T20 batting, Buck. So he's got both in 2 balls. It's actually Ben Stokes facing Ben Stokes here. It's such a Stokes-like knock that Travis Head is producing.
This is how Travis Head bats a lot of the time in state cricket. He just chances his arm, and often, because he's so talented, he comes off, and particularly, young bowlers learning their craft.
Will he go 3 in a row? That's a terrific ball which jagged into him from Stokes, and he fends it out of the chest. He will be able to take a single as it rolls away to point. So, what's that, 10 from the over, 6 for 299 on the Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the liftback, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the 2-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
A bit of everything on the replays for Drummond Golf Christmas savings. As just rattling along is Travis Head.
There has been a little bit of criticism about Joe Root's captaincy. I think he probably will need to answer a few questions today. I mean, when Joe Root started, when Jack Leach started, he had the left-handed water. He had 3 in around the bat. I mean, you look at him now, he's gone over 9 and over.
So Joe Root's brought himself back on. Head advances, and he clips him away to the long off, which is protected. So a single taken. We're 5 overs away from the new ball. But the damage that's been done in the 15 on the way to it will define the test match. That's the 300 up for Australia. 6 for 300, and thus the lead is 153.
And also, when Leach was bowling to Labuschagne, he had 4 on the offside and 5 on the leg side with a leg slip. I mean, that is curious.
A slip and a leg slip in place as Root bowls. Cummins opens up the stumps and he lifts him up into extra cover. It'll pitch in the deep and pull up. As this happy hitting from Australia really is something to behold. 3 more, Cummins is 12, Australia 6 for 303.
And then, I think that moment Root missed when Carey was dismissed. I mean, you had to take that moment. They were already nearly 100 down.
Root short, Head back, cuts hard into the deep. It'll take some hunting down. There's coverage out there. And a couple more to Head, who goes to 85.
Now all the momentum's gone, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's practically game over, I think.
And it looks like Ollie Robinson's out of business when they do take the new ball. Stokes is hobbled. Root is called on. Head is cutting. The cover sweeper around to keep it to a single. 6 for 306.
I mean, it's high-risk batting, but the one thing he does do, Ed, is he just can score off just about any ball that's delivered to him. It's a phenomenal skill.
The circumstances have opened up the opportunity, and gosh, it has served the team well. Cummins opens up the stumps as he steps away. He is in full-blown T20 mode. Root followed him. He defends from anywhere near the keeper on the leg side.
So if he's batting like that and he wants to hit it over the offside for 6, why do you have a leg slip in?
Cummins stands his ground. He turns it straight to leg slip and he's gone.
For that reason.
So Joe Root gets a trap to sting Pat Cummins. It's almost unfathomable that he would have fallen into it so meekly.
You could see that happen. As soon as that ball was coming out, I thought, yeah, that's going straight to leg slip.
Haseeb Hameed there to take the catch. Low down.
I've done some of the worst commentary possible there.
Pat Cummins a bit disgusted as he departs. 7 for 306. The lead is 159. Cummins departs for 12.
We're so close, Australia. Soon getting stuck in peak hour, having your flight to Fiji delayed, doing an exam at school, or watching your team lose at the pub will feel like we're almost there. Get vaccinated, spread freedom. Book your vaccination at australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
No one will remember Buck.
I'm sure they will.
SEN Test Cricket, the scoreboard for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. A 7th wicket falls, 306 on the board. Joe Root. He was excited in his own way to get that.
I owe him a huge apology there.
Oh, dear. The lead 159 as Stark comes in and still 4 overs to go till the new ball.
Getting along a lot wrong these days, Flem.
So you've got company in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Do you want to give Flem the quick crash course in what just happened?
Just pretty much criticising Joe Root and his captaincy, and said there's no way it's going to leg slip, and very next ball.
It was beautiful, Flem.
As a cricket coach, you should use that positive, negative in the other one.
Oh, no, definitely.
Yeah, when you don't want it to happen.
Sparring at the first ball of the Stokes over is head. No footwork, horizontal bat. He misses. He's 86 from 71 at 7 for 306.
The great move in Hughes batting against Tassie. I think Darren Berry was at the other end. They put in a leg slip. Goes down, does some gardening. Go, why would you have a leg slip? I've never been caught at leg slip. Next ball. Don't say it.
No, I mean, as a coach, there's so many times you want to send a message out, do this, do that. And then it goes completely the opposite way you thought. You think, okay, yeah, that's why I just don't say anything.
The lead's 159. Stokes around the wicket. Bowles head, ducks the bouncer.
That looks his best option at the moment, Stokes. Just bounces.
We haven't saved you on Twitter either. That's going to translate really well. Quote, there's no way it's going to leg slip.
And it's got a leg slip.
Oh, God.
That's so funny. Yeah. It makes it all worthwhile. It makes the whole day worthwhile.
Except I'll be thinking about that all night now.
Stokes none for 45. He bowls. Head cuts too close to the body. It angles further in and through to the keeper untouched.
Should I have another go? Just a little prediction for this ball. Don't play the cut shot. Make sure you play the cut shot.
No, I'll just let you take over, Flem, yeah.
The correspondence for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, is beautiful. I'll just treasure these in my heart. You keep sending them through. 0433 98 11 16. Stokes rolls in and he bowls to head, bounces again. Underneath goes the South Australian.
The next time I see Cummins, I'm going to have a word with him too. What were you thinking?
What were you thinking?
He just backed away. That was the right move. Made me look like a goose.
So 3 overs to go plus these 2 balls.
to get to the new Kookaburra. And, Collar, I'll just get you to run the sums on the... There's some big overs in recent times. Stokes bowls driven through mid-off. It's protected deep by Wokes. It's just a single. Head to 87, the lead to 160. So I've got 5, 10, 2, 15, 10, 7 in that stretch between 70, or from 70 onwards. This is a better over, 4 dots and a single.
67 runs in the last 10 overs.
Travis hit 87 off 75 balls.
His first 15 balls, it looked like he would nick off on every one of them.
Jumping.
The number 5 attracted 5 slips and edged one to gully, which was vacant.
Yep.
And then he's just got the bit between the teeth. Baz in Rye's got the right idea. You are now a legend, Buck. Good on you, Baz.
No, I can see.
No, don't read them, Buck. Don't read them. Stark faces his first ball. He tucks it to the leg and he ambles through to take a single. 7 for 308. 2 off the over on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
The new Kia Niro hybrid SUV has landed. It combines a smooth and efficient blend of petrol and electric power without the need for external charging. It's a no-compromise SUV with outstanding fuel economy, low emissions, tons of comfort, and impressive versatility. The new Kia Niro hybrid SUV, available for immediate delivery. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Chance for the player of the day for Travis Head for Bingley. Grab a deal today. To get into the fastest 10 Test centuries for Australia, where does Travis Head need to land, Colo? Keeping in mind he's 87 from 75 and there's 3 overs till the second new ball.
Well, he's right in striking distance. He's faced 75 deliveries. 86 would be the number you're looking at there. That's your bingo.
Who's he kicking out if he can get in there?
Gilchrist. And Mitchell Johnson.
Stark on strike. He plays the ball forward of point and is able to hand the strike over to Head. It's 7 for 309.
You'd remember Mitchell Johnson's 100, of course, at Cape Town in 2008-9. Gilchrist made an 86 baller as well against New Zealand.
How many top 10s has Gil got?
4.
Gil got?
Yeah.
I mean, Head's got to be thinking century in the next 3 overs, the way that he's batted. Root bowls to him. Head's on the advance. He slogs it, top edge, up over the slips. Burns chases it down to the boundary. They have to as Burns slides in, and that's where they'll stay. He's on 89. It's just this second afternoon of a test match. It almost beggars belief to watch some of the batting we've seen over the past 10 overs.
If he'd been caught then, that would have rivaled Mark Waugh's reverse sweep off Tuffers, I reckon, at the Gabba.
He's 89 off 76, Travis Head. England's captain around the wicket. Head gets the full toss. He bangs it past extra cover. All the way across the turf. They close. Almost mucked it up on the boundary.
He's laughing too.
Rye smiles, a slide in, a little fumble onto the foot, up to Stokes. They keep it to 3. So Head is 92 from 77.
He might get there in 80 balls.
Well, I was going to say, do we want to be ambitious?
Yes.
To get into the top 5, he needs to do it in 81 deliveries to knock off Warner's against West Indies, Sydney, that second innings, innings that we were at, dead game.
Yeah,
it got rained out.
While you're doing that, and while we're just mingling and having a good time, can we look up Bucky's hundreds? How many balls?
He may not be on this list as fast as hundreds.
Oh, well, he might be 12, but just have a look.
Some Bush League cricket going on at the moment. The lead's 167.
And the bowling as well. It's 5th grade.
They're spread far and wide. Stark's conservative. He knocks the ball away to extra cover, no run.
There's a relatively pacey Rogers 100 here.
Yeah, delete that one.
Drives, no run.
Chris's 116 at Melbourne, his Ashes 100 in...
That was the second innings, wasn't it?
It was indeed. He made 116 from 155 balls with 13 boundaries. Strike rate of 75.
He had Warner off the bit in that innings.
Yeah. Who's the guy blocking him with Bucky?
Stark plays back, opens the face, drops it to the offside. There's no run. So end of the over. 7 for 314 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, 3 of yous here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP Direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
We are on the countdown for a rapid-fire century. Travis Head is 92 from 77. 2 overs to go till the second new ball. Australia is 7 for 314 on the Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
This over, 2 fours.
Sort of feels like the way that he's swinging so hard at them.
And he's buying a lot of bounces.
Yeah, will it be a bouncer?
So back away and hit it over third man.
Take it over fine leg.
Ben Stokes.
There's going to be bounces.
Pushes in through the pain. He bowls and Head cuts from the off stump. He nudges it out to deep points. They will have to settle for 1, so 93 from 78.
That's a bit boring.
If you're wondering, the quickest was Gilchrist against England at Perth, 57 balls in 2006. Jack Gregory, 67 balls against South Africa at Johannesburg in 1921-22. And Warner's 69 ball special at Perth against India in 2011-12.
Gilly walked out on a pair.
He did.
And almost edged to gully first ball. Just, wow, what a player.
Said he was going to retire.
Yeah.
In his mind.
Stokes taps his toe at the top of his mark, sets in, bowls. Stark leaves a ball that closed on him.
I remember a misbar century at
Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi.
That was a 56 baller, which drew level with the record holder Viv Richards at Antigua from 1986 against England. And then Brenda McCullum bettered it the next year. McCullum's 54 baller at Hagley Oval in Christchurch against Australia.
Was that
and
his last
out,
test?
And he was out to a no ball that innings too.
Oh, wow.
Recalls. James Pattinson overstepped.
Stokes bowls, Stark leaves.
I think I remember that because to get his 100, I was at deep mid-wicket, the biggest boundary on the ground, and it just went sailing over my head. But then they declared and we had to go out and bat, and I'm sure we hit off the square. It was like, mate, you are playing on
straight
a different pitch. Yeah, he was.
He could go through times where he blocked a lot too, couldn't he? Misbah al-Haq, and then that was amazing innings.
Stark is the conservative of the duo out in the middle. He drives the ball to cover Hamid on the spot. No run.
Maybe not this over, Gerard.
No.
Travis.
Stark soaking up the balls. He's not caught in the whatever the gallop is, and for whatever reason.
And generally he is.
Yes.
So he's playing against type.
Who's given his head. The lead 168. Lights have been switched on at the Gabba. Still lovely blue skies. There's some cloud building, but it won't affect today. Short ball tucked away by Stark on the swivel out to mid-wicket. The last ball of the over, Travis Head will get a look at.
Bouncer? Finish the over?
I'm not predicting anything anymore.
Okay.
So you can't get one right. But yes, if I had to say, I would say this is going to be a high bouncer.
Keep him away from the strike.
And there's a chance he'll have a go at it.
Yes.
Best way of getting a wicket.
1 over to go after this before the second new ball was due as well.
It's an innings that's going to be replayed, that's for sure, for Drummond Golf Christmas Savings if it lands in a century.
Yeah, pretty quick. Almost a highlights package, really, besides those first 15 balls you were talking about.
And the recklessness has just increased in magnitude as it's gone along. It's been remarkable. It serves Australia's building of the lead. Stokes bowls, Head in behind it, tip and run. He drops it to the offside. Stark's got to go. Oh, Hamid just can't find the woodwork. If he had done, there was photo finishes all round. A desperate single taken. Who knows why? 7 for 317. Hutto's coming in to guide Head toward the top.
At Stillwell Hyundai Nailsworth, we don't think a test drive is good enough for you. We'd rather you took a life drive. So pick a car you like and do life in it for an hour. Take it home. See if the family fits. Is there room for Nana and Pop? Does your Bluetooth connect? Will it get up your steep driveway? or take you safely through the Adelaide Hills and freeways. Because that's what life is. Take a life drive. Only at Stillwell Hyundai Nailsworth.
So Joe Root will continue. One more over before the second new ball. Travis Head, 94 off 79 balls. Remind us again, Colo, where that sits in terms of getting to that top 5 or top 10 fastest ever.
He'll be in the top 5 if he gets here in his next 2 balls for Australia.
Joe Root looks around, comes in, bowls Head right back on the stumps, whacks it away through the covers, and it will be just cut off. And they'll have to settle for 2. But he's within a boundary reach now with the second new ball due in 5 balls.
Would you toss this up, Flem? Give him a chance, say, well, if you're going to do it, hit a 6.
Yeah, I don't want him to play off the back foot. It's too easy there.
Root comes in again, Head back on the stumps, punches, and Root dives across and does the fielding. Denies him for now.
It's almost like he's trying to get him a single.
So 81 balls was top 5.
82
Trav
would
wants
make
to
him
go here,
equal
boys, if it's thrown up.
Root down the leg side. It's come off the pad. Diving. If it Burns dropped it anyway, pretty sure there was no bottom edge on that.
Burns hasn't actually started his series yet, has he?
Still on the
We're
plane.
almost 2 days in, and he might as well not be there. Do you reckon he hit it? Did you reckon he got anything on it?
No, it's at the forearm.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether it hit the toe on the way through.
Root bowls Head on 96, plays it calmly down to long on for 1 instead of going for the big shot.
You just feel like he'd get there in singles, but he doesn't want to do it that way.
4 singles.
When you played 100 at an innings as quick as this, it doesn't seem right, does it, to bring it up?
Plus, it doesn't look as good on the highlights package.
And Stark takes strike, tries to force the drive back past Root, who knocked it down.
Little outside edge for 1 for your 100.
7 for 320, the lead. Up to 173 now. Stark, beaten by that one. He tried to whip it away on the onside. Ambitious appeal for LBW. Might have struck him on the foot. And that is the end of the over. It's 7 for 320 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. We're not taking a DRS, no.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Ball will be taken immediately by England. First Labuschagne, then Warner, failing to capitalise on their opportunities to make 100. Travis Head just 3 runs away on 97. And it looks as if it's going to be Wokes to take the second new ball. Is he going to get all nervous now, Travis Head?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? He's just been in overdrive the whole time.
I just don't think he pulls back out of there. He doesn't change gear.
I mean, there's gaps everywhere. If he wanted to just get in the line of the ball and knock it into a gap.
Well, almost like the last ball of Stokes is over. Got the bounce of road and got a single, but I just feel like he wants to bring it up with a boundary.
Bit more time to think about it here as the second new ball came out. It's in the hands of Chris Wokes. Travis Head on 97. Great expectations, and it's not the quickest delivery thrown up by Wokes outside the off stump, and he wasn't tempted.
I think he thinks he potentially could have gone for that ball.
Yeah.
Probably just wanted to have a sighter, see what this second new ball is going to do.
But yeah, that wasn't quick at all, was it? That's about 10 k's slower than.
It's been a long day for England.
Yeah, and hot.
What's he got in store? Head on 97. Wokes puts it up there. He on drives. He beats mid-on. And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head. He did it in his own style, a rollicking affair. He has an Ashes 100 to his name. He kisses the crest and shouts with glee. His teammates on their feet, bat raised around the Gabba. Sweat pours down off his head. He's put a gap in the game. And it was an eventful affair, a rapid century in just 85 balls.
Really emotional celebration too from Trav, and obviously means so much to him. Beautifully hit to mid-on, but conjecture about his spot. He's got it now, and it's his to lose.
Wokes bowls, and he tucks to leg. He's off for a run. Yes, what a way. Back in the test team. He wants the number 5 position, and what better way than hitting 100. Not the most conventional of hundreds, but 100 nonetheless.
But it's a 100 that just shows everyone just how talented he actually is. I mean, to get 102 off, or 100 off 85 deliveries.
Yeah.
Where, you know, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. I mean, the shots he's played, how hard he's hit the ball, it just has so many options. And, yeah, he would have been under a lot of pressure leading into this innings. He would have known that there was a lot of talk, a lot of different opinions about who should be bat number 5. But, I mean, for a player who probably wants to play for a long time to come for Australia, that's an innings that's going to make a big claim towards that.
And if he gets going at number 5, he's a quick scorer. He advances the game.
Stark gets a wide one, he lets it go. He's just taking it all in now, isn't he? You can see him just absorbing all of that.
3rd Test ton, first against England, all in Australia, and the 9th quickest for Australia in Test history.
Helmet off, mouth wide open as he realised it had gone to the boundary. Huge embrace from Mitchell Stark. And a tear or two welling up. And then another shout for good measure.
Emotion, yeah. Fantastic. Set up a big summer for yourself.
Stark miscues, but gets it over cover with a flourishing drive. And he'll get 3, you would suspect, from that.
If you think about Head, though, you remember back to the New Year's Eve T20 match for the Strikes, and I can't remember how many sixes he hit that day, but
I think they needed over 20 off the last over.
Yeah, and it was just like, who is this kid? Yeah. You know, and I guess it's what Australia's been craving, for him to kind of be able to translate that into consistent performances, or performances for Australia.
Wokes bowls and Head angles this, just let the ball come to him with that confidence. Guides it away into the gap past Gully and slide from Pope. Gets back on his feet after making the save. And there'll be 3 more runs for Travis Head. It bounces to 105 now.
Yeah, that was 101 not out in 53 balls with 9 sixes to haul down a score that they were well off the pace for on New Year's Eve.
It lit the BBL up, I remember at that time.
New Year's Eve in Adelaide, mixture.
New Year's Eve 2015.
Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. We welcome your interaction on the Tyre Power text, your trusted tyre experts. 12 fours, 2 6s from Travis Head. And ball it up with a lovely on drive.
It was a beautiful shot. I think he'll keep the mo.
Yeah. And the wagon wheel showing all points of the compass.
Yeah. Besides being a cover drive, I mean, he collapses that leg and likes to hit square of the wicket on the offside. He's hit a couple of crackers there, but you've got to be in a good position to play that on drive where he brought his 100 up.
I think, too, as supporters, we've just got to accept that you know, if this is how he's going to play, there's going to be some low times. You know, he's going to play some seemingly irresponsible shots, and you think, what are you doing? But that's because he can score at this rate and he can play this kind of innings. So a bit like when Davey Warner started. You know, you're going to have to take the good with the bad.
Wood. Full top beam ball, which as it struck the helmet, he lost control in Wood. He's gone down. He's okay.
Oh, it's got him.
Not me once. It's got him in the jaw.
I know he's talking.
But he is talking, and his apology immediately issued by Wood. It's just a shock.
Oh, you saw it going down, though, didn't you? Like, it was ugly.
I don't reckon I've seen a worse beam ball.
Yeah.
There was nowhere head could go.
No. Jeez, he's in reasonable spirits, isn't he? Like, you know, when he got hit on the forearm, he was in genuine pain.
You have to go through all the testing now, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hit the glove.
Off glove
Yeah,
first, so that's absorbed some of it.
Tell you what, he missed his glove. That's hitting him right in the ribs as well.
Awful. That's, broken ribs. Oh, the glove has saved him to a degree. I actually bowled a couple of beamers trying Yorkers, and the different release is only millimetres, but it is scary. It almost slow-mo and you can just see it. One was to Graham Hick, and the other, unfortunately, was a Akram, so I didn't get a lot of half volleys for the rest of the time I faced Wasm. But it's scary when it's going down. And then when you face it, you would have faced a few, Bucky. You're just hoping that it hits glove or bat, isn't it?
I'd say the one I got was from Duncan Spencer in one of my... the first ball I ever faced him in club cricket in
And he's
Perth.
lightning.
Oh. I think he was nicknamed White Lightning, wasn't he? He was just
so quick.
Viv said he was the
small fella,
one of the fastest bowlers he ever faced, and he was rapid and only about 5'10".
Yeah.
And the first ball I ever faced him in club cricket, it was a beam.
And you lose it, aren't you? Because you're looking on an area on the pitch, aren't you? And when it's not there, well, the first ball I faced off Sean Tate, he beat me.
Oh, gee,
and your bat, like it hit the bat into, you just have that thing where you're just going, I just hope it hits the bat, and hit the bat into my body. Oh.
Was he, when you first faced Tate, he would have been unbelievable.
Yeah, lightning, and then no idea where it was going.
There's a clip of Duncan Spencer on YouTube bowling to Viv.
Yeah,
Kent against Glamorgan, 1992, I think it was. And Viv said it's the fastest he faced.
He's been looked at, and medicos have made their way slowly off the Gabba, and he's okay to continue.
There's no doubt with the glove stopping the impact of the ball hitting him flush. And he seemed pretty aware straight away, didn't he? Saying, you've got me again, to Wood.
He's not a particularly nasty fasty, is Mark Wood either, so it's not something that he would do purposely at all. But it'd be interesting now what he does.
Yeah, next ball.
Would you charge him?
Wood's charging himself. He comes in and he gets through the defences, wrapped him on the pad. Pitched outside leg.
Still fast. It's not like he held it back.
143.
He's battered and bruised and got his first Ashes 100 though, Travis Head.
Surprisingly, that was only 139 kilometres an hour, said the radar, but it looks an awful lot quicker than that without bouncing.
Oh, wow. Just seeing the replay, how it came out. Yeah, Head I don't reckon would have even seen it. No. You're just not looking at that trajectory.
You can see it would. Well.
Levers again goes for the Yorker and dug out by Travis Head, back down the pitch.
I played in that game where Dirk Nannis bowled 3 deliveries. He got a wicket with a knee-high full toss
Sean Marsh caught it gully, first ball. So it was the second over of the game. Damien Wright bowled the first game. Wicket with a knee-high full toss caught in the gully, Damien Wright. Next ball to Luke Palmer's back, I think it was, went through chest high.
Yep.
And then the following ball went through head high. And that was it.
Yeah.
Done for the
full match payments.
1 for 1 off point 1.
Yeah.
Wood delivers again. Head just back of Lynch. He's done well. He's just opened the face and nudged it on the offside.
The most amazing thing about all that was he bowled about 10 overs in the second innings and complained that he was tired.
Yeah, he was something different, Dirk Nannis. That pace.
So they're just having a chat about it now, Mark Wood and Travis Head. Touched his glove. An apology, I imagine.
Yeah.
Wood turns. Australia 7 for 333. Late on day 2 at the Gabba, and Stark hits in the air, diving away. Pope may have got a hand to it. It's gone, smashing away to the boundary for 4.
He scores quickly as well, doesn't he, Mitchell Stark? He's was circumspect at the start, but that's a second sort of easing through the offside, just using the angle from over the wicket. Was never catching that. He was quite late to dive. All handy runs for Australia.
Yeah, it's a big lead now in the context of the game. 190. Still notionally 16 overs left in the day. Get to that in a moment. Wood, 2 balls to go in the over bowls to Stark. He's tucked up and defends.
Yeah, in theory, 16.1 overs to bowl in 10 minutes.
That's never been done before.
Not going to happen today. There is, of course, provision to dock the team match payments plus World Test Championship points, which was a factor for Australia earlier this year.
And replays, by the way, and a lot to look at again for Drummond Golf. Drummond Golf's Christmas savings. 7 for 337 is the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Travis Head, the leading run scorer. He's on 106. As Stark is wrapped on the pad, may have pitched outside leg. Bowling to the left-hander, and they subdue their appeal. The over is bowled. The leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance. Call 131 444.
Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch Painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
7 for 337 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Head 106 off 91 balls. Stark is 10. And don't forget our apparel, the Ringers Western. Heels dressed splendidly in it today. From a Kimberley cattle station to the commentary box. RingersWestern.com. Great boots they've got. Head waits for Wokes, and he pulls this one away from outside the off stump out to deep mid wicket. A comfortable couple for Travis Head.
Flem, did you have like an ideal number that you'd bowled when the second new ball came along? Almost like, you have to do your bowling, but you don't want to do too much. You want to be fresh enough when you get that second ball. Otherwise, it'll just fly. Was there a kind of a number you thought that was ideal?
How many you'd bowled before the second new ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably around that 15, 16 over mark. So maybe 3 spells before that.
Wokes goes fuller, and Head mistimes a drive to mid-on.
Because quite rightly, it can score. You're going to have more aggressive fields, but, you've got to have impact, haven't you? But you've got to be fresh enough to do that.
It almost just seems like just felt like if they were up around the 20 over mark, the second new ball would just fly.
Yes.
And the run rate would just soar.
Yeah. And particularly, I think this pitch the new ball will always do something, but when you're bowling on ones that there's not a lot of movement and you put in a third slip and there's gaps, you can just leak.
Yeah. Fleming back with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Wokes short, he just rocks back, works it into the gap.
Which is interesting, really, because I would say you were more of you were quite efficient with how much energy you were putting out in your bowling. It's not like you were coming off a huge run-up, but someone like a Wood, I think he's into it, was that before he bowled 18 or 19.
Yeah, I'd say, he's bowled more than what they would have wanted. I'd say it would have been Wood and Robinson, even though Woke started the day. I think they're the most destructive bowlers, and he's also had about 6 spells.
Yeah, I mean,
he's had a couple of one-over spells.
Yeah.
And it's been a hot, draining day. Like the Aussies had perfect conditions yesterday. They hardly raised a sweat.
Yeah. No, just the Stokes not bowling has just killed them, hasn't it?
Stark back on strike. Wokes bowls, and he's punched up to mid-off by the upright Stark. And it's 7 for 340. Don't forget our tourism partner is Mildura, looking for an exciting trip away this summer. Why not visit Mildura? Go to mildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy. Great food and amazing weather, that's for sure. Always is whenever I've been in Mildura. Nice and warm.
But they'll just look back. They need 3 wickets to get back in. But their fielding and their catching was awful, wasn't it? No ball from Stokes.
Wood again allowed to pass by Stark.
Robinson was brilliant.
I mean, it's always what ifs, but if they now 2 days into the game almost, do they look back and think, wow, we should have played a Broad and an Anderson?
Oh, definitely. I think Broad was the no-brainer. I could understand Anderson, day-night, Adelaide, where he did well 4 years ago. But Anderson didn't have the spell over the Australians like Broad did in 2019.
Wood wide of the off stump. Stark not interested. Weather has remained fine. The weather for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And that's the end of the over.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer snaffles. Brought to you by Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Big Bash 10 had some incredible catches. And who could forget this one by Harvey off the bat of Alex Hales?
Full toss, outside off stump.
catch!
Unbelievable catch! Mackenzie Harvey takes a flyer at backward point.
SEN's summer snaffles. Thanks to Snaffle. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snaffle today at snaffle.com.au.
7 for 340. There were times today, Flem, early we thought just how far Australia, and then there's been other times as the wickets started to fall that England were almost back in with a sniff, but Travis Head has really put paid to that. He's on 109, he gets a full ball at his toes and he takes it away into the gap, out through mid-wicket. It was never going to be 4, not enough on it, but they should be able to saunter back for a third.
Yeah, the Stokes injury was the first of besides the drop catches and all that, he come on and just bowled beautifully, didn't he? Like the ball that he got Warner with was an in-swinger, a ball they haven't bowled a lot of. And then even when Cummins come to the crease, Robinson was still at the top of his game. They got Wood attacking, and then Robinson looked like his hammy. So they didn't take the opportunities early, but they were still in the game when Cummins walked out there, but injuries have really cruelled them today.
Yeah, 6 for 236 they were when Carey fell to Wokes. Wood bowls again, and Stark happy to just stay there, lets it go.
Yeah, a reminder, they did have a collapse of 4 for 29, which is what England lost off the top yesterday. So there was a window there. At one stage, Australia, when Cameron Green was out, they were 5 for 195.
Yeah, and a fully fit attack. Yeah, I think we're probably all out.
And there were still 2 hours to go at that stage on the second day, I should add.
Wokes 20 overs, 1 for 56. Robinson 18 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 48. Was on a hat-trick at one stage. Wood has toiled so hard in his 20th over. Bowls now get right through Mitchell Stark. Again, he appeals for LBW. Again, you would think that was pitching outside leg stump.
Maybe height too.
And yes, probably going over the top. Although Wood is one that
Butler's got to know this.
Likes to review, Colo.
He's got a dread for Dyer.
Who's that?
I thought Tim Payne was a bad reviewer. You haven't seen Joe Root.
Okay.
Do you think Payne?
Too late now. Clearly pitched outside the line.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Pistol wasn't interested.
He's hard to get interested in anything, Pistol, but it has to be pretty plumb, I think, to get Paul Rifle interested.
Wood whacking away. Buzz goes right through the inside edge from Stark, diving after it. Butler. Was it a chance?
Jeez, it was a hot one. It was a hot one.
Searingly hot at that pace of an inside edge. Wrong-footed.
Yep.
Would have ended today. It's been the last over.
Just haven't had a good replay at where the Butler was half a chance. And he was. I thought it dropped lower on him, but certainly they can stick, can't they, Hudder?
Yeah. Some of the great catches taken that way.
Keepers going, one way and then diving the other.
Wood, 2 balls to go. Stark playing for stumps now. Lets it pass. The catches, he was trying to snaffle it.
Yeah.
For Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. That's Snaffle.
Very good day of Test cricket, though.
Yeah.
There was a couple of occasions where England were just starting to shift the momentum, but I thought Marnus batted beautifully. Dave Warner rode his luck, but a significant 90 in a low-scoring game. And Travis Head, well done.
Wood, last ball of the day, and it's so wide. Not interested at all there. Mitch Stark. Clock ticks over to 6:30, and that will be stumps. So we're into our post-match for Anaconda. Play more, pay less. With Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Travis Head is the hero, beaming from ear to ear. 112 not out. His 3rd Test century. His first Ashes 100 comes at the Gabba. He wants that number 5 spot. It was enterprising innings, a little unconventional at the start. He certainly rode his luck, but he's unconquered at stumps on 112, and that must be a great feeling. Mitch Stark gives him a hug. He's there on 10-7 for 3-4-3. The fall of wickets for Budget Truck Rental. No matter the job, they've got the truck. That started earlier in the day. Marcus Harris out for 3. It was 1 for 10. And then Marnus Labuschagne made 74 as Travis Head quickly leads the Australian batsman off the field. Labuschagne, Australia, 2 for 166 when he was caught Wood bowled Leach. Steve Smith, it wasn't an overly convincing innings from Stephen Smith, either the vice-captain. He was caught Butler bowled Wood for 12. And Australia at that time 3 for 189, and then David Warner straight after tea. Caught Stokes bowled Robinson for 94. Cam Green bowled by Robinson, not offering a shot for a duck. He was on a hat-trick. Carey saw that off. He was eventually caught by Pope bowled Wokes for 12. And at that stage, as we said before, Australia 6 for 236 and looking a little vulnerable. Pat Cummins the only other wicket to fall. He made 12 off 27. Quartermead bowled Joe Root. And then Mitchell Stark, 10 not out, providing the support late for Travis Head. 112 not out, the South Australian. And that's where we find ourselves at stumps. Leading wicket taker was Ollie Robinson for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world, spinalez.com.au. Flem, some thoughts on the day, and as you were, maybe a plus for both sides for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
I'll go plus straight away.
Yep.
So I remember. The big plus, obviously, is Travis Head, because the conjecture coming in, opening partner for Warner, and who's going to bat at number 5. They announced Harris weeks ago, so he could focus on that and didn't take his opportunity. But Travis Head today has been known to get out in the 20s and 30s, fluent ones, but he just backed himself. And it's exactly what Australia needed when England were doing the fight back, and what the game needed as a contest. So brilliant 100 from Travis Head, and you know, we've still got Mitchell Stark out there and Josh Hazelwood and Nathan Lyon to come. You know, get a 150 and take the game away totally from England. The big plus for me was, and I hope it's not a test match ending injury, is Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Because, you know, not big pace, you know, under 130, but like Philander and co, you don't need the pace if you're unbelievably accurate, if you can move the ball both ways and you get steep bounce off a length. So I'm hoping that's just a little twinge and that he'll be able to play throughout the series. And I thought he was outstanding today. Could have deserved a fifer.
18 overs, 3 for 48. That is a plus. For Host Plus, an industry super fund that puts you first. That is a plus. Our player of the day then for Bingley. Grab a deal today. Was probably Travis Head again.
Travis Head. Yeah, Travis Head. And you could see the celebration was really emotional.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Really emotional. 3 Test hundreds now. A fluent scoring number 5. That's okay, particularly if Cam Green, you know, just still takes his time emerging as a hard-hitting all-rounder. So coming after Marnus and Smith, you know, Head feels good for me if he continues that stroke play.
All right, that was our post-match show for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Sam Hargraves and Liam Pickering coming up to call the Strikers Renegades on Big Bash Nation very, very shortly. But just to repeat, in response to England's 147, Australia's 7 for 343. The first Test century of the Ashes summer. Travis Head not out 112. Australia lead by 196. We look forward to rejoining you tomorrow, but there's more cricket to come with Sam and Liam.